morning, welcome to Tuesday, the 14th of December. I'm sure there's something I'm supposed to be doing today. I've got to at some point go and get a pair of trousers. This might not seem, something too dramatic, but believe you me, when you try on so many pairs of trousers, you begin to sort of start thinking, I don't know, what size am I? I just need a pair. I've got just sort of what I call suit trousers for the circle. I mean, I've got them, but I always buy a new pair every year. I don't know why. I get a bit carried away with things. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I hope you're well. It's not as nippy outside as it was the other days. It's been sort of okay. It's been okay. But actually, I was talking to my friend Ben earlier on, and he's from Welsh Wales. And I dropped in that one of my neighbours is from the Gower Peninsula. Makes it sound a bit more exciting. You feel as though you've sort of got an inroad to somebody. But he said he can't get home on Christmas Day because there's no blooming trains. What's the matter with people? Not everybody surely wants Christmas off this year. I'm working. He's working. Everybody's working. Those people who've had their booster. Did you see them yesterday? Thank God you've all been out there. And you've been getting the booster jabs because, believe you me, you need. Because my friend Ben's had COVID twice. And I said, where did you pick it up? Thinking I was going to get some long-winded answer. And he thought on the tube. He was on the tube. And mind you, some man on the bus the other day sat right behind me and started coughing. And I thought, and every time he did it, I went, ugh, like that. I have to do that. It's the only way I can tell people, put a bloody mask on, for God's sake. Save yourself, save everybody else. Don't be selfish with it. But there's lots of people who are going to be going down. We've had our first death through this new strain. First, from. We don't know, do they? They haven't released all the details. But and then I discovered somebody I know. I can't tell you who it is, but their eldest daughter's just come down with it. So once it starts in a school, it's going to go rampant because what are school children not doing? They're not wearing masks. A few of them do, but not many. You compare to the amount of kids that are packed onto the buses in the morning and they're not wearing masks, and you think you're going to go down with it. You're going to go down with it, sure as God made little apples. But Ben said he'd had it twice. And I remember thinking, how unlucky is that? I mean, at one time he was laid up for about 6 months. He said he was horizontal. And I remember thinking, good Lord, there's an image. And but I fancy getting it twice. I didn't know you could get it twice. You can obviously get it twice. I don't know, honestly. So please get boosted because it'll make life a lot easier for you. And everybody's saying, oh, you can't get it done. Well, you can get it done. You just have to be prepared to queue. And luckily, all the people who are in the papers today, they are prepared to queue. Because what's the difference? Would you like to live? Or would you like to maybe be very, very ill? Anybody over 30 can book a booster now. Anybody over the age of 30. It's ridiculous. Everybody's moaning at the moment. Especially mothers. There was one mother the other day, the chocolate firm, who left one of their little advent boxes empty, and my daughter was in tears and all that. Oh, for God's sake. And now there's one today, a mum who sit out at Cadbury's saying her daughter's fudge in her advent calendar wasn't very big, but, it was quite... And you think, you need to get a life, love. You really need to get a life. If that's the best thing that you've got to worry about at the moment, that the finger of fudge wasn't necessarily as big as a toe. I mean, it's, and so it was a £9.99 advent calendar, which left her 8-year-old daughter with chocolates barely the size of a toe. Well, you shouldn't be buying a chocolate in the first place, should you? Because it's very bad for children. And so she's measured it next to her toe. What a person is she? What a person is it? Also, she needs her nails doing. They look very bad condition. Really quite disgusting, actually. And so she spent money, £10. Why didn't you just go and buy her a bar of chocolate, love? Is there a picture of her? Yeah. I mean, why didn't you just buy a bar of chocolate? It was a 3D box advent calendar, but only got miniature chocolate classics. Oh, she was left bewildered. You look as though you're bewildered. How can you be bewildered over the size of a piece of chocolate? I mean, I don't... people moan about everything, don't they? Honestly. There was some girl who just came out of one of the reality shows, could have been anything, sort of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Into, Splash, Strictly, Dancing On, Ice, whatever. And the best story that she could make up out of coming out of it was that people thought she'd taken tweezers in to do her eyebrows. I mean, God in heaven. It was the fact she was dull, I'm afraid, was the reason. The dad, who spent £20,000 on a secret underground pub. He brought somebody in to dig out his garden. They've literally, I don't know anybody who's got diggers, but they've dug out the garden. He put in a thing and then covered it all over again. There's another woman. She goes through a secret cupboard in her kitchen and she's into a bar. complete with tables and chairs and optics and all the rest of it. And it's like, and then she goes to one corner of the bar, and there's a bookcase. She opens that up, and there's another room through there. These people are weirdos, aren't they? They really are. What have we got here? Oh, the dad who said he couldn't compete with the neighbour's Christmas tree because it's about 50 foot tall has a response which I think you'll enjoy. Matthew Bourne, Sir Matthew Bourne, is the king of the ballet. And I think he is, absolutely. Saving the world is bad for your health. Happy birthday to... guess who that was? That should be the clue. Dun, 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 dun. Je t'aime, lady. Jane Birkin is 70 today. And it's not a bad impression, actually. I thought it was quite good. I thought you were going to dump that, but he didn't. And then, of course, there was Donna Summers with... love to love you, baby. And you know what the excuse was? She said, I had toothache when I was making the record. And people bought it. Aldi is selling pigs in beds, which apparently is 2 sausages with a piece of bacon wrapped round. So that's sort of a double thing. And I quite like it. I mean, they look quite nice, don't they? It always looks exotic because they haven't had sort of completely annihilated the kitchen to cook these things. But they've got, what are the ingredients? Look at the ingredients. Go down a bit. Go down. No, down. No, other way. Down. Look at the ingredients. Look, stop. I'm going to tell you what's in them. Pork, sausage, meat, stuffing, 61%. British pork, water, rice flour, Bramley apple, dehydrated apple, honey, demerara sugar, pea fibre, salt, sage, dextrose, bamboo fibre, stabiliser, curly parsley, caramelised sugar syrup, paprika extract, pork cocktail sausages, 26%. I mean, there's another 30 or 40 items on top of this thing. I thought it would just be sort of sausage meat with a bit of bacon wrapped round. They look quite nice there, but it's just 2 sausages together with... Are they tomatoes? Little cooked tomatoes. They look quite, well, I'm assuming they're tomatoes. They look quite sweet, actually. But Aldi seemed to have a very good selection. And what was the other one that we didn't know what they were? Was it, it's not venison, but it was, what do they call it? Stags in something. We didn't know what they were. We sat there slightly bewildered. There you go, Aldi's stags in quilts. And you're right, it is venison. It's venison. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get 10 British venison, pork and cranberry chipolatas wrapped in smoked streaky bacon. They look nice, don't they? I've never had venison. Perhaps I should go and buy those. And then just quickly fry them off. I could just sit there and eat. I could eat sausages like that all day because I don't look at those as being big sausages. They're just little sausages. And they look quite... You can have more of them because it doesn't count, does it? Will do when I do it. Yeah, 10 minutes in. John says, Steve, Merry Christmas. I was asked today if I'd finished my Christmas shopping. I had to confess I hadn't even finished last year's Christmas shopping. Clinton's was selling New Year cards for £1, originally £4. I bought 10, and I want to send them, but people think I'm mad. They're beautiful, says Stella. You do what you want to do. You do what you want. Don't be swayed by anybody telling you. You know, you do exactly what you want to do. Don't, people say, oh, you can't do that. It's like people always write to me and complain. It's always the same person every year. Little Mr. Scrooge. It could be Little Miss Scrooge. We're not too sure. But they hate Christmas. Oh, I don't know why you're talking about Christmas this early. You think, well, you mind your own business. You go, yeah, it's April. You go and have a miserable time, OK? Because you're going to be suffering because I'm going to mention it all the time. But I was sent a book yesterday. And young Hillary in the office, she sent me a text saying there's two parcels on the desk. And one of them was James O'Brien's game. Did I mention he's got a game out? Which is, I think he might have mentioned a couple of times. Anyway, he's very kindly given me one. Which actually is very, he'll probably charge me. I'll probably end up paying for it some way. Yeah, get receipt. But that arrived today, so I've left it on his desk for him to sign it to my friend Chris, who is the father of my godchildren. But the other one was a book. And it's a book that, to be honest with you, is long overdue and it's beautiful. I'll tell you what it is a little bit later on, but it's very apropos to this programme because we followed the story of this particular place and it's out in a book. It's possibly one of the nicest books I've ever seen. I had a book before. It's not James O'Brien. No. It's really lovely and I'm really looking forward to sitting down and going through it. Because it's a piece of London history. You might have worked out already what it is, but it's really super. So I'll tell you all about that a little bit later on. Plus we got a competition. We've got all those goodies for you to win for Christmas, and with a bit of luck you'll get them delivered before Christmas. I hope so, anyway. That would be nice. What was the other one? Oh, yes, Danny, who won the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He, at one point, had to share a bed with David Ginola. OK, and he's such a big fan. He said, I had a big man crush on him. And he wanted to wrap his arms around him and his legs whilst they were in bed, which seems fair enough. I mean, if you're in bed with somebody and they just go, you're doing top to tail, that's different. But if you're sort of lying there, and he couldn't believe his luck, he said, but he couldn't actually bring himself to do it, even though, he said, I've got the biggest man crush that there is. Slightly scary. And Lewis Hamilton left off the shortlist for Personality of the Year, but he will be knighted tomorrow. For what? I've got no idea. Is he knighted because he puts his foot down on the accelerator, or is he knighted for some other reason? They always come up with something else, don't they? It's all of it. It's everything. It's just being... although, to be honest with you, I can't wait to see what outfit he's going to wear, because he's known for wearing the most ludicrous outfits. And Tyson Fury... Oh, we've had a bit of a tantrum. Oh, we've had a tantrum, have we ever? Because he... I think he was going to go on the shortlist of BBC Sports Personality of the Year. Well, he's thrown his toys out with the bathwater. Out they go. If I am on that list, I'm going to sue the BBC. For what, lovey? What do you think you're going to sue them for? What do you think? Because I was put on a list by the public. Honestly, you really are naive, aren't you? But never mind. Serga the Lion. This is another one of those lovely stories, and they've got pictures on YouTube of somebody else, and it's a woman, and she brought up 2 lion cubs when she was a young girl, and she looked after them, and they basically sort of looked on her as now they've grown up, and lions, and these are, I think they're female, yes, sort of, they're big. When they stand up on their height, they tower over you. Anyway, every time they see her every day, they literally run and literally leap on top of her. It's a bit like Christian the Lion. Do you remember the story of Christian the Lion? You must remember that. The 2 boys, and they bought him from Harrods for £200 years and years ago. When Harrods, you could go in there, and their claim was they could get you anything, and they wanted a lion cub, so they got them a lion cub. And Christian grew. He used to live in their shop called Sophisticat, which was at the top of the King's Road, and they wrote a book called A Lion Called Christian. And then eventually Christian got too big for the exercising, so they had to take him to a local vicarage where there was an enclosed garden so that he could exercise, because he was big. He was big. And then eventually, how long do lions live? Oh, they seem to live quite a long time. Quite a long time. They're nice. I mean, I quite like one, but I think when they go to the toilet, it's a lot of mess. Yeah, get me one for Christmas. And they then sort of decided they were going to take him back to the wild. So he went back to Africa, 15 years roughly. Is that 15 years adults years or 15 years their years? Because I should imagine they do get targeted by things. And when they fall ill in the savannah or whatever it is they're on, the plains or something, they literally get left behind by the rest of the thing, and they die. They know. It's like elephants. When they get ready to end their life, all the other elephants stand around them whilst they die, and then they all go and touch, and then they just wander away and leave. And they do the same with lions. But Christian was taken back to Africa, and it was very touching. I'll tell you why in a moment.
LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So Christian gets quite big, and they decide that they're going to take him. This is Christian the Lion. They're going to take him back to Africa. And do you remember the Born Free film? Well, they went back there, and George, who lived out in Africa, said that he would look after Christian. And so Christian stayed with George. She basically would go off hunting. They tried to... Because what you've got to do, if you've had a lion that's been brought up in captivity, you have to teach it how to catch things and eat, because otherwise it's going to starve. But anyway, cut a long story short, George used to look after Christian, and he would go out for walks with him and everything else. And then Christian disappeared. And he disappeared, and they weren't too sure. It turned out that Christian had found a girlfriend, subsequently to become a wife, and he'd had cubs and all the rest of it. So the boys went back out there to see if they could see him just for old time's sake. And there's this beautiful film, which is on YouTube, where they go out there and Christian comes walking towards them very slowly, and he looks at them, and then he looks at them, and then he bounds forwards and leaps up on top of them and hugs them, because it all came flooding back as to who they were and why he was there. It was the most amazing thing to watch. And he must have, I mean, I'm surprised they were able to stand up, because he must have weighed a ton. But Christian and the meeting with the two boys, here we go. We're looking at it now, actually. And that's George. Spent a lot of time with his shirt off, obviously looking for a suntan. And the boys were there. And then you get this lovely picture of Christian, who he isn't sure. He doesn't know who they are at the moment, so he's looking at them. And what he's doing is he's sensing the smells, because that's what they remember. And if you look, as he walks towards them, he's sort of, I mean, to be honest with you, this could have gone one of two ways. Very laid back. And the boys sort of stand there, and then Christian looks at them, and then he suddenly realises who they are, and so he sort of throws himself at them. He just wants to be there. Most amazing scene you've ever seen in your life. And he doesn't attack them or anything, because he knows who they are. Look, he just wants to hug them. It's seriously, when I first saw it, and I remember reading the book back in the 70s, A Lion Called Christian, and I remember thinking how beautiful. And this was the last meeting they ever had. After this, Christian disappeared and he was never seen again. So they don't know if he was killed, whatever it was. He just wanted to be with them because he remembered them from his childhood. Isn't that fantastic? It is the most wonderful thing. But anyway, this other lion is another one who was brought up by this lady who sort of had them from a little cub. And then every time she went back to see him, he literally threw his paws around her. And you could see that it's not antagonistic or anything else. It's... because he's got his claws in there. And if you've seen claws on lions, listen, they can cling onto the back of water buffalo. So, you don't mess around. In fact, I saw a dreadful thing on YouTube. They have to put a warning on it. Because you watch that people go out on safari. And there you go. Look, this is another lion. They're huge. That's Serga. And it's so... Look, it just doesn't know what to do. And apparently they do a thing which cats do, which is they rub your face against theirs. Unfortunately, when it's a lion, it's a bit difficult. But it's just absolutely beautiful. It really is. I'd like something like that. I think I might get one. Beats a hamster, doesn't it, any time now? Yeah, you imagine going for a walk round the square with it. That'd be... But I think that's so beautiful. I like things like that. Makes me an animal lover, I suppose. And Janet in Manchester said, I sent a text to Mr. O'Brien last week telling him, you've plugged his game so much, he must give you a free one. Oh, he was giving me one anyway. Definitely. And somebody said about Lewis Hamilton in the honours list, it's about the charity work he does. It's not about Formula One, though. It's giving him a platform. Well, of course, if we didn't have the platform, we wouldn't have anything. Hope he's not going to wear some of these ghastly outfits. Steve, got into my bus 10 minutes ago. The temperature was 44 degrees centigrade. The outside temperature is 34 in Ballarat. The aircon has kicked in. It's now a cooler 24 degrees. I thought you were going to talk about a bus over here, actually. Steve, you reminded me of the tear-jerking scene when Christian saw his two parents when they went back to check on him. And Christian zooms towards them and hugs them. Just wonderful. It's marvellous. It really is absolutely marvellous. Australia is where Ballarat is, by the way, just in case you were wondering, because we have people who listen around the world. And it's... it looked like an old look at an old town, doesn't it? Good Lord, it's like stepping back in time. It really does look like stepping back in time. They've got some stage coaches. And so, presumably it's for the tourists. But I don't have a problem with touristy things. I like touristy things. I'm a big fan of that. Definitely. You can visit Ballarat. And the buildings look lovely. Nobody anywhere. Have you noticed all these places are deserted? Come over here. London. All right, I know we are the capital, but we are chock-a-block. We are absolutely chock-a-block. I've never seen so many people. And people staggering home on the trains with their bags and all sorts of things. I bought something the other day, actually, and it was such good value, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. I can't tell you what it is because the place where I bought it from, they've only got another 5 there, and I've decided I'm going to go back and get another 2 today. because I thought they were so good. And I was telling the producer about it. He went, oh, I want to. So anyway, I'm going to go back today. That's his Christmas present sorted. It's a shame he knows how much it costs, but it doesn't matter. He would have checked it anyway. But we shall be doing that a bit later. And I've run out of AA batteries. So I've got to go back to Costco and pick up about 4 packs of those. Honestly, all these things. It's all go. Luckily, I got my hair cut the other day, so I'm very pleased about that. Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. I hated that programme. It was ghastly. Not my sort of thing. But there's a picture of her at 70. She's not aged at all. Not aged. She looks absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. There's a guy called Ben Harrison who eats 50 sprouts a day to test them for one of the supermarkets. What does that prove? He's eating 50 sprouts a day. I thought that was a bit of a silly story. There's a Greggs fan who eats 30 of their festive bakes in an hour. That doesn't sound very good, does it? And Ed Sheeran, we love Ed Sheeran, didn't want to compete with Lad Baby. We built this city on sausage. What's in a festive bake? I don't know. I think it might be chicken or turkey in sort of like a white wine sort of sauce thing, I think. I don't know. Well, but this bloke's eaten 20 of them in an hour, which seems fairly excessive, doesn't it? 20, there, a delicious crumb-top pastry filled with pieces of cooked chicken, sage and onion stuffing and cooked sweet cure bacon covered in a creamy sage and cranberry sauce. Well, it sounds quite nice, actually, but it's got to be hot. Oh, I'm not sure about the topping. But, I mean, it's quite plump, isn't it? You squeeze the filling out. I like that idea, actually. You thought, though, actually, if it's a festive bake, why is it not turkey? Why is it chicken? Because it's cheap. That's why. And somebody says, thank you for starting the conversation about Christmas shopping early. Was it at the beginning of October, end of September? I give my gifts so much more thought this year as I had ample time. As I bought them, I wrapped and labelled them. They're safely stowed, ready for the day. And a happy Christmas to all the team, says Little Miss Smug, who is Sue. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, I think the organisation is the trick. The organisation is the trick, and I think that once you've got that sort, then you can rest. Then you can put your feet up, especially if you're a lady. Ladies drink more than men. More ladies now are sort of are into the secret bevying, because when everybody leaves in the morning and they've done the washing up after breakfast, they sit down with a sherry. That's what they do. Tiddled by about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Which I love. Steve, I think kangaroos are more dangerous. A bloke was on the golf course, a male kangaroo scratched him and tried to kill him, says Shane. They're big, though. Muscular. If you actually get a kick out of a kangaroo, it's dangerous. Have you seen the size of their feet? I mean, they're really powerful, actually. And Steve Waz says, if you could move and live in one country in the world, which would it be? Oh. Well, actually, I have to be honest, I do like living here. I like living here. I speak the language. If I had to move to somewhere, where would I go to? That would be difficult. I'd probably like to live in Hong Kong. I'd like to live in Hong Kong. I'd like to, but also to have somebody wave a magic wand and you could speak the language immediately. Because I think speaking the language gets you by everywhere. There's this guy, Sharma, who's on YouTube, and he's an American Jewish guy, but he speaks fluent Cantonese. And his mates speak fluent Cantonese. So when they go into restaurants, he starts off by going, oh, do you have any chopsticks? And he says, oh, which one would you recommend? You can see the waiters and waitresses are so bored with him. And they go through it. This is very good. This is very good. This one nice. And then he speaks in fluent Cantonese. And there's a woman at another table and she's listening and her eyes open. And it's like, he's speaking Cantonese. And so when the waitress gets up, she sort of nods to her. And then she goes, you speak really, really good Cantonese. Oh, there's a kangaroo. My God, they're big buggers, aren't they? I'm not going to argue one of them. Look at the size of it. By Jove. They are big, aren't they? They look evil. They used to have in circuses in this country a boxing kangaroo. There used to be boxing kangaroos because look at them, look. Kick. And yet you'd think they'd be all sort of furry and lovely to cuddle. Nope. Cuddle that, you'll never play the piano again. It's as simple as that. And they look at that, honestly. Very brutal, aren't they? I think they're obviously fighting for domination. But no, yeah, definitely. But no, I think Hong Kong, and I'd like to be able to speak fluent Cantonese. Because you listen to this guy, Sharma, and it's really interesting, because he sometimes goes out with his mates just to test people. And you can see people, Chinese people, turning around going, you speak Cantonese? He goes, yeah. Where did you learn it? Oh, I learned it, I went to college and all the rest of it. And then he's obviously just one of those very clever people that can pick up. But there's another bloke on YouTube who must speak about 15 languages. He literally speaks, and they had a little girl on Ellen DeGeneres' show, and she speaks loads of different languages, and she was about 10. So obviously some people are very gifted. I mean, me, I struggle with English. I get by, though. I get by. Do I speak anything else? No, I can get by in a little bit of German. I could put it this way, I'm never going to starve in Germany or Austria or places like that. But Bratwurst, Bratwurst, the one with the cheese in it. Because I discovered it. If you actually sort of go, cheat, it's like when you're doing, can I have the bill? You hold up your hand and you write on it invisibly, and they go, he wants the bill. I love it. People are so simple. So if I was going to move, it would be Waz there, actually. Kim says, just woken up to hear sex sounds coming out of the radio. It was you, with your Jane Birkin and Donna Summer impressions. I do remember the Christian Story. And the guys did the right thing, took him home to Africa. Yeah, they never saw him ever. I think that's sad, because we don't know what ever happened to him. We really don't. There was a thing on the YouTube, and they show you lion hunts and things like that. And lions, when you see them attacking hyenas, because you get a gang of hyenas, and if they see a bit of food, they're going to fight the lion for it. And the lion will generally kill one of the hyenas, not to eat it. They'll do it to frighten them off, because when you get 20 hyenas going, like on The Lion King, and they will stand around and they will do it. And so what this particular lion did, he dug out the burrow with the cubs in of the hyenas and killed them all, just to prove to the hyena, don't mess with me, pal. You're in big trouble. I love it. How would you like a Harley Davidson? How would you like a really, really nice Harley Davidson? I've got I've got quite a few of them. The only problem is I can't remember where they're buried.
This is LBC.
Hi, Rachel. I'm just on the school run, but coming straight from the site, I can't...
Find my backpack, Daddy. I think I left it in the...
presentation we had earlier. Just looking at the agenda, can we...
Have pizza tonight, please?
get everyone's timesheet so we can look...
At this drawing I did today, Daddy.
Oh, nice. Do you want to pop it in an email for me?
Do it all on the big network for business.
An email?
Search 3 Business.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you until 7. So today, busy day, got to get things done, got to get everything sort of sorted out, so the trees up and all that. Every day, this lametta that I've put on it, people keep walking past the... Oh, sure, I forgot to take the picture. I knew there was something. I'll have to do that tomorrow. I keep forgetting. There's a man in the paper today. He's a postman. Well, he was a postman. He was fired. He abandoned a stricken grandmother. She slipped on the ice outside the house, and he just totally ignored her, which I thought was slightly odd, because postmen and women round my way are not like that at all. If I fell over on the ice, because it's dangerous. If you're elderly and you fall over, it's not very good at all, really. The milk chocolate, which is the nation's favourite comfort food. I wish it was. If I was given a choice, I'd go for licorice. I love licorice, yeah. I can buy a box of licorice and have a lot of fun on things like that. Love Island's Molly May finally makes a sensible decision. Can't imagine what it is. It'll be something to do with let's not brag about what we've got, okay, after she was robbed. And what was the other one that oh, yes, Christmas gifts bought online could go missing. £50 million worth. I had to laugh. The other day I was watching the Interceptors, and they'd stopped a car, and he'd got no tax or insurance. And because a lot of people now drive their own cars to deliver the Amazon parcels and all the rest of it. Yeah, a lot of people do that because you can make money on it. A friend of mine makes a living on delivering Amazon parcels. He can pootle around at his own, space and piece of time and all the rest of it. He gets them delivered, especially this time of year when it's really, really busy. And he got stopped, and the police went, "We're confiscating your car. You've got no tax or insurance or anything." He had to empty the whole car full of all these Amazon parcels. He's only just started on the round. And so he's there by the side of the road. It's raining. And all these Amazon parcels are getting soaking wet. And they took his car away. How I laughed. Thinking, well, at least he doesn't deliver around my way. Well, the parcels, then he has to go and get a mate of his to come round with another car so they can start loading them into them. So what else we got? Thousands waiting up to 5 hours for a jab. It's worth it. Listen, small price to pay. 5 hours. Take a book. Take your phone. Take your charger. It'll be fantastic. The queues have built up, but it doesn't matter because I'd rather you were boosted than you weren't boosted and you fall prey to this. I was telling you about Ben, and I'm hoping he's been boosted, but I don't know. But I didn't. He was the one who got it twice. You know, and if you can't book yours, keep trying. Don't just give up and go, oh, I don't think I'll bother doing that now. You must do it. Over 30s can book. All adults by the end of the year will have the booster, and you need it because that offers you the protection. So you might go down with something, but it means that you'll come through the other side. Okay, the numbers will be pretty small, but if you don't do it, there is the chance that you could sort of suffer quite badly. Steve, I planted some daffodil bulbs in my front lawn as per the packet recommendations between August and September. And the packet says they would start to flower between March and April. To my surprise, they're already sprouting. Is it the weather being mild or a freak occurrence? It's the weather being mild. That's what it is, because I've buried mine in the earth and they haven't appeared yet. Snowdrops should come up first. Sidcup Julie says, I thought I'd let you know Jenny Agutter's on the front cover of Woman and Home, as I know you like her. Daddy, my daddy. Such a good film, honestly. I just love the voiceover. I think we shall go to the field at the end where everything was wonderful. I mean, it was just so British and so stiff upper lip. Bill says, you really must get a cat. I love my Bengal. Wamika is beautiful. Yes, they are beautiful, actually. They are absolutely beautiful. They really are. They're very expensive, actually. I'm very disappointed, says Michelle. I'm having to miss your Magic Circle show as life is ridiculously rubbish at the moment. But hopefully I'll get your audience within February, God willing. Oh, well, listen, let's pray to God, shall we? Morning, Steve. I thought I'd show you a picture of the world's tallest building, as I know you love heights. And the world's largest Ferris wheel. Yes. I see, look at that tall building there. It's in Dubai, actually. Do you know somebody has climbed this with their bare hands? Yes, Mark, I'm well aware of the people who climb. I mean, I couldn't hold my own weight up, to be honest with you. But I have seen people go right to the top of these buildings. I mean, seriously. I'm all right on the Ferris wheel. I'm okay with that. The Ferris wheel's okay. We've got the London Eye, not as big as this one, obviously. And there's one in Winter Wonderland, which is very nice. I see the Beckhams went to Winter Wonderland. Another freebie day out for them, honestly. Don't know what they do with their money. You'd think they'd want to spend some of it, but quite clearly they don't. So they went there and they took Gorgeous Harper and two of the gorgeous boys. But the other boy with all the tattoos, the one who's marrying the billionaire's daughter, he was very busy in America, obviously looking for a job, I should imagine. The tallest building is the Burj Khalifa. I think I've seen it. Is this the one that somebody's climbed up barehanded? Look, this is them at the top. Look! That's the ground down there, but they've got straps. I've seen people climb this with their bare hands. I mean, I feel ill. It sends shivers down my body. They're taking pictures. I've seen people clinging on, cranes. Yeah, of course the cars are small, because look how far away it is. It must be about a mile away, mustn't it? Look at it, and they have a picture taken. I mean, the bloke in the middle's all right, because he's in the middle of this. He can just drop down. But you wouldn't. I couldn't do it. Some people are not bothered about heights or anything. I couldn't do that. I seriously couldn't. That would just drive me absolutely crackers. I mean, I actually go funny just on a stepladder. In fact, I've had to turn down going on stepladders because I feel too ill. I'm always worried I'm going to fall off them. I do. I say, do you want to go on a stepladder, Steve? I go, no, I wouldn't. No. I don't even go upstairs on the bus. I'm that scared of heights. I'll only go up there if the bus is not moving. If the bus starts moving, I'm not doing it. And I'm convinced that the drivers sit there on the brake and they can see you standing up. Brake, off the brake, brake on the brake, just to watch you fall over. Yeah, you wait. I'll take the Lion down next time. OK, driver, what's your name, pal? What's your name? This is my friend. I love stuff like that. I love it. So we take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So the advice this morning is please get boosted. Go and queue. If you have to queue early. It's worth it. It takes but, seconds to be done. Then there's a family. They erected their tree and they had their baubles on it and their lights and everything else, and they're looking at it. and all of a sudden a face appears on their tree. And what is it? It's a deadly snake from South Africa. Where it came from, God alone knows, but it was on their tree. Yeah, well, obviously it came from South Africa, but it didn't fly here, did it? You know, it must have come in on somebody's luggage or something. And this little tiny snake, and it's not very big, was slithering around on their tree. So I had to call somebody in, a snake expert. And the bite can be deadly. I mean, it was actually was it in South Africa? Are you sure? You sure? Wait a minute. Hissing under the Christmas tree. Hissing. They're called the Wild Family. It was lurking. Oh, that's right. Originally from Hertfordshire. They live in Cape Town. And it's one of the world's most... This is boomslang, one of the world's most poisonous snakes. When you see the picture of it, it freaks you out. Seriously. It actually rears its head up. It's sitting on their tree. I mean, seriously. They obviously didn't notice when they were putting it up. I don't know. Their trees aren't as good as ours, actually. And but anyway, so they called somebody in who obviously went, oh, that'll go nice with your Christmas dinner. You know, you can have that fricassee with a few Brussels sprouts, snakes in blankets. Why not? A little bit more pastry than usual. But, I mean, that would frighten the life out of me. This thing sort of, you know, because it's obviously seen its reflection. They live 100 miles from Cape Town. They were admiring their Christmas tree. And this snake was hiding in the tree. They eat... what do they eat, these boomslang things? They had a thing a minute ago. There's one here. They like chameleons, frogs and birds. They also eat eggs. They don't chew. They swallow everything whole. Oh, how nasty. Wait, can they kill a human? They're not very big. Can they kill a human? Many venomous members of the family are harmless to humans because of small venom glands and insufficient fangs. But apparently you could die because the venom of the boomslang is primarily hemotoxin. It disables the coagulation process, and the victim may die as a result of internal and external bleeding. Little thing like that can kill you. Isn't that amazing? I could never play with snakes. I really couldn't. A friend of mine used to walk around the hippodrome with a snake round his neck, but it was huge. It was a boa. Absolutely enormous. But, of course, the reason he could do that is because they were deaf. But, I mean, no, I don't know. And the smaller the snake, the more venomous, apparently. And I've seen hissing pythons and things like that, and things that go, and they spit at you, and, oh, dear. I have to put mask. I've seen guys on the television, that's Steve Baxell, and so they just sort of grab onto things and then eat them and digest them. But they hang it. I mean, if you didn't know it was there, like they didn't, it would. I mean, the kids could have put their arms into the tree or something like that, and this thing would have latched onto them. Oh, horrible. I'd rather climb the Burj Al Khalifa. Yeah, but I won't. I'm too cowardly for stuff like that. They brought back some beavers to certain parts of the country to dam the menace of flooding. They're big. They're big. They are. They're like the size of small dogs. Beavers. They're very big. There was a bloke the other day who was attacked by, was it otters? Yeah. A gang of otters were out, having a little wander through, and he sort of ventured onto their territory, and they attacked him. If they're defending youngsters, I should imagine they probably would. But do not wear sequins. Sequins are not eco-friendly. And yet I turned on the television yesterday and there was Vanessa Feltz wearing sequins. And the first thing I thought of was, has she read the news? And that was something I forgot to mention to you. So that was something I forgot to... What came in yesterday morning at 4 a.m? What came in yesterday morning at 4 a.m? Come on. A new law. A new law came in. Yes, the scooters. And at Waterloo Station, I saw 2 people getting off trains with these e-scooters. They are illegal to take on the trains. And the reason they brought it, and the buses and the undergrounds, the reason is many of them have burst into flames. The batteries have, and so they're now banned from all London public transport. Well, I saw a kid at at Richmond Station, a schoolboy, with his electric scooter. And I thought, where are the staff to say, you're not taking that on a train? Because they're now banned. They've led to fires, toxic smoke. There could be an accident, literally waiting around the corner. So there is a ban. It doesn't include mobility scooters. I've never seen anybody on a train in a mobility... Have you ever seen anybody on a train on a mobility scooter? I haven't. And I use the trains every day, and on the buses. Occasionally I might see somebody on them, but not on my buses. But I haven't seen anybody. But the e-scooters, I should have said to this schoolboy, I'm sorry, these are illegal. You're not allowed to take them on any trains. You'll have to go out there, won't you, and use them illegally on the road. But nobody from TfL said a word. And there was one pushing it up the platform at Waterloo Station. You wait if I see him today. Boo! Boo! You have to tell you, that'll frighten him. Nobody messes with the Alan, I tell you.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Paul says, have you ever been to the Stratosphere in Las Vegas? Of course. Hello. I'm 67. Of course I've been there. Good heavens above. I've been everywhere. And, yes, again, I mean, I wouldn't want to go on any rides on the Stratosphere. It doesn't interest me. I don't want to be up that high. I've seen people bungee jumping out of it. I nearly went on the zip wire in Old Vegas, and I thought, I think not. Supposing it broke, the embarrassment of something like that would be a bit like Boris. Oh, dear, honestly. Listen, it's 11 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Hope you're well. Hope you're looking forward to the festive season. Listen, even if you hate Christmas, it's only 2 days. It's only 2 days. You don't need to worry about it too much. It's not going to change your life that much. Goodness sake, honestly. But, I've got to make some noise competition, which I'm running until the 21st of December. And we've put together, well, the team have put together a whole raft of prizes. And you get all of these items, which I'm going to tell you about, and then some. So for the ultimate Christmas, and you can either re-gift these or you can keep them for yourself or you do whatever you want with them once you've won the blooming things. In the prize package is an Apple iPhone 13, a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle, and it's not the small one, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. It's a nice prize package. All together as one bundle for your chance to win. Text Xmas, XMAS, the shortened abbreviation of Christmas. So Xmas, XMAS, and send that to 84850. It means that by sending it to XMAS, it goes into the special prize package lottery, and it doesn't get lost anywhere else, which is good news for you. So Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. There's a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text. Supporting Global's Make Some Noise, which means you don't even see it going. You don't have to go, oh, look, I'm down £3. You won't see it going, so it's much better. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy because it could be you we're calling because somebody's going to win all of those items. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules you will find at makesomenoise.com. So it's Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. And all I can say is good luck, because somebody's going to win a really, really nice prize package. Phil says, -4 degrees in the North Sea tonight. I'm just found out I'm going home a week early for Christmas. Woo-wee! Actually, loads of people are going home early for Christmas, aren't they? Some people, I've had text messages of people saying, oh, I start my Christmas holiday from Friday. And I think, blimey, how lovely. Jane Birkin, says Sandra, was a friend of mine at Friar Park School in Henley-on-Thames, and she's 74. Wait a minute, I found it earlier on. I thought she was... Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I always love it when they do people's birthdays, because I'm a big fan of people's birthdays. And when you get to find out how old some people are, and you think, they can't be, they just don't look it. If you see a picture of Wonder Woman, you'll be absolutely amazed at how good she looks. Jane Birkin is 75. 75. And described as the epitome of London's 60s cool. She sang the evocative Je t'aime, mon non plus, with Serge Gainsbourg. She inspired the Birkin handbag after complaining to the boss of French luxury goods firm Hermès that she couldn't find a bag suitable for her needs. I think hers are the most expensive, the Birkin bags. And also, Graham Kirkham celebrates birthday. You won't know who Graham Kirkham is, do you? Shall I tell you? Shall I tell you who Graham Kirkham is? Look at him, hanging on. Well, I'm going to tell you anyway, whether you want to know or not. But he was the son of a Yorkshire coal miner who rented a room above a snooker hall in Doncaster, making furniture upstairs and selling it downstairs. And that was the beginning of DFS. Upstairs, downstairs. No, dear, no. DFS, the furniture chain that he sold in 2010, is now worth $1.14 billion, according to the Sunday Times rich list, and he sits in the House of Lords. He made his furniture upstairs. Isn't that good? What does DFDS stand for? I don't know. What does it... Do you know what it stands for? Oh, you would do, clever clogs. Go on, what does it stand for then? Here we go. Amaze yourself. You don't know? Oh, right, actually. It must stand for... Perhaps it's his name, isn't it? Although his name's Graham Kirkham, so it doesn't quite work out at all the same. It stands for Direct Furnishing Supplies. Rivetingly boring, isn't it? But he is worth a lot of money. Dawn Neeson is up early this morning. She had a birthday the other day. Everybody's got birthdays at the moment. Imagine having a Christmassy-type birthday. But she's writing her Daily Star column, and she says Tuesday means a 22-hour working day. I don't know. Seriously, I mean, I climbed into bed. I went to bed early yesterday because I was very tired because I'd got up early the day before. And so 4 o'clock yesterday, 3:30, 3:45, I was in bed. I was out for the count. And I slept. I woke up once. And because I'm watching at the moment Fawlty Towers, or listening to Fawlty Towers on my DVD player. And she says, I bloody love it. I bloody love it, I do. Kicking off at 4 a.m. with the Steve Allen Show at LBC whilst writing the Daily Star column. It's been difficult to write a column, isn't it, at the moment with, you know, it's all vaccines and everything else. I don't know what else it does change every day, doesn't it? It changes. There's... Wait a minute. Oh, there's a story. I've only just noticed this story, actually, which is a very odd one, which is the sacked airport baggage handler who took revenge by helping friends raid the lost property office where he worked. This is Arfan Ullah, who shared the access code, which had not been changed, with the men so they could ransack the unit and loot passengers' cases. Good God. He comes from Manchester. He wasn't present at the raid at the city's airport. He was given an 18-month community order and told to pay £800 in compensation. Hope he got fired. World premiere of what film in 1977? Not The Spy Who Loved Me, no. Had its world... Sorry, Star Wars? No, much more famous than that. Much more famous. Actually, as if there was something more famous than Star Wars. I'll give you a clue. This is going to mean anything to you at home. No, not Superman, no. Come on. Saturday Night Fever, absolutely. Yep, 1977. John Travolta and the world premiere in Los Angeles. There's been all these stories about... Do you not remember that dance? No. Such a liar. The liar, pants on fire. There's all these stories about John Travolta because his daughter has come out and done stories on him, because there's always been stories about John Travolta's sexuality. Mind you, there's certain Hollywood stars who get sexuality, and John Travolta has been pictured kissing men. Now, I always thought that was a showbiz thing. I mean, we constantly kiss around here. We're doing kissy-wissies and huggy-wuggies and things like that, and it's all wonderful, because we're in showbiz, and that's how it works. But there's always been talk about him. He went out, apparently, with a male porno star and all the rest of it. But at best, well, not even allegedly on this one. I mean, he's an American. I don't think he's going to be... Put it this way, he's been running in the American press for ages. He's a listener. Yeah, whoa. Staying alive. Staying alive. I love the film, actually. I love the film. Tony Manero, wasn't it? It was his character. I'm a little bit disappointed that the West Side Story bombed. Disney are not going to run it on the Disney Plus channel because it hasn't taken very much. Why? Steven Spielberg. I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. Everything free in America. Don't forget, I'm in America. Da 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 da. I could have been in that. Great. I've got a book to recommend to you, which has been sent to me, and we followed this story through for ages and ages and ages. And I remember telling you years ago when I was younger and I was in London. I used to go to the Hippodrome and Stringfellows. I had a Stringfellows celebrity membership card. I know, I can't believe it either. I can't believe it. I found it on the ground and put my own name on it. And so it meant that I could wander between Peter's venues, Stringfellows, which was slightly more sophisticated, but the Hippodrome that I loved because of its history. And then the Hippodrome sort of ran out of space as a discotheque. It had a huge dance floor. It had drag queens as waiters, and it was fabulous. It really pushed decadence to new limits. It was really very, very interesting, and I loved going there. And then they decided to turn it into a casino. And I remember going there with a couple of people, well, one person who worked for LBC, and the interior of the Hippodrome, they wanted to retain as much of the original workings as they possibly could. It was full of scaffolding. We had to put hard hats on, and we climbed amongst it. And we met Simon, whose family bought the Hippodrome to turn it into it. And I went there on numerous occasions. In fact, I've been there on numerous occasions since. And if I'm with friends in town on a Saturday night, I always take them into there. I always say, don't bring any shopping in, because you have to check it into the cloakroom. But it's now a casino. They've got a theatre. I played the theatre twice in there. The seating is still in there for the upstairs bit. Downstairs is all taken out for all the roulette tables and everything else. And then upstairs, they've replaced all the gold they've redone it in gold and everything else. And above the false roof in there, which hid the lights, were all the original boxes of the Hippodrome, and it was like stepping back in time. And I remember thinking somebody should do a book about the Hippodrome. They've got loads of memorabilia on all the walls, but of course a lot of people going there now are sort of younger people, and they don't appreciate exactly what the London Hippodrome is and was. And I get this book the other day from Simon, who says, Steve, we are just one chapter in a fascinating history. Thank you for all your support. With best wishes, Simon. And it is a whole book on the Hippodrome, and it's got everything. The shows, when it was a circus of variety, the comedy musicals, the talk of the town, the greatest disco in the world, the Hippodrome Casino. It's the most beautiful book I've ever seen, and they've reprinted all the posters and everything. If you are interested in the history of London, and you're interested in and it's here, it's on our corner. Literally, you come out of here and you can go in there, and they've got some beautiful posters. This is a labour of love, this book. It really is. So I'm very grateful. Whether you can buy this, I don't know. I don't know whether or not it's on sale on Amazon. We shall find out after the news. The London Hippodrome, an entertainment of unexampled brilliance, with the introduction by Dame Shirley Bassey and the foreword by Sir Michael Grade. Collector's item.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's interesting, when I look through this Hippodrome book, it takes you through all the different eras, when it was a circus and when they had the light show. Oh, there you go. It's 30 quid, this book. It's by Lucinda Gosling. It's fabulous. It's well worth every penny. It really is. For those people who went there and for those people who didn't, Judy Garland played it. Everybody went. And it opened in, I think it was about 1900, with it was a circus of variety. And they had water spectacles, and there was performing polar bears, elephants who plunged off this thing into this huge thing. And then it was a theatre restaurant with floor shows. The following people played it. I mean, just a handful. The Charlie Chaplins, Houdini, Audrey Hepburn, Julie Andrews and Judy Garland. I remember when Judy Garland played it, she didn't own her name. It was owned by the Hollywood studios, so they couldn't call her Judy Garland. But, I mean, it is absolutely... You should go there. Even if you're coming into London and you're going to do some shopping, you don't have to pay to go to the Hippodrome. It's free, but I mean, if you're going to walk in with loads of shopping, you can't walk around with loads of shopping. They'll ask you to check it in. It's got floor after floor of casino. And then you can smoke upstairs. They've got an open air bit, and the roof terrace, you can smoke up there. And they've got a restaurant in there and everything. It's really, seriously, I say to people, go and have a look at it, because they've done a sterling job. Simon and the team really done it fantastically. And so the book is absolutely brilliant. So 30 quid, it's worth every penny. Worth every penny. I'm at the moment reading through about when Peter Stringfellow took it over and spent all the money putting all these lights in. And at midnight, I would take people in there at about 5 to 12. We'd just walk straight in the front door because I knew all the bouncers and everybody else. And the bar's open till about 6 a.m, I think. Although the casino's 24 hours. You can go in there right now. Oh, sod it, let's go now. And they'd do this light show, and all of a sudden the lights would dim down, and this laser would project the piece on the roof, which is of the chariot, and they would project that, and it moved and everything else, and then it would show all these clips. In fact, actually, I think the light show from the Hippodrome is actually on YouTube. I think somebody put it up on there, because I remember thinking it was so worth seeing. The music was so deafening, but it was so fantastic. And it had clips of all the artists who'd appeared there, and Peter Stringfellow and everything else. And then the music was timed in beautifully. I mean, it really went fantastic. So I think it'll be Hippodrome Light Show or something like that. Yeah. And these things would descend from the ceiling. It was a false ceiling, and they would open up like flowers. And people would stand there, look at that. People had never seen anything like it. I went in there just to take people to watch it because it was well worth it. Everything was flashing around. These lights turned. It was like being inside a giant fun fair. And then at the end of the light show, these lights would fold up and then slowly go back into the ceiling. And the ceiling would then cover them. I mean, it was quite something to behold. And there'd be God knows how many people. I think that's what my flat looks like. Not far off it. But, it was just amazing. Just amazing. So to see all these posters, which have been lovingly put together, is well worth it. It's a super book. It really is. And when you think of the famous... There are the pictures in here, the photographs of Judy Garland, standing there singing on stage. I mean, it was the place to go. And they used to have these big... floor shows with girls with all plumes and feathers, and they had a Folies Bergère show where there was a lot of sort of semi-topless. It wasn't actually completely topless, it had little bits covering the nipples. And I love the place. I seriously love it. And I played it twice now. I played it twice and loved every minute because it's a nice little theatre there. It's away from the casino. It's behind the bar. It's hidden. And they've got a lovely theatre, and loads of people have played it. It's a good little place, and we've done it for Make Some Noise. We did it 2 years running, and then we couldn't because I think they put the Magic Mike show in. But their dressing, they've got lovely dressing rooms. I got a bottle of booze and fruit and all sorts, which I thought was very nice of them, actually. Heineken, yeah. But they're lovely, and Simon's always been an absolute delight, and I love it. I absolutely love it. So I'm delighted the book came out. What a good time to bring it out. Hope they're selling it in there as well, because you need a souvenir of that. And if you're interested, anybody's interested in the history of London and you're into show business, you'll be buying it, I tell you. Steve, on our first day in Dubai, I got a case of sunstroke. Really? On that evening, my missus wanted to see the tallest building in the world. When we got there, she wanted to go to the top. When we got up there, the heightened sunstroke resulted in me being sick everywhere. Very embarrassing, says Joe. Yes, I know. Very embarrassing. I've often thought about that, actually. When you sometimes you sit on the train, and it doesn't happen very, like once every 10 years or something, and you feel a bit sick. And I've had sunstroke before, yes. I stupidly got it in Bournemouth. In Bournemouth, I couldn't get out of bed because I was being sick all the time. And also, pulling the sheets over my legs, I nearly set fire to myself. It was just agony. Terrible. But I remember sitting there on the train once thinking, oh, God, say I'm going to be sick. And you look around. I remember when I went to hospital. I went to hospital a while ago, and I remember sitting there in the corridor, and I thought, I think I'm going to be sick. And I had a bag with me. Luckily, I always seem to have a carrier bag with me, and so I took stuff out of the carrier bag and put it in my other bag, thinking if the worst comes to the worst, I can be sick. But I really felt ill, and I don't feel it unless I eat lamb. It's one of those sort of things. Winnie says, just watching a Vegas YouTube video last week, and all of a sudden a woman gets stuck on the Fremont Street zip wire. She had to just dangle there until somebody could get to her and bring her in, much to the crowd's delight. She says, you're on tip-top form. Bless you, Winnie. Thank you so much indeed. I couldn't do that Fremont Street zip wire. I watched people doing it. We did have a few bevies. I was drinking large vodkas and Coke. And dancing. Me dancing, I ask you, honestly, like one of Pan's people. And Boris went on a zip wire. Unfortunately, they then brought him back down again, which wasn't so exciting. Bless his heart. He does the best. John in Helsinki says, a few years ago, I visited my friend in Australia. He says, I loved it so much about the country, but I discovered if it walks, crawls, swims or flies, it'll probably kill you. Probably very likely, I should imagine, actually. What was the most dangerous thing there? They did a competition about what the most dangerous animal was. And do you know what it is in Australia? Most dangerous animal? A what? A dog? A what? A crocodile? No. A horse. They've had more accidents with horses than anything else, because I thought box jellyfish came up on QI, and box jellyfish are those sort of things which are sort of highly dangerous. And then I thought koala bears, and then I thought maybe snakes or something like that. No, horses, more accidents, more fatalities with horses than anything else. Odd, what a long way to go for a horse accident, but there you go. Could you settle a family argument? Says Jay. My wife, Debs, is insisting Die Hard's a Christmas film. How does that work? It's about a load of terrorists beating up a load of Americans in a tower block. No, it's classed as a Christmas film. It's classed as a Christmas film. So, she wins, you lose. There you are, that'll teach you. It happens at Christmas, that's why. But it is classed as a Christmas film. I know that. Jane says, Steve, you're the same age as John Travolta. What are you saying? What are you saying, eh? What are you inferring? Same age as John Travolta? Am I? Yeah, I'm all natural. I haven't had a toupee stuck on my head. You would know this. Where has The Simpsons gone? The one that used to be next door to the Savoy. Yeah, the clothing shop is closed. It's closed. No, Simpsons, it was a clothing shop. Savoy Tailors Guild. It was. There is a Simpsons restaurant. But no, the Simpsons, the shop. In fact, if you look at the Savoy straight on from the Strand, on the right-hand side is the shop that's gone. I don't think they survived the pandemic. Beautiful. It's all brass work and everything else in there. Like a bit of brass work. Oh, make yourself a cup of tea, ladies and gentlemen. You'll enjoy the programme so much more. So that's where it hasn't gone anywhere, as far as I know, said Cup Julie. Cordings is back. Cordings is back. That's nice. They've got some lovely windows. That's Eric Clapton's part-owned shop, just down from Piccadilly Circus. I love all their stuff in there. It's very your sort of thing, actually, Joe. You'd like it. It's all sort of country-file stuff. You know, sort of stuff, you know. They're sort of barber jackets and hats and shirts that are sort of, yeah, deerstalk. I don't think they've got deer. But you can get socks and everything else, which is quite nice. Raj says it's been raining non-stop all night. Has it? Oh. Doesn't say where he is. I can't remember where you are, Raj. Are you Manchester way? I think he's Manchester way. Bless him. But raining. See, raining's all night. That's okay. I don't mind a bit of rain. I can cope with a bit, as long as I'm not walking out in it. Because ever since I found that umbrella on the train, I've kept it. I'm not giving it in. Thick cloud and light winds today, 12 degrees centigrade. That's today. Wednesday, 13. Thursday, 12. Friday dropped down to 9. Saturday up to 10. Sunday, 9. Then 8. So we're hovering around that all the time, which is okay, isn't it? You can cope with that. It's not too cold. You can live with all these temperatures. I don't mind it. I mean, I'm not bothered, actually. And where are we here? What am I looking at? Saturday the 25th. Light cloud and a gentle breeze and 6 degrees. Oh, poo. Yeah, Christmas Day. No snow. No snow. It doesn't matter, though, does it, really? Screen villains are inspiring baby names. 29 British boys have been named after the Batman baddie called Bane. What sort of parents call their kid Bane? Mums are likely to have been fans of the strongman played by Tom Hardy. Oh, my God, honestly. Isn't that bizarre, isn't it? The top 10 villainous name is Dexter. The Rooneys should call their next kid Bane. No, they all begin with Kai, Bane Rooney. Bane Rooney. Here are the names. Morgana, number 10. From which film? Morgana. Come on, blimey, you're hopeless. The Little Mermaid. Largo, from... No, Othello. God, Eurobus. Thunderball, he goes. Vito. You'll know this one. So I say to you, yeah, you look after me. No? From The Godfather. I was Saturday Night Fever again. Number set, there you go. You'll know this one. This one would be so easy for you. Dolores. Yeah. Very good. Ebenezer. Christmas Carol, well done. Lucius. Come on. No. Malfoy. Who's this Malfoy? From Potter. Ursula. Mermaid, yeah. Yep. Spike. Spike from this show, no. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Loki. Thor. Yeah. And number 1, Dexter from Dexter. That's quite... Dexter's all right a name, isn't it? But not Bane. I mean, you call somebody Bane unless you're really stupid. It's like the people who can't spell. Complete dipsticks. What's the point? They've got all these peculiar spellings of normal names. Like, you know, I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but they can't spell, these people. And you look at them and think, God, blimey, I'm so glad I don't live next door to you. Oh, break. I knew there was something. Can always tell, you know, when he gives me that, his Paddington Bear look. Yeah, covered him for wearing an anorak.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, loving the show, as always, says Shell. Please say, what was that joke they used to use in EastEnders? Shell, because when I hold you up to my ear, I can hear the sea. Please say morning to Tomo, who's a lovely chap I bumped into twice, and he's an avid listener. You're stalking him, aren't you? What do you mean you bumped into him twice? What do you mean bumped into him? What, as in driven off the road? We had a great time chatting about you and how much we love your show. Well, listen, that's good enough for me. Bert says, do you like Andre Rio? I've mentioned on the programme I love Andre Rio. I think he's fabulous. Fabulous. Tickets prices, he's in town next year, I think. And not cheap. Not cheap. Man arrives at a fancy dress with a girl on his back. I'm a turtle, he says. Oh, who's on your back? That's Michelle, he replies. What was my favourite one, which was, I can't remember what it was. It was the tagline was, that's harmonica. I can't remember what the first bit was. Yeah, I've given the punchline first. They have a programme on the television where they give you the punchline and say, or it's a news thing, and then they go, what was the question? I always get those things wrong. I'm rubbish, actually. And so Wayne Rooney's Land Rover was daubed with giant willies and the word beginning with W after he parked it in a busy Christmas market. He abandoned his Defender in the town centre, ignoring signs telling drivers not to leave vehicles on the road. The street had been reserved for stalls for an annual Christmas market, but Rooney left his luxury motor in a space meant for church bell ringers. Is he just deliberately being stupid? If it says it's for church bell ringers, mate, otherwise known as campanologists. Well, there you go. Perhaps that's why. It's campanology, isn't it? Sources claimed he then refused to move it when asked by the organisers and spent the evening drinking with two friends in pubs just 50 yards away. Well, I hope he wasn't getting back in and driving. That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? The words lose weight were scrawled next to one of the rude images. Yeah, imagine. Well, he's put on a ton of weight. I don't know. Perhaps he's got one of those sort of bodies. His 4x4 was also surrounded by orange traffic cones, and a local stuck a no parking sign under one of the wipers. Oh. He must have known he was in the way, but he just cracked on with his night in the pub. It's not very nice, is it? But he always struck me as being a little bit arrogant. Mind you, how the wife puts up with him, God alone knows. God alone knows. Ed Sheeran is the most viewed artist on TikTok over the past year. We do like him. I mean, as I say, I appreciate the fact he's not the best-looking bloke in the world, but he sings dreamy, and he seems really genuinely nice. He's got 10 million followers, and his account is just shy of getting 80 million likes. 80 million likes. My God. I know some radio presenters, but go nowhere near that. Nowhere near it. Rapper KSI, the singer Youngblood, spelled Youngblud, yeah, the stupid spellings, and the band Here to Last make up the top 5 most viewed artists. Who sold the most tickets in America, which artists have sold the most tickets for their concerts in America? There you go. This is my... Well, no, just in the last year. In the last year. Okay, come on, think about it. Think about it. No, not Elton John. No, not Elton. Because, I mean, Elton, I think, was sort of... I mean, I don't know whether he did stadiums or anything else. Harry Styles. Harry Styles has sold the most, but the Rolling Stones grossed the more money because their tickets were more expensive. So whilst he grossed, I think, 86 million, they grossed like 115 million. It's not bad, is it? But they have to split theirs, whereas he's just a one-man band out there. I bet the rest of the band are spitting blood. Drives himself there. Simpsons Piccadilly became Waterstones in 1999 as now their flagship store. No, it's empty. It's empty. It's completely empty. I pass it every single day. It's completely empty. It's right next door to the Savoy. It's empty. It was the Savoy Tailors Guild. And it's empty. It's not a Waterstones at all. There might have been a Simpsons in Piccadilly, but that was not this one, which is next to the Savoy. There's a few of them. Steve, Die Hard, the one in the Tower Block, isn't a Christmas film. It's Die Hard 2 that's the Christmas one. Just to clear up that, says Andy. Oh, nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse than a right clever clogs on a Tuesday. You know, on a Friday I could understand it, but never on a Tuesday. Steve, I just went online and ordered lateral flow tests. Very straightforward, no issues, said Brian. I've got a box. And I think Darren said he's also got a box. He's ordered them. And then you just order them and they pop them in the post to you, which is very good. I used to work there as a bartender when it was a nightclub. Hippodrome. Best time of my life. It was like going to a party every night. New Year's Eve was the best. Do you remember the 6'5" waitress called Sybil? Of course. Listen, I went to the Hippodrome from the day it opened. I used to dine with Peter Stringfellow. I knew the boys on the door. I knew everything. I was one of those. Oh, yes. There was a Star Bar. I used to feel a bit of a fraud going in the Star Bar. But, yeah, I worked there one night, and I compared Mr. Gay UK there with Rusty Lee. Rusty Lee. Me and her did it. Russ says, awesome show. Thank you. And Brenda in Cork, also known as Richard Madeley's biggest crush. Woo! Can you please wish my friend Ray the Spoofer a happy Christmas? Long story why I call him... the Spoofer. I can't imagine, Brenda. I can't imagine. It sounds too complicated. Lewis Hamilton will be knighted tomorrow. I mean, do you think people actually have it put... Because nobody sends cheques anymore, so it's a bit pointless having the title, isn't it? You know, unless you're going to put it on your chequebook. Sir Lewis Hamilton. And he was awarded the honour last year for services to motorsports. It wasn't to charity at all. It was services to motorsports. Well, it doesn't say. There's no mention of charity here. No mention. He got an MBE... Again, for the same sort of thing, but he also he campaigns strangely. He campaigns for LGBTQ things. No answer to that, is there really? Actually, but apparently he'll be putting his pain to one side when he's told "Arise, Sir Lewis." Oh well, there you go. I suppose what they say. What if it's going to be the Queen doing it? She did his MBE. I wonder if it because you'd be a bit disappointed if it wasn't. She's a bit busy. No, I thought she did the knighthoods, so she doesn't have to because they don't hand out as many gongs for knighthoods, do they? As anything else. What else have we got in the paper today? Oh look, it's a picture of King of the Castle, Danny Miller, who admittedly was a bit three sheets to the wind, and they were all joined in a knees up at a posh hotel hosted by David Ginola. Winner Danny looked worse for wear. Well, he certainly was when he was interviewed, but. He was reunited with Steph via a video. This is the wife, actually, Danny. And his little boy was there and everything else. He seemed really happy. Because they're now sort of saying, oh, he's going to make millions. You think, what for? Why would he make millions? He hasn't demonstrated any particular talent apart from sitting for 3 weeks in a castle in Wales. The competition was tough, but we can reveal the Michelle is the sexiest girl. It was the year that Glam made it. So... Michelle Keegan, the sexiest girl ever. Her sizzling selfies. It's not the first time she's topped a poll, but they've got other people. Kelly Brook is number 6. Liz Hurley's number 8. Susanna Reid is number 7. Rita Ora's number 5. Number 4 is Amanda Holden. Woo! Holly Willoughby is number 2. They keep putting stories out about Holly Willoughby going, she's had a really tough year. And I thought, yeah, it must be tough, only 1.3 million for just sitting there and doing a few interviews. Kate Middleton's number 3. Number 16 Kim Marsh, Emily Blunt, Gemma Atkinson, Jodie Comer, Dua Lipa. Oh, we talked about Dua Lipa the other day. Frankie Bridge is number 11. Not done very well on that one, have we? Number 10 is Emma Willis. I like Emma Willis. She's nice, actually, isn't she? She sort of, goes the extra bit. And I don't see... No. I can't... Well, it doesn't carry on over the page. I'm just looking to see where Gemma Collins' name had gone, and I couldn't find it. Paid to eat sprouts. A bloke who's paid to eat sprouts. And he does it for a living. He munches up to 50 a day as a taster for Asda. But once you've eaten a sprout, it's a sprout. What's the point of eating? So he says, eating them is the best part of my job. Spotting the small differences in taste between varieties isn't easy, but it's essential to give customers the best sprouts. He studied food nutrition at university, and he hopes that more people will start eating them outside the festive season. Well, we would if they were there, dear, but they're not. As for Marmite veg at Christmas, he said they're the best things on the plate, just ahead of pigs and... He's an idiot. The man's a complete and utter idiot. No, definitely not. But, can you seriously tell the difference with sprouts? This sprout, that... No, they all taste like sprouts. It's a green vegetable. Doesn't mean anything. Do you have anything with the sprouts? Yeah, roast potatoes, turkey. No, not lardons. No, I just have sprouts. I just like sprouts. I can eat sprouts just by themselves. Not 50 a day. I don't know why he's got to eat 50 a day. He's obviously a bit of an amateur. You only need to eat about 5 or 10 to discover what the taste is. And he does it as part of a taster for Asda. There's a cushy job, isn't it, mate? What do? I eat sprouts every day. How riveting. Mind you, it's obviously a seasonal job. Because otherwise, not everybody eats sprouts all year round. I could eat sprouts all year round. That doesn't bother me. But I think we might have to go to Aldi to get the 12-pack British Pigs in Blankets for $1.99. Because they do look delicious. And pink pigs in beds and all the other bits and pieces. I quite like that, actually. Quite like it. What do we got here? Stress drives women to drink more booze than it does for men. Is that true? Admittedly, you do notice with women, because I think they have a lower tolerance level of booze. Because you do see people, especially around here in the early hours of the morning. No, not from this building, from the bar next door. Have you seen them there? They're open till 3 in the morning. Honestly, you've never seen anything like it. It's a place and a half. I tried to get some panettone the other day. Marks and Spencer's didn't have any. Obviously, there's been a bit of a rush on it. I need to go back. That's what I'll get from Costco today. I'll get from Costco, because they do one. It's a long pack, and it's got about 6 different panettones in it, which is just enough for me, actually. I could just cope, because I couldn't eat a whole one unless it was really sort of pushing. Steve. I watched a film for the first time. It's a Wonderful Life with James Stewart. It's only been out 75 years. I love the way I watched it for the first time. Where have you been? Ridiculous. And there you go. Somebody's just said here, guess what I'll be watching on the telly at 1:05 p.m. It's a Wonderful Life. It's on Film 4, says Sarah. I can't believe that people haven't seen this thing before. Mind you, it took me a bit of a while to get round to it, but now I've got round to it. I watch it all the time. All the time. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And in black and white or in colour makes no difference. Oh, that looks nice. A veggie camembert puff pie. This is obviously made for people who sort of don't eat meat or anything else. You can get a veggie nut roast. I couldn't get excited over veggie nut roast at all, not when there's turkey.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6. I trust you're well. So it's on the telly today. It's a Wonderful Life. If you've not seen it, watch it. Settle back, cup of tea, box of chocolates. You should be absolutely fine. Steve, and some more of your texts and emails coming in a moment. So the papers this morning are all full of photographs of people queuing at St Thomas's Hospital, where they had a walk-in centre. Vaccine clinics have been told to prepare to open 24 hours a day. They reckon 200,000 daily Omicron infections. 5-hour waits, but to be honest with you, you can't put a price on being vaccinated. You really can't. So my advice is go. If you have to go early, go early. It's as simple as that. Daily Star today. Piers Morgan got a fake apology from Cristiano Ronaldo after he'd begged him not to score against Arsenal. I love the Piers Morgan stories in the papers, which I think are quite brilliant. And Ant Middleton insists his well-trained kids do jobs around the house, like every other family. Bit of a non-event, the story. So Wonder Woman. Kim Kardashian has passed her first law exam on the way to becoming a criminal justice lawyer. Well, that's good. Because it was her dad, wasn't it, Rob, who was the lawyer for O.J. Simpson. But now you know. Now you know. Sex and the City star Chris Noth has filmed a commercial for exercise bike firm Peloton. The 67-year-old actor's character, Mr. Big, died after a heart attack, and the character just has his 1,000th session on one of Peloton's bikes. I never know all these things, actually. Frankie Bridge claims the only thing that went bump in the night was Simon Gregson breaking wind in I'm a Celebrity. Getting a bit desperate for the stories, aren't we, dear? You know, first of all tweezers, and now somebody breaking wind. I mean, do you not maybe think maybe zip it, make it a lot easier? She said it was the last thing on everybody's mind. Nobody washed properly for weeks. But apparently, people got sexually frustrated. Going to be sick again. Going to be sick again. We don't want to know these things. Try and be a bit classier, for goodness sake. She can't wait to debate her husband Wayne about the fact that when he did the Jungle Show in 2016, he came in 5th. She said, I haven't teased him as much as I want to. I'll wait until I see him face to face. How dreary and boring. Danny Miller tried to score with David Ginola. He admits he had full-on man crush on the handsome French campmate. Lovely. Maybe too much information, I suppose. They talked about it on the television, actually. And Strictly's first all-male pair, John and Johannes, have been targeted by haters. Well, there's a surprise. There's a surprise. I mean, well, of course you're going to get people who are going to complain. People complain about everything nowadays. Seriously, they really... Oh, look, here's Christine McGuinness still trotting out the... They call her a model. She's not really a model at all. She really isn't a model. And she was looking in the festive spirit. She posed in her underwear. Lovely. The bloke who eats the sprouts is pictured in every paper today. I don't quite get it. Like, he says, overcooking them can make them more bitter. I'm sorry, you're preaching the converted, dear. We've all been eating sprouts for years. You're not the first person to tell us. Amanda Holden, a little bit of a Christmas sweetie. And this is, she's showing her legs off. Honestly, it really is. It's getting way... I might have to start going outside in a pair of shorts just to see if I get noted. I don't have shorts on, no. I don't. Do you know, when we talked about the Greggs fan who's eaten 30 of their festive bakes in less than an hour, it turns out he's a professional eater. Aren't we all professional eaters? Do we not eat to survive? His name's Kyle Gibson. And he ploughed through the puff pastry filled with meat, stuffing and cranberry sauce in just 44 minutes. He comes from Sunderland, Tyne and Wear, treated himself to 6 mince pies as dessert. After the 13,500 calorie meal, he said they were just so dry and flaky. I never want to eat one again. What do you eat them for, then? No, nobody was forcing you, dear. I mean, is it because you're so desperate for publicity? A professional eater. Do you mean you're a professional speed eater or something like that? Is that how it... I mean, I don't know how these people work. So it's like man versus food, isn't it? Well, he sits there and they make these awful things. They say, of course, if you eat it in solar, you get it free and you get your name up on the board. I think, yeah, and you're also going to die because you're going to overexpand your stomach. Otherwise, it's too dangerous, isn't it, to eat all these things? Like, you know, how many mussels and cockles can you eat in an hour, or hot dogs or stuff like that? And you watch people shoving this food in their mouth. You think, some people don't put on weight. I've only got to look at a hot dog. And that's it. It's like a food challenge, isn't it? I've seen Man versus Food. And some of the American... It's no wonder they've got the obesity problem in America. When they encourage... I mean, some of the food does look quite delicious, but then they just keep adding and adding and adding. And you think to yourself, no, this isn't right. But in some of these little hick towns in America, of which there are many, they have all these competitions, and they do offer you your food for free if you can manage to eat it. And I'm thinking, that can't be healthy, can it? Aldi do a pot of cheddar cheese pâté with a caramelised onion topping. I didn't realise you could make pâté with cheese, but it's delicious, says Graham. Oh. Have you watched The Bells of St Mary's with Bing Crosby? Certainly have. It comes in 2 versions, black and white and colourised. A cafe is challenging customers to eat a fry-up in 1 hour. It's 17,000 calories. Now, this is just, as far as I see this is just free publicity for a cafe who is going to indulge people in obesity. And so here, I can tell you, the owner of this particular place, so what's actually on it, okay? This breakfast consists of, I can't count it, it's not got a list. Is there a list? Home to the biggest breakfast. That's fine. I mean, to be honest with you, it did look... the whole breakfast is priced at 40 quid. The sausages are double size, so the 15 sausages are actually 30. It's £40. Who pays 40 quid for a breakfast? Only if you're really, really stupid. They've got a Terminator, which has got 12 pieces. After 15 minutes, Malin still had 6 slices of toast, multiple eggs and rashers of bacon. I can't do it, he said. I've enjoyed the food. It's a cracking breakfast. You're just going to kill yourself. It's not worth it. And all they're doing it for... I mean, I'm looking at this one here, and it's got 4, 5... It could be 6 hash browns, the sausage... Oh, it's got more than 6 hash browns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 12 hash browns. No, the eggs don't look very good either. It's got toast, bacon, mushrooms... Thank God there's no black pudding as far as we can see. Beans and all these sausages, but they don't look very good quality sausages. I can tell quality sausages, and these don't look quality sausages. They've got to be shiny. Yeah, these look like the kind of things you'd probably get at a fun fair. You know, they go, oh, do you want a sausage? Oh, no, thank you. I'd rather not bother. But that's just somebody going, it's the biggest breakfast challenge. No, it's just a bit of cheap naff publicity. For somebody. I mean, if you ate all of that, there'd be something the matter with you. It looks like there's about 2 or 3 tins of beans there, doesn't there? And they look a bit congealed. The eggs look a bit congealed. I mean, in fact, basically, they've just found a big plate and they put it on there. As if somebody's going to go in there and buy that as a breakfast. If you're a family, you're going to go and buy it. But as I say, I mean, the quality doesn't look particularly good to me. Even the bacon looks a bit naff, doesn't it? I mean, the toast looks all right, but there again, very fatty bacon. In fact, we've just basically destroyed it. Because all it is... It's just somebody trying to get publicity. So you might as well say, and we've got 200 pieces in our breakfast. If you can eat it in 2 hours, you get it for free. Yep. And you probably get a free ambulance as well. I love it. Do you remember Paddy Doherty? Paddy Doherty was one of the people who starred in My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding. And then he got very friendly with the former Speaker of the House of Commons wife, whose name I can't remember, together. And she draped herself all over, and she had an affair, if you remember, with a member of the family, and she was threatened by Mr. Burko, who said, listen, you pull yourself back in order or you're out. So she did. But anyway, Paddy Doherty was battling cocaine addiction, which I had no... Honestly, what is it about I don't know how old he is, actually. 62. He was the one who won Celebrity Big Brother. Oh, wait a minute. He's got a book out. And it's called My Own Words. It was a turning point. He said that with medication and therapy, he now has more good days than bad days. And so he was battling cocaine addiction and depression. And he threw himself in front of a car. Doesn't seem the best. But that's the trouble. If you take drugs, it's very bad. The near side of the car hit him. He said, I flew into the air and bounced back to the curb. The poor driver jumped out of the car. He said, I picked myself up and walked away. So, why they all got... I can't imagine who's going to buy a book by Paddy Doherty. Because he was a bare-knuckle fighter. I mean, anybody listening? They have at the moment, there's books all over the place. But I mean, if I'm going to buy a book, it's going to be a decent book. It's not going to be anything on Paddy Doherty. Yeah, it's going to be a book on the Hippodrome. £30. And it's called The London Hippodrome. But if you're in show business, if you're a fan of this programme, you would know that this would be my kind of book. Mainly because of all the history of Peter Stringfellow, who spent £3 million turning it into the biggest nightclub. Then Simon Thomas and his family looked at it. They were in bingo halls. And he looked at it and he said, I'm going to have that place and I'm going to turn it into the best casino. And so that's what he did. They brought in all the tables. The interior was not gutted. They just improved on what they had. And so when you go into the Hippodrome, you'll see all the tiered seating, but it's now the restaurant. So it's just staggering. And all the bit at the top has been gold done. I mean, loads of floors in there. Loads of floors. I mean, it really is lovely. They've got bars all over the place. And it's really nice. He's done a very, very good job. He should be very pleased. He's got a computer that he takes around with him, a tablet. He can change the lighting on any floor he's on. You could do that at home, yeah. But he does it for the Hippodrome. So you can change everything. And they've got private... I had my birthday party there. I had my 60th birthday party. I think it was my... can't remember. 40th. 40th. And they gave us all the food. I had an open bar. I decided to have an open bar for all the people I invited. One. And, still paying off the loan. And they were because people said, because I said originally just wine, and then people said, oh, can we have a vodka? And I said, yeah. And actually people didn't go that mad, because what they can't have in there, which I didn't know, can't have drunks. If you get drunk, you're escorted off the premises, because they could lose their licence. And we did have one person who did get a little bit tiddly and was slumped over a seat. And of course, they won't allow that at all. So they have bouncers. I can't tell you. My lips are sealed. See this wet? See this dry? Cut my throat by light. No, couldn't tell you.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Kevin says, Steve, good morning. Good morning, Kevin. The Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life is a great film, but the best Christmas film, he likes Cary Grant in The Bishop's Wife. Cary Grant plays an angel who comes down to help out the vicar, and it stars David Niven, and it's a very nice film. Although the only thing that you can spot well, there's loads of things you can spot in it, but Cary Grant couldn't ice skate, so they've got a double in who ice skates when he takes the bishop's wife out to go ice skating, and eventually he starts falling for her, which is a bit of a problem if you're an angel. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. But that came from It's a Wonderful Life. But in The Bishop's Wife, you can see it's not him dancing on ice. It's a lovely film, though. It's got snow, and it's got David Niven, who's being David Niven. And it's a lovely film. It really is a lovely film. Everything that he wants, because he just pops up, he just appears. But it's not, they don't do it in a silly way. It's not, it's just 1 minute there's nobody in the room with the bishop, and the next minute Cary Grant's there. And you go, how did you... And then he turns round, and then Cary Grant just vanishes again. It's all done very discreetly, but very nice. You're right. Well, if you like that, then you must get Christmas in Connecticut. That's another one of the Steve Allen favourites. I push that onto more people. Every year, people always say to me, what film would you like to watch at Christmas? And I have my favourites. Which version? What, A Christmas in Connecticut? I think there is only one, isn't there? There's two. No, seriously? Can't believe it. Well, that I didn't know. Wait a minute, Christmas in Connecticut. That's the City magazine writer who pretends to be a farm wife and then falls in love with a returning war hero. And there's another one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, no, the original. Oh, I wouldn't touch anything with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Barbara Stanwyck and Sydney Greenstreet in Christmas in Connecticut is good because she writes her column for the newspaper, which is syndicated, talking about, as I look out of my farmhouse kitchen, I can see the cows and all that kind of stuff. And there's a soldier who's been invalided out of the war, and his thing is to go have Christmas lunch with her, because she talks about, we've made the crackling and we've done this and all the rest of it. Of course, she lives in a little flat in New York. And so the owner of the newspaper, who's obviously a newspaper magnate, says, I've arranged for him to come and spend Christmas with you at your farm. And of course, she has to say, I haven't got a farm. But she doesn't tell him that. So they find a farm. A friend of hers has got one. And they have to sort of play out this sort of play acting. And then she's also got to produce a child as well at the same time. It's all very confusing, but it's a lovely film. It's very nice. So, Steve, I'm embarrassed to say I come from Hounslow, says Linda. Thankfully, I live in Yorkshire now and nobody's heard of it. What, in Hounslow? You just have to say to them, it's near the airport. That's all you have to say about Hounslow. Yeah, just say it's near London Airport, OK? Lots of people who fly up in the sky live in Hounslow. I used to live in Isleworth, so it was far enough away. And used to go up Hounslow High Street. It's changed completely. Changed completely now because there's even more people who work at the airport who live in Hounslow. And it's got the Treaty Centre, which is OK. And you can buy all those dreadful children's toys that run on batteries and that you never ever wanted, but they seem to have all of them, which is quite nice. But Yorkshire's lovely, isn't it? I bet you're pretty nippy up there. I bet you're pretty nippy. A 5-cheese selection in Tesco is £3.79. This is club card price, so presumably you've got to get a club card before you get these prices. See, I don't want to do that. It's a £5 or £3.79, and they've got vegetables, 29 pence for a pack of vegetables. Small wonder that farmers are suffering. And half price for a piece of... I quite like a piece of beef at Christmas. I've never had it. Piece of beef, so you can have your Yorkshire puddings. But my friend Ian in America has just managed to find a shop that sells Iceland Christmas Yorkshire puddings. Yeah, in America. He said, luckily, the Americans don't know what they are. So that's fantastic. So more for him. Oh, look, Prince Andrew enjoying a riding trip with 2 stable hands. About the only friends he's got left, I think, really. But here he is looking very happy and laughing. Oh, dear. Steve, I worked at the Hippodrome for one night. Mini skirt, high heels, shirt and bow tie. Feet were killing me. I asked Mr. Stringfellow if I could wear flats. He said no. I quit. Well, you can't wear flats. It was the Hippodrome. Goodness sake, honestly, what does the matter with you, Rachel? So you can't do that. No, in the Hippodrome, it was a dress code. He was looking for, it basically being Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome to cabaret, to cabaret, to cabaret. And that's what it was like in there. It was supposed to be taking you, to another place. You went in there, you saw things. Once you went through those doors, there were 6'5" drag queens walking around in high heels with bustiers on and everything else, serving you drinks. And still are sometimes. Still are. So it's, absolutely. That's what it was. But if you go into a place like the Hippodrome, it's like in Stringfellows. If you go in there and they're all wearing a pair of jeans, you're going to be out the door straight away. You're paying for that little bit of decadence, that little bit of, this is something that's really great. And people used to come in there, I used to watch them, and they'd look as this 6-foot drag queen would come towards them, but they were really good. I mean, they we didn't class them as drag. Some of them were transsexuals, and you'd see them looking, going, what is it? And they were fascinated, and they were so tall, and they loved it. It was an opportunity for them to dress up and go out and earn a living. Goodness sake, honestly, the place was way ahead of its time. Way ahead of its time. What else we got? Putin. Oh, I'm so bored with Putin, honestly. He's I can't work him out, actually. All these pictures of him on a horse with his shirt off. It's very homoerotic, isn't it, I think? Almost looks like that sort of picture of the bloke holding the 2 tyres with his shirt off. Who fits tyres with their shirts off? I ask you the question. Here he is. Tyson Fury will be raging. Oh, have a tantrum. Have a tantrum. This is after being named on the shortlist for BBC Sports Personality of the Year. Anyway, he opposed his inclusion last year and threatened to sue the BBC. Over what? If he was named again on the basis of being the people's champion, last year's winner Lewis Hamilton is a surprising omission. Hamilton won Spotty for the second time last year. Tennis star Emma Raducanu is favourite to claim the award after her remarkable US Open triumph. She's not really done much since, has she? She hasn't impressed me that much. Why have you put a picture of Putin up on the back of a horse? Honestly, what is the matter with him? Have you seen the people he hangs around with? It's a very odd selection. Some of them wear uniforms. Perhaps it's a dressing-up game. Who knows with Putin? The ceremony with ex-footballer Alex Scott among the hosts will be held at Media Hall in Salford with no audience due to COVID worries. I mean, I don't know who it could be. I couldn't really care less, actually, either way. But just to annoy Tyson Fury, let's put him on the list. What's the matter with him, honestly? Perhaps he sort of thinks he's being a little bit sort of clever or something. What have we got here? It's arguably the most famous scientific book ever. This is The Origin of Species, the most famous. But it turns out the success blindsided Charles Darwin. An unseen letter from 1860 has emerged in which he writes about his surprise at the reception to his work on the theory of evolution. He writes to John Stevens, "My book has been far more successful as yet than I dreamed of. Now the 2-page letter is expected to fetch £87,000 at auction." Not surprised. £87,000. Fantastic. I love it. Parents are being warned there's a shortage of Santas. So, what difference does it make? Let's go and find another one. Experts say ill health has taken its toll, with the ageing workforce stepping back due to fears about the Omicron variant. An agency says its pool of Santas was down by 15%. Well, still means you've got 85% of Santas. I mean, God in heaven. The crisis means some trade... This is an old story, isn't it? This is very old. We read this weeks ago. Apparently, the crisis means some train stand-ins are being offered £100 an hour, 10 times the average rate. I'm thinking about it. Wait a minute. Ho, ho, ho. Green Giant. Oh, I could do that. We've got the Royal Variety Performance coming up, actually. 7:20 on ITV. Yes, it airs on Sunday. Who's in it? Do we know who the... Because it bypassed me. It used to be good years ago. Now it's petered out a little bit. It doesn't have, as many big stars as it used to, so I'm hoping it will. I love the quote from... it's hosted by Alan Carr. Lovely. just while we're having a quick look at the celebrity lineup. Oh, who's going to be appearing? Ed Sheeran, Rod Stewart, Anne-Marie, James Blunt, and Years. Okay, so that's it. In front of who? Oh, the cast of Matilda the Musical. It's been running for donkey's years. And Moulin Rouge. It looks like you got William and Kate again. So that'll be nice. They've been before. Cirque du Soleil, the Masudi Brothers, and Elvis Costello. Comedy from Judy Love. Bill Bailey, very good. And Josh Widdicombe. And also Kiala Settle and the Some Voices Choir. Doesn't sound the most riveting, does it, really? I mean, there's nothing really that's tempting me. I mean, I don't know what Cirque du Soleil are going to be doing. A mesmerising performance. I feel sorry for the royal family. They've got to sit through this stuff. But the one who's brilliant is Bill Bailey. Absolutely Bill Bailey. The Queen she doesn't go to it. She sits there, she nods off. Very easy to nod off. And, of course, Harry's not here, so we don't have to suffer with that one, do we? But actress Brooke Shields has admitted... Wait, you can't believe this. Actress Brooke Shields admits she didn't question why her relationship with singer George Michael was moving so slowly when they dated. I mean, God, talk about naive love. Small wonder the pennies only just dropped. She was in that ghastly film where she sort of took her clothes off, didn't she? It was something... She did it with Christopher Atkins, who was stark naked as well. And good old Brooke Shields. In fact, she lets herself down very badly as being a rank amateur. They do the Oscars... And who's doing the song? There's somebody doing a song, and he goes to members of the audience with a microphone, and they've obviously learnt the words to a bit of a song, except Brooke Shields, who thought the words were going to be up on the silver screen for her, but they weren't. So she completely screwed it up. Everybody else sang their little bit. He went to the microphone, and Brooke Shields, totally useless, didn't do her homework, lazy. And you didn't realise about George Michael, love. Good heavens above. I mean, honestly... How dated. The 12 Days of Christmas. They've got all sorts of gin, seems to be the popular pastime. I bought some gin ornaments the other day, and they're little ornaments with gin in, all different flavours, and they light up. They've got lights inside the gin bottle, which are inside the little gin ornaments, and they stay lit for 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't know what I bought them for. But it's all gin. Blood Orange Light-Up Musical Snow Globe Gin Liqueur from Marks & Spencer's, 35 quid. Gingerbread Espresso Martini, 25 quid. That comes from Dunnet Bay Distillers. There's all sorts... It's Tesco's Finest Irish Cream Spiced Gingerbread. Doesn't sound very exciting. They said it smells like a baked goods stand at a Christmas market, but it's a bit bland. Minced Pie Ramatten. The Taste of Christmas in a Glass. Oh, God... I don't think we'll bother with those ones, actually. I'm not a fan of gin. I don't know why. It's never actually appealed to me. I never got into drinking gin at all.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC as we head into heading into the festive season, but of course you've been up to look at the lights, you've been to Winter Wonderland, everywhere is rammed. As I said yesterday, I mean, we're halfway through Advent. Already, it's quite nice. Are we going to be spending lots of money? Sadly, probably yes. Especially on all the food and all the other little bits and pieces. But just remember, please, if you're coming up to London or going to any big city where there's lots of crowds, watch your money. And we advise people exactly the same for the Notting Hill Carnival, although it doesn't seem to have been with us for ages and ages, that there are people who, they go out there and they're looking to cause trouble, they're looking to take money from you. So don't wear lots of flashy jewellery. I mean, I think Notting Hill's been cancelled for the last 2 years. I'm not sure whether I missed it or not. I can't quite remember whether or not I wanted to miss it or was it the same thing. I mean, it was last in 2019. We didn't have Winter Wonderland last year, I don't think. I didn't have that, so I might go to that at some point. It runs through till January, so, yeah, have to book. Actually, yes, you have to book, don't you? Bit of a pain, really, but, I suppose we'll have to do those sort of things. But, no, just be aware. Just be aware. Mandy says, I had my 30th birthday party at the Hippodrome in the 1980s. It was fabulous. The book sounds amazing. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful book. It's called The London Hippodrome. Simon Thomas sent me a copy because I've been a big fan of the Hippodrome for a long, long time. But it's got all the pictures of when it was talk of the town, and you could go there and there'd be a floor show, glamorous girls, dinner, dancing, there'd be an orchestra. And then on one of the posters I looked at, 11 o'clock, Cliff Richard. You know, they had a late cabaret, and it was just fantastic. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Every star played it. Judy Garland was in the last throes of her life, unfortunately. And she played the Hippodrome, and Charlie Chaplin was there. All sorts of people. Julie Andrews, of course, when she was a little girl. But it's a lovely book, an entertainment. It really is, absolutely. And one here that says, Steve, given the gravity of the situation, I think television ought not to broadcast any Christmas films this year and show documentaries on climate change. Well, you're in for a boring Christmas then, aren't you? Little Mr. Dullsville, I can tell. Goodness gracious. They've already started. What do you mean they shouldn't show any Christmas films? They've been showing them for the last 2 weeks. Where have you been? They're showing them all. Oh, yes, we should have something on climate change and recycling. What a riveting time you're going to have over Christmas. Oh, I'm sorry, are we having sprouts? Yes, I think we shall, but then we can use the bits that we take off them and give them to the birds. Like birds are going to eat sprouts. I love stuff like that. It's so great. Steve, are they seriously calling a shortage of Santas a crisis, says Tara? They are. Whereas, of course, it isn't. There is no crisis. It's just a load of old hooey. Because, I mean, that story I read 2 weeks ago on this programme. It takes them 2 weeks to get, and they go, oh, let's put that one in again, shall we? Yeah, and apparently it's getting worse. There's going to be a shortage of Santas. Well, that's going to change your life. Mind you, if they've seriously running stories in the papers of a woman complaining about how small the chocolates were in the advent calendar from Cadbury's, you realise that we're on the downward turn. We might as well just give up now and go, Armageddon, here we come. It's ridiculous. This is the mother who was totally disappointed. Anna Devlin bought her daughter Kitty, who's ate a Cadbury's 3D box for $9.99. She complained the chocolates were barely the size of her toe, and so she very unwisely had a picture taken of a chocolate with her toe. I'm assuming it's hers. She really needs to go to one of those nail bars to get her feet looked at. I mean, seriously. I mean, she needs a pedicure, like, you know, she needs a pedicure. But she was comparing the size of these chocolates. I thought, listen, it's an 8-year-old girl on chocolates. What an ungrateful child. You have to say to her, listen, she was left bewildered, apparently. This is the mum. And you think, but it's just a little chocolate in there. It's not. I mean, you shouldn't be giving a chocolate anyway, should you? That's not a very good idea. But she only got miniature chocolate classics. Well, it's a big box. I mean, it looks fairly impressive, and it was only $9.99. You know, perhaps next year you'll learn your lesson. Go and buy her something better, as opposed to the cheaper end of the market. And there's a picture of her daughter. I mean, she's got no teeth now. Eat all those chocolates, you're going to lose the rest of her teeth. She waited patiently to open. See, I don't have an advent calendar. There's no, and also because if you want chocolates, I would go and buy an advent calendar that was made of wood with all little doors, and then you put your own chocolates inside, and then you can't moan about it. So she's urging Cadbury's to review their calendar and use bigger chocolates. What? She says, as children already had she uses a rude word, few years, and don't need further disappointment. You need to get a life, love. There's something the matter with you. You have the full ticket. Children have had a couple of bad years. Make the chocolates bigger. like that's going to solve the problem. What is the matter with people now? I can't believe it. I'm seriously horrified. I'm seriously disappointed. Seriously disappointed. Never mind. Alan Carr said his proud dad was crying in the audience. It's apparently Alan Carr's dream come true to present the annual show at the Royal Albert Hall. And he said, just thinking back to 2005, sitting in the canteen in Cardiff with Shirley Bassey, Blue Man Group, Cliff Richard, it all felt very odd. Yes, I've never quite got Alan Carr. I don't know whether or not I think he's the best host or not the best host. I really don't know. I know he had a chat show on the television. Now he doesn't have a chat show on the television. Has he got safer? Oh right, was he risque? Was he? Good Lord above, well, you do surprise me. I thought he'd be just playing sort of the gay card and just doing very safe. Oh, no, he was risque, was he? Oh, blimey. Oh, well, you've told me something. I learn something new every day on this programme. I really do. It's so exciting coming into work. Learning something new from the producer, who's about a third of my age. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, you wish. You can't be far off it, can you? Oh, no, you're right, actually. Also... Actually, I started coughing the other day. Today, I was coughing, only because I'd eaten a little bit of a cake. And I coughed, and Ben, one of our security downstairs, he said, "You all right?" I thought, oh, God, even he's worried. But no, I said I was fine. I said, I think I've just choked on a little bit of cake. Shan't do that one again. Don't want to start Actually, I've not done today. Not sneezed. Normally I sneeze on a regular basis. It's one of those odd things. I don't know whether it's the studio, the air conditioning. I've got no idea. The excitement of being here, I know, and learning something new from the producer, who's half my age. Beavers are being introduced. This one in Perthshire. They're big. They're very big. They've got orange teeth and a scaly tail, and they gnaw away at our climate and biodiversity crisis. The Eurasian beaver was hunted to extinction. I'm assuming people must have eaten them. I don't know. I mean, I can't personally get it, but they've got a beaver trust director, Chris Jones. He's introduced 2 rodents to his Woodland Valley farm. Since they arrived, Chris has recorded 9 new bird species, harvest mice and polecats, and amphibians and reptiles. And his busy beavers, now parents to 2 kits, that's what they call the little baby ones, have built 8 dams and cut peak discharge in half. That's quite nice. So the dams stop rapid water movement, and beavers' wetlands can also act as a fire stop. I thought they could also be a bit of a pain, because they could also cause flooding if they're not particularly careful. But and they cut trees down. But I think that's quite clever. Don't you think that's clever? They build these places and they go under the water, and then they sort of come up into their... And they're quite big, some of these things. Very nice. Very nice. I like things like that. There's a story here about... it's a court case, but it's one of those... It's not a normal court case. It's a food-related court case. I'll tell you in the break. It's quite good, actually. It's quite good, but I do worry about people who sort of moan about everything. It's like we're going back to the Cadbury's chocolate thing. You know, I've written to Cadbury's saying I think you should make the chocolates bigger. I think not. And an all-electric flying vehicle squats on bird-like legs, tilts its wings and takes off straight into the sky. This is called a Macrobat. Wow. It's a South African company that It's not real, is it really? Apparently it could be. The firm is seeking investment, and they've sort of got a model of what it looks like. So it's on legs, and then it sort of bounces up and down and sort of takes off, which is very interesting. A worker's been crushed to death at a pasty factory. Witnesses say the tragedy involved a reversing vehicle. Oh, right, so I thought it was one of those dreadful things where you've heard of people being dragged into machines and stuff like that. This one, he was said to have been crushed against a wall, which is not very good. Actually, I could eat a pasty now, actually. I'm just a little bit upset that Greggs don't do hot food. You get them if they come out of their ovens straight away. We have to stand outside and wait till they're putting it in, then they take them out. Then you can go in and quickly order. Because otherwise it's stone cold. Who wants to eat stone cold stuff? Not very good at all, is it really? While the race for the Christmas #1 single is hotting up, a band is dreaming of #7 to help rugby league hero Rob Burrows' quest to build a £50 million motor neuron disease centre. He used to play for Leeds Rhinos, and he used to wear the #7 shirt. And he's championed raising money for the centre. He's been diagnosed with this dreadful illness, motor neurons, since 2019. So I hope he gets his chart success that he wants. But my money's on Lad Baby. I would like Lad Baby to do it. He is the favourite, isn't he? And also, he's also doing for charity, but he's not doing it for charity for any other reason apart from he did the other ones for charity. And he's had the #1 for the last 3 years. So it'd be nice to think he would get the 40. I like them. I watched it again today. That'll make you feel a bit sort of good. 4 Christmas #1s would be, a record. Don't think anybody's ever had it. You know why? It's because you just get the feeling all the other people are doing it, and I'm sure it's all lovely. The Spice Girls had 3. So he needs to get it this year. So if you just see your way clear to buying the thing, it'd be quite nice. A newly hired finance chief is in the paper today. What's she done? She thieves.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Honestly. 19 minutes past 6 is the time. So here she is, a newly hired finance chief. Greedy Vicky Fortune, very aptly named, decided that she would nick funds into her own accounts weeks after joining a company in Havant. Portsmouth Crown Court heard her 15-month fraud left the firm so short of cash, 4 workers were laid off. She stole a total of £61,000, more than £4,500 she spent on flights, shoes, meals and gifts, you thieving old baggage. Honestly. The mum of 2 from Waterlooville in Hants was yesterday jailed for 16 months. Oh, no Christmas for you then, darling. After admitting fraud by false representation, 66,000 quid she thieved. Honestly, what is it with these people? Can't trust anybody nowadays. And she spent it on flights, shoes, meals and gifts. So in total, £66,000 she stole. I mean, what is the matter with people? I'm glad you've gone to prison. It's a shame it wasn't longer, but, you know, we do our best, don't we? So the picture of the snake in the tree is the one that's absolutely doing everybody's head in. For the simple reason, this is in South Africa, and Rob and Marcella Wild were admiring the decorations with their children when they saw this venomous snake. It's the most poisonous snake in South Africa. It's settled between the lights and the tinsel. How they never noticed it when they were draping the tree with tinsel. And this thing rears up and looks at them. I mean, you're going, hello? So they had to call an expert in. Snake catcher Jerry Haynes says she was released into the wild well away from any Christmas trees. How did she get it in the first place? That's what I want to know. And how, from buying the Christmas tree, did it manage to stay in there? And they took it all the way home, presumably in the car, and then decorated it, put the lights all over it, and nobody noticed this snake. That's the thing that frightens the life out of me. Big Frank says, I'm happy to step up for the Santa crisis, if you would too. I don't think I'm big enough to be Santa. I did watch it, Miracle on 34th Street, the other day. Again, for the umpteenth time. I keep watching them because they're very good. I like stuff like that. And Steve, the bloke who is easily pleased, is still chuckling away at the notion of huge kangaroo feet, says Tara. And that mum complaining about a small chocolate seriously needs to get a life. I wonder if Cadbury's will be responding. Well, to be honest with you, I would purposely ignore her and go away, don't be so silly. It's fitting into an advent calendar. It's a little chocolate. I mean, I think they're doing her a favour. But I love the way that the mothers come up with, I don't even know why it even made the newspapers, but then the oddest things make the newspapers, ladies and gentlemen, and they come to nothing. So what she's just basically done is she's sort of done this story. She's posed for the picture and everything else, sort of looking all a bit aggrieved. She said, she's had a dreadful 2 years. She's 8. What do you mean she's had a dreadful... That'll be your fault if she's had a dreadful 2 years. Oh, but how would an 8-year-old have a dreadful 2... They just play games. They go to school... Honestly. Phil in Streatham says, I've been listening since 4 and it's great. I can bet you on the cup of tea I also have salted caramel cookie. Oh, I can't do a salted caramel cookie. I like the smell of a scented caramel candle. I think they smell quite nice. Yeah, very nice. I'm going to have to tell you tomorrow what I'm going out to buy today, because I bought it yesterday and it's come down in price phenomenally. And I'm so excited by it. I might have to go back. I bought one yesterday. I might have to go back and buy another 2 today. Give one to the producer. Steve, can you please wish my wife, Chetna, a happy silver wedding anniversary? We've got champagne lunch at some place and then the Bob Marley musical later this evening. Blimey. Apparently, Amit, your husband, Chetna, is still head over heels for her. Thank God for that, eh? That'll be useful for a 25th wedding anniversary. Be nothing worse than saying, oh, by the way, see ya. Yeah, P.S. I'm very bored. I love it. I quite like the story as well of, people do their best. And they did a thing on the television the other day, and it was a bloke who owns a shop in a certain part of the country. Anyway, he was constantly getting robbed, so he's put in 15 cameras in the shop because people go in there and thieve. They just pick things up, put them in their pockets, and they go outside, and people like that should be locked up as far as I'm concerned. Some bloke turns up. He's open till 8 o'clock at night, and this bloke comes in, and he stands there in front of this bloke, and then eventually the shopkeeper goes, yeah, can I help you? And this bloke produces a knife. Open the till. And the shopkeeper says, and he says to the police, there was no way he was having my money. He said, I don't work all the hours God sends, 100 hours a week, he said, for some little nobody to come in. And so he fights him with a bottle of vodka. And anyway, then he falls back onto his son and all the rest of it. Anyway, then picks up a chair and chases the bloke out the shop, but he falls over as he gets to the door, but not before he's managed to give the robber a right thwack on the side of the legs. Anyway, the police can't find him. They cannot find this bloke who robbed his store. So this bloke goes back onto his CCTV, and he lifts off images and he puts them up on the internet. He gets 20,000 hits inside a few days, and he gets the bloke's name and address, and the police go round and arrest him and send him to prison for 3 years. I was so pleased. I was so happy. But here's another bloke. This one owns a fish and chip shop. Now, who in their right mind tries to rob a fish and chip shop? I mean, you'd have to be a bit 3 sheets to the wind. This bloke chased a yob who vandalised his chip shop, only to be told by the police to give up because they're a little bit busy at the moment. Far too busy. Jay Saunders tracked the vandal by running down side roads, jumping over fences and leaping through gardens. When the offender stopped about a mile away, Mr. Saunders was on the phone to the police, urging them to come and make an arrest. He was told no officers were available and they should let the gentleman go. Mr. Saunders returned to Alexander's Fish and Chip Shop in Muddyford in Devon, run by his brother-in-law. Officers attended the scene 3 days later. 3 days later. I mean, hardly worth bothering, boys, is it really? They took away CCTV footage. No arrests have been made. The man smashed a screen, threw chips over 2 young female workers after claims he wasn't given the right order. A Dorset police spokesman said a full investigation will be carried out into this incident. A little bit late. Yes, a little bit late, dear, aren't you, for that one? Goodness sake, honestly. This poor bloke starts throwing stuff in a fish and chip shop at 2 young girls who work in there. And the police go, we're a little bit busy. Yeah, what was it, staff party? Something like that? Casting male dancers as swans. Who can that be? Can only be Sir Matthew Bourne. I mean, seriously, the man who took dance to a whole new level. Such a nice guy, such a nice guy. And the Nutcracker perfected. I mean, he was the first one who I think did an all-male corps de ballet. And we used to go every year up to Sadler's Wells to see it. Even if we'd seen the piece before, we went again to see it, and he would pack it out. He's such a nice man. Such a nice man, and just really took it. And in fact, it was awful because we went 1 year to Sadler's Wells, and one of his lead dancers had been killed going home the night before. I think he was on a bicycle or something, and he'd been killed, and they did a minute silence for him. Seriously, he's one hell of a nice guy. And if you've never been to see any of Matthew Bourne's productions, go see. Give yourself a treat, and not just for Christmas, but for all the time. He's really amazing. So they've got the Nutcracker, New Adventures. Seriously, they're such a good troupe. They really are. I mean, I know how difficult and how strenuous it is for dancers, and we've got lots of dancers. We're turning them out all over the place. But to find, a production which really looks after them so well, this would be it. This is a family show, so it's adored by the critics. I've seen it. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. It runs through to the 30th of January. And Sadler's Wells is dead easy to get to. Loads of cafes around there and restaurants and bars and things like that, which is quite nice. And if you're going to see any shows, please don't get drunk. I had champagne last time I went. I thought I'd push the boat out. Yes, responsibly, and have a glass of champagne. Because I came in on the bus. Because I thought there's no point in taking the car. The show that had the hecklers was, of course, the Drifters. That girl, which is just down here. Beverly Knight. I mean, seriously, that was they were heckling the stage, people who were drunk, because I think no theatre should ever allow anybody to take booze in. It really is not good. They work very hard on those stages. Very hard, very hard. Steve, did the robber of the fish and chip shop get battered? We wish. I wish he had. I love the way that the police were terribly busy. Let him go. What? You've got nobody at all? Nobody at all? God, blimey. Steve, I went to the Talk of the Town for my 21st birthday 53 years ago, says Vanessa. Such a wonderful night, super dinner, and the late-night star was Engelbert Humperdinck, who I adored. It really was so memorable to go there. Sadly, that kind of entertainment is long gone. And I love your programme. Well, you should get the book, get the old man or somebody to buy you the book on the Hippodrome, because it's got such memories in here and takes you through everything. And when you look at the prices of things, you could go and see Houdini, the handcuff king and famous jailbreaker, for a shilling. 5 pence. That's how much. And there were 2 shows nightly, 2 and 8. 2 and 8 o'clock. Children were half price to all parts of the amphitheatre. And so the book takes you through the Circus of Variety, which lasted for about 9 years. Ragtime and Review, which lasted about 10 years. The comedy musicals, Blackouts, Rock and Roll, the theatre was dark for a long time. The Talk of the Town, with some of the biggest acts in the universe. The Greatest Disco in the World was with Peter Stringfellow, and I don't think it's ever been equalled. The Hippodrome Casino, which was from 2009 to the present time. And Simon Thomas is just absolutely fantastic. The book is beautiful, really beautiful, and you can buy. Did we find it on Amazon? Is it on Amazon? Did we find it? We did. There you go. If you've got any interest in anything to do with London and the Hippodrome, and you can walk in there now. There's no charge for going in. You can go and have a wander. You don't have to gamble. It's like going into Vegas, to going into any of their casinos. You don't have to pay to go in there. But don't take loads of bags and things and everything else. Oh, it's not on Amazon. It's not. Just Google the London Hippodrome, an entertainment of unexampled brilliance. And you can go in there and have a look, and it's a big place. There's lots to see, lots of bars and everything else. It's by Lucinda Gosling. So just Google it and you will find it. It's £30, but I think you'd have to agree it's a big book. It's a big book.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Steve, not a police staff party, just almost no staff employed to cover huge areas these days, the same all over the country. It's a bit like sort of, that Heartbeat programme, isn't it? There only seem to be about 4 people covering the entire North Yorkshire area. But we do like that. It's cuts upon cuts upon cuts. But it's ridiculous. Imagine somebody goes in there in a little village where obviously people know people and throws stuff over and starts making it. Probably a drunk. And then you sort of capture them and the police go, you have to let them go. We don't have anybody. And you think, well, where are they? And the answer is, we don't have anybody. It's as simple as that. Lovely Michelle. Hello, Michelle, from our Little Italy group. She said, it's 5 years ago today that I lost my darling son, Callum. Once again, you're getting me through my darkest hours, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're very, very welcome, as you know. We get lots of people who, at one point, as you know, Michelle, people were saying, I've got to go into hospital for this operation or that operation. You've kind of got me through some bad moments. Because sometimes it's not easy, is it? Because if you're there and you're thinking about things, you need something to take your mind off it. And God knows, Michelle, this programme can take your mind off it. So certainly works for a lot of people. But 5 years ago, it is amazing, isn't it? I was thinking the other day, I was watching, who was that nice lad from... Only Fools and Horses, Rodney, and he lost his son very suddenly, and he was young. And I remember every time I see him on television, he was about 19, wasn't he? And I remember thinking, how do you ever get over things like that? And I mean, Archie Lyndhurst was only young. He died in his sleep at his home in Fulham. He had a brain hemorrhage, and you think, I mean, he'd been, strangely enough, to the Sylvia Young Theatre School that I know very well indeed. Lots of people came out of there. And quite charming, quite lovely, and he just died in his sleep. And you think, how do parents cope with things like that? I mean, I was thinking the other day as well, because you get to see so many of these horrible stories in the papers about people who've just died, or failing that, even worse, people who've taken somebody's life, like Arthur, and you think to yourself, how can that ever happen in this world? How can it ever happen? It depresses me no end. I can't begin to tell you. It's bad enough losing parents and losing, relatives and stuff like that, or losing, there's so many things that sort of can bring people down very, very quickly. And over the last, 2 years now, people have lost their jobs. People have had all sorts of things. We've had ghastly neighbours from hell. We've had all sorts, the neighbour stories. I mean, I read them on the programme, and I always think to myself, how awful it must be to live next door to somebody who absolutely hates you, and they just, you think, what are you living there for? What are you living there? Just move, for God's sake. But no, we're thinking about you all the time, Michelle, all the time, and to all the other people as well who've had something like that. And this time of year makes it even more difficult for people, makes it very, very difficult. Jemima says, Harry Houdini performed on the West Pier, the one that burnt down in Brighton. It's almost a joke there, isn't there, really? It's gradually, every year I go down to Brighton on the odd occasions, and there gets less and less of this pier, and now there's just a few little bits of metal sticking up. I've told you before, if ever I won the lottery, I'd love to buy a pier. Love to buy a pier and sort of, I could buy that one and have it built up again. I don't know, I just fancy buying a pier or something. Having an amusement arcade and funfair rides at the end of it. I just quite fancy that idea, but sadly I haven't actually won the lottery, but I'm doing my best. There it is. Look at it. I mean, honestly, I mean, the pictures that the people have taken of it with the mist on the sea, it looks very scary and very eerie. Can you imagine? I'd never heard of a place that had 2 piers. And at one time there were other bits, and then it just gradually sort of fell into disrepair and it just sort of fell apart. I mean, you look at it and you think, why did nobody rescue it? I know it was a fire. I remember the fire. People queued up on the beach to take pictures. But that's sad, isn't it? That's why this book on the Hippodrome is so interesting, because it's a snapshot of history. Somebody always threatened to do the history of LBC years ago. because that'll be an interesting book. Oh, I tell you. In fact, somebody did start writing one, I'm sure, a long, long time ago. And I thought some of the stories, yes, then they vanished. They vanished. We don't know where they went to. But no, I think Peter Dealey was going to write a book about the history of LBC and all the people, because every time you turn on the television, half of the people working on the news programmes all used to work at LBC. You know, if you look at the cast list of names, David Lloyd has interviewed lots and lots of people, because he interviewed me after I got a Global Award, basically for being in the business as long as Hadrian, and David Lloyd, yes, the ex-boss, yes, and he records all these people. He came down to London and recorded me talking about how I got my job with LBC, and then he puts it up on the internet and says, you know, it was on this day, on the 12th of December, that Steve Allen first joined LBC back in '79. I mean, seriously. People are obsessed with my age. I've got no idea why. Dean says, my daughter was in the British Airways Panto Cinderella last week at the Beck Theatre. It was very funny and all for charity. Well done, crew. I played the Beck Theatre. It's very nice. I love the Beck Theatre. It's super. It really is. Diana in Herne Bay says, in the mid-1960s and not long married, we went to the Talk of the Town with friends, had a lovely meal and were entertained by Vic Damone. Vic Damone. At about the same time, we went to the Black Cap. A completely different experience. The Black Cap was one of the original drag pubs in London, and the people who appeared there were just fantastic. Just fantastic. It was the place to go to, everybody. Apparently, according to Chris Lowry, who, as you know, worked at LBC for many, many years, now lives over in Spain, Mike Carlton wrote a book with characters based on his time at LBC. Interesting. When I joined, a gallon of petrol cost 98 pence. Oh, thanks a bunch. Thanks so much. And we all went to school on a horse and cart. A packet of cigarettes was about, I tell you, a packet of cigarettes, 5 shillings, 67 pence. Unbelievable, isn't it? How depressed am I? That's right, ruined my day. Nobody thinks about me. And a 22-inch coloured television. 22 inches. Count them, 22 inches. In 1979 was, now it would be, a bit more expensive than you would imagine, wouldn't it? Because they were quite, and in fact, hardly anybody bought the things. That's why people rented them. So, I don't know, £120? £260. There you go. I was heading in the right direction. £1,000 in today's money, because that's why everybody rented. We had Rediffusion, DER, Radio Rentals, all sorts of different places that rented your television to you. Nobody bought a television. They were far too expensive. Far too expensive. God, all in my lifetime. Look at that. And some of the people I worked with in the early days are still around, like Chris and Steve and people like that. There's quite a number of people, actually, which is quite good. But that's like the average house price in 1979. Oh, the average house price. Oh, let's go 6,700. 20,000. Oh, right. 20,000. My parents paid 6,250, I said the other day. Sold it for 24,000. 20 grand was the average price. And to pay off your mortgage was a bit of an achievement. Nowadays, young people, if you live in London, young people can't afford to buy a house. It's not so much buying the house and paying the mortgage, it's saving up the deposit. You know, when you look round my way, a 2-bedroom flat, £700,000, nearly £1 million. My friend Chris Jarvis, he bought a place in Ealing, and it was £250,000, £250,000. I couldn't believe it. £250,000 for a sort of a townhouse. Worth now, I should imagine, in excess of £1 million, because it was in Ealing, and Ealing's quite posh, actually. Average house price in London now, £656,000. People listening up north, I'm so sorry. Don't move down here, please. It's very expensive. I told you there was a programme on the telly, and it was a lady who'd come down from Chesterfield or wherever it was, and she was looking in London, and so she goes to the estate agent, and they were filming somebody moving areas and seeing what you could get, and so she went into this estate agent in, where was it? I can't remember where it was, and it didn't seem a particularly expensive area, and she said, I'm looking for a semi-detached drive, garage, garden, things like that. And he said, okay, and the budget? And she said, probably about 34,000. And he looked at her and he said, pounds? And she went, yes. She said, I'm looking for something nice. He said, I haven't got anything at that price. He said, I haven't even got a council property that's been revamped. He said, I've got nothing at all at that. She said, what sort of prices are we looking at? He said, well, about 120,000 starting. And she went, have you got nothing cheaper? He went, No, and that's on a council repossession. And she was horrified. She couldn't believe how much the prices were down here. But of course, you know, that's the way it goes. I mean, I suppose some people benefit and some people don't. See, when the West Pier was whole but closed, I believe you could have bought it for £1. However, it would have taken millions to pay to repair it, and that would have been part of the deal, says Paul. Chris in Worcester says, I used to love going to the usual Saturday trip into Worcester to Rumbelows and then to Gateway Supermarket. We used to go to McFisheries, which was, I think it was part of the John Lewis. That was the very first place that we had orange juice in a can. They made Florida orange juice. And you went in, it was like going to Costco. They had a tasting, and it was frozen orange juice. And you put it into a jug, and then you added water and stirred it. And it was orange juice. It was pure orange juice, opposed to the other stuff, which was, you know, sort of a hybrid of sort of orange juice made out of concentrate, which wasn't as good. And my mother tried it and became addicted to this Florida orange juice, which was frozen. So we always had a jug of it in the fridge. Every so often I'd go and have a little sip. It had bits in it. Steve, well, annoyingly, I finally caught COVID. Managed going on until now, and here we are. It's horrible. Yes, it is horrible. It is horrible. But however, if you've been vaccinated, at least it makes it a bit easier. You know, that's why people are queuing for the booster, and that's why we're recommending every day. It doesn't matter if you have to queue. Go and queue, get the booster, because it's something that that is needed.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
10 to 7, nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, 40, I can't believe it. What is it, 11 days now till we hit the man in the red suit coming down your chimney and delivering all your little prezzies. And I've got lots of little prezzies for you as well in my Make Some Noise competition. And so it's a huge prize package. Everything you need for the ultimate Christmas. You get all of this. You don't just get to pick one item or two items. You get everything that I'm going to mention. You get an Apple iPhone 13, a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an espresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle, large size, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys, which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits, and a kids' smart speaker. And if you want to be in with a chance of winning all of that, all you have to do is text Xmas. That's XMAS. That's all you have to do, the abbreviation for Christmas, but Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. For £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise, and you don't even see it go. It's as simple as that. You've got till 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy, because somebody's going to win it. Hope it's you. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules you will find at makesomenoise.com. So that's actually quite nice, isn't it? So Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. Lovely. My dad used to buy hard cod's roe from McFisheries. It was horrible, says Chris Lowry. Isn't it funny? You mention McFisheries to people nowadays. They go, what's that? What's that? And you go, it was sort of like a forerunner to a supermarket. Before then, it was corner shops. But it was lovely. Steve, says Sarah, remembering that people have had it tough. In a lighter note, have you had the latest chocolate Baileys yet? No, I've had to wean myself off Baileys. I've had to stay off Baileys because I ended up having so much, and I used to drink it with brandy in it. I would add brandy. I know, sounds mad, doesn't it? But I would mix the Baileys with brandy and loads of ice, and that was particular. And then I started making myself ill on it, so I've had to wean myself off brandy and Baileys. There's all sorts of different ones out there I've seen. I used to like, and one of my producers bought me a bottle for Christmas some years ago, Royal Mint Chocolate Liqueur. That was delicious. It's a clear liquid, but it tastes like crushed after eights. Oh, you don't like that? Oh, God, honestly. Nothing worse is that the producer... you can always tell when he turns his nose up, you know, and you think, oh, you're so miserable at Christmas. He'll sit there, one little candle burning over Christmas. He'll be holding the saucepan over it, you know, with his little bit of tomato soup. And Grant in West Sussex says, I bought some Iceland mashed potato yesterday on your recommendation. Oh, they do Bailey's apple pie. Bailey's apple pie and Bailey's... I know I've seen strawberries and cream. £34? Oh, it's a duo. Got to say, for one bottle, it seemed quite a lot. But you get two. You get the apple pie Baileys and strawberries and cream. I might be a little bit tempted by that one, actually, now. Now I've looked at it. That looks quite nice. I could be tempted back. Apple pie. I so like apple pie. I shouldn't really be having it, actually. I really shouldn't. Steve says, Perdita, Queen Elizabeth I once said, the past cannot be cured. I'm hoping that the new year might bring significant changes so as a nation we can move forward. Hope you're well. You're sounding ebullient this morning. There's a word we've not had written down for a long time, ebullient. But no, I agree. We just have to all pull together. We really have to. You know, I'm sick to death of sort of people saying, you know, I mean, I think you have to wear a mask. I think if you want to stop the spread of this, I think a mask is de rigueur. And hopefully, you know, they work hard, but they're trying to get through as many people as possible to vaccinate them. But you just have to be patient. But I agree. I think what we have to do is sort of is go forward. You know, I want to see more theatres opening up. I want to see everything. I don't want people to stay at home and everything. If you're over 30, you can book your booster. You can do it now, okay? Because they rejig, because the thing crashed the other day, but it was up and running by midnight again. So you can go for that. Adam and Emma, excuse me, says, listening live for the first time in ages. Always enjoy catch up. I wanted to say Merry Christmas, wife and I. That's Adam and Emma, which is lovely. Apparently, Mac Fisheries in Hounslow High Street, I think, is Argos now. And somebody said, Steve, Bailey's apple pie. Sounds lovely. Does sound nice, doesn't it? And Steve says Morecambe had 2 piers until the 70s and 80s. Blackpool still has 3. Really? I seriously didn't know that, but that sounds quite... 3 piers in Blackpool. I don't like Blackpool. I don't... Yeah, that's taking it too far, I think. We don't want 3 piers. That's just being greedy. Why can't they just have one like every... I tell you what, I quite like the pier at Frinton. And there was a film... Oh, God, which pier is it? Danny LaRue, a very famous, very, very famous entertainment artiste. He did drag. He was a female impersonator. And he did a film called Our Miss Fred. Now, you'll have to look this up really fast on the internet. And they used a pier. And it was a real pier. And I can't remember where it was that they used to film Our Miss Fred on. And Danny starts off coming out of the dressing room and he's, you know, he sort of gets into his car and drives away and all the rest of it. But the film was so wonderful. It was a real sort of snapshot of British life. Danny playing a peer, but it was obviously a very, very small one. You not find it? Our Miss Fred is the film. So there it is. British comedy set during World War II. So it was, filming took place in 1972. And they made the film specifically for Danny LaRue. But where was the pier? What pier was it? Somebody will know. You've got to be quick, though. I go home in 5 minutes. What was the pier that they used? Chris Lowry says masks should have remained mandatory. They have been here. We still have to wear them in shops, bars, restaurants, etc. He's in Spain. Cromer Pier. There you go. Home of the Cromer Lifeboat Station. Well, I tell you what, it looked lovely. Is that it? Is that definitely it? Oh, you know that, do you, for a fact? Oh, Mr. Clever Clogs. Cromer. Oh, you Googled it. Okay. It's Cromer Pier, Norfolk District Council. It was lovely. It was so nice. And I remember looking at it thinking that's good. And Frinton Pier's nice as well. Frinton Pier's a little bit of an old snapshot of life. It's got no amusement arcades on it. It's just a pier to walk on. I know. I knew you'd be disappointed. Nowhere to spend your hard-earned threepence. And you can go down there. 2p machine. I don't know. 2p. Oh, doesn't matter. I was going to do the old joke, but I don't think I'll bother. Far too early in the morning, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? But I like that. I like that idea of doing that. Steve, the Bailey's coffee's a bit too nice as well, says Babs. And Roger says, do you remember this time in 1999 when we were all worried about the impending millennium bug? Yes, they went, oh, it's all going to change, isn't it? The whole world is going to stop. Nothing. Instead, we get coronavirus. But we have to come through it. Not only do we have to come through it, we all have to pull together. No moaning about it, no complaining about it, no sort of, dissing the NHS and all the good work that they do and all the different organisations and all the people who've learned how to give injections so they can go out there and help everybody out. If you're over 30, you qualify. Book yourself in. Make sure you book yourself in, and then you get it, and then it'll be a lot safer. It's not going to change anything. You're not going to turn green overnight. All it's going to do is just sort of protect you, so that if you do happen to get something, which would be very unfortunate, at least you can come through it the other side. OK, and that's what we want. And to be quite honest with you, I'm being a bit mercenary because I don't want to lose the audience figures. You know, some people moan about that. They go, oh, goodness sake, Stephen, worrying about your audience figures. Of course, always. And that's why we'll be back doing it again tomorrow for you. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC as we get ever nearer the magic day. Whoopee! The magic day being the weekend, I should imagine. I'm going out to do some shopping today. I did a little bit of shopping yesterday, which I'll tell you about in a moment. And it was lovely, actually. But places are getting rammed. I mean, seriously rammed. Although I did get on a bus yesterday and there was only 2 of us on it. I've decided I don't need to rush to get home anymore. As long as I get home in sort of, nice, easy time. There's no point in rushing there because there's some horrible people on my first bus. There's one there, I think he could be Russian or something like that. He doesn't wear a mask, he doesn't do anything, he coughs violently. Seriously. A bit like that. Oh, it's ghastly, horrible. And he sits there, but he speaks perfect English, I discovered, but he never wears a mask. Until he hears the little message that goes on the bus, please wear your mask unless you don't have to. And then he takes one out and puts it on. So he's obviously a bit of a fake. I don't like these people. I think they should do it on the bus. I'm still standing by. I think it's a brilliant idea. I was talking about it to Tom Swarbrick's producer earlier on, and saying that, if people are exempt from wearing, for whatever reason, then they shouldn't be on the buses, because it means that they might actually get this illness and they might be passing it on, but they don't know they're passing it on because the symptoms, I don't know if you're aware of the symptoms, they're slightly different from COVID. Slightly different. You might be feeling a little bit tired. I mean, 1/3 of people don't even get symptoms. And I know people, near to me who don't get symptoms and things like that. So it's a case of, if you're on the budget going, oh, I'm exempt, you go, well, you shouldn't really be out. You shouldn't really be out because there is a big danger that you're the problem. You're the problem. Nobody wants to go down. They reckon 1 million people a day could go down with this strain of COVID. That's what they're saying. Now, whether or not you think that's scaremongering or not, well, I never quite understand the balmy ones who seem to go, oh, it's a conspiracy. And you go, why would it be a conspiracy? For what reason? And the answer is they don't know because they're a bit dim. More than 500,000 booster jabs were given on Monday. They've unfortunately just got 60,000 new COVID cases reported. Want to be a statistic? You carry on doing it the way you do it. I'm not here to criticise anybody. You do what you want to do, but you take it all on your own shoulders. 24 million people, nearly 24,100,000 have now had the booster or the 3rd jab. If you don't have it, you're an idiot. And I can quite categorically say that because you're saving yourself. I couldn't give a toss whether you get it or whether you don't get it. I'd rather that people listening to LBC were slightly more sensible, but by God, you hear some stupid people, really. And you think to yourself, it's an injection. You'd have it for the flu, wouldn't you? Because you don't want to get the flu. And all the people, and how many people have we mentioned on the programme, to the point of boredom now, who are saying, ooh, I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm never going to have this, it's a conspiracy, because I've read it on the internet. Somebody called Dave posted something, and I must believe him because he knows all about it. He's as daft as the rest of them are. And then they get it. And then they go downhill so fast because they've got no immunisation at all. And they go down. And the last thing they say is, tell everybody to get the jab. Tell everybody to get the jab. And from today, all over 18s can book their booster. Do it. Listen, you don't want to ruin your Christmas, do you? Because if it takes over, seriously, the NHS is at stretching point at the moment. They don't have enough time to faff around with idiots. Seriously. Mind you, today it's in the paper about the no taking your electric scooters on the buses, the trains or the underground. Well, I'm obviously on another planet because I saw 3 yesterday being taken on trains. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, is anybody at Waterloo Station doing anything, or are they just all standing around, faffing around, doing nothing? They should be stopping these people going through the barriers. They're not allowed to take them on the train. These things burst into flames. And we've seen the effects in the past of, enclosed areas where things burst into flames and something dreadful can happen. Mind you, talking of something dreadful happening, I'm not really sure that I'm allowed to go down this particular route, but I really thought I'd come to the end of my tether the other day when I heard about another little child who's been let down by the social services, another little child who's basically been beaten to death by 2 people. I'm not allowed to say, for reasons of restraint what I would want to happen to these disgusting pieces of pond life. Savannah Brockhill and Frankie Smith, 2 pieces of filth. I can't. That's about as far as I'm allowed to go. What they did, the mum, and seriously, what a disgusting piece of work you must be. Allowed her lover to beat her 16-month-old child to death. I mean, you, in your own mind, must be thinking, well, we know what we want to happen to these people. I can't possibly comment on anything like this. I just think these people are going straight to hell. I don't care how they go there. I just want them to go there, and as soon as possible. It is just how you could ever do this to a child, I don't know. And the monster, Savannah Brockhill, a piece of disgusting filth, seriously, was allowed to brutally batter this little girl to death. This is the third. This is the third. And who's at risk of not noticing anything? Doctors. They've listed 5 people. This little girl's star endured months of... I'm sorry to get... I really might say a very rude word, and you might have to sort of hear something terrible. She endured months of assaults and psychological harm before suffering the injuries at home in Keighley in West Yorkshire. She died in September last year. The baby Jesus decided she couldn't suffer anymore and took her away. And these 2 pieces of filth were allowed to walk the planet. I mean, really, it just beggars belief that social workers are either totally inept, totally understaffed, or they just can't spot any. In the case of this little girl, they've got interviews with 5 people, actually. 5 people who were doctors, people who failed Ella Rose, little Ella Rose. And the mother says if they'd done what they should have done, she'd still be alive. This is little pagan Clover. And somebody, a consultant paediatrician, said, we had a toddler with unexplained bruising. I became blinded to what was obvious. There's another one who said, when asked, this particular doctor, who's a surgeon, why a non-accidental injury didn't occur to him, he replied, with hindsight, it was obvious. This child's dead. This child's dead. There's another one, a consultant paediatrician. I should have been more nuanced. I should have kept open the possibility of traumatic injury. A consultant immunologist. I'm most ashamed of not raising concerns about her ear injury. I missed an important, significant event. How could you bloody well miss it, you stupid man? You can see in the photograph the bruising around her left ear. This child has a pronounced black eye. This child is dead. It just makes me sick that these people are allowed to practice. Hope you've got it on your conscience for the rest of your life because you're responsible. These people. I can understand social workers who are understaffed and they don't have enough people out there. Who the hell would want to be a social worker? They've got it wrong so many times. From Victoria Clumbier, little Arthur, all these different children. Little children who didn't know anything. In the case of little Star, the filth that was the girlfriend who worked as a bouncer, apparently. You can imagine what a disgusting person she was. It was a case of she phoned up and said, how is she? And she said, oh, she's done something. I've made her stand in the corner. And then they beat her. And they waited, was it 12 minutes before they even bothered calling an ambulance? This child was dying. But they'd been onto the internet to find out whether they could get out of it. They lied through their teeth, you pond life. Why shouldn't people have an opinion in this day and age? I can't imagine anybody ever going, anything like this is ever justified. The killing of a child? No, it's not. No, it's not. I tell you, if I was running the country, I'd have brought back in some sort of, because you want these people to suffer. I don't know in what way or what shape this would take, but it's a case of how you could ever do this to a little child who has no way of retaliating. They have nothing. Unless we arm all children under the age of sort of 12 months with a 12-bore shotgun. I mean, otherwise, what else do you do? They must have, these little children they'd done nothing wrong. They'd just been little children. That's all they'd done. It really is. It's the most depressing thing I've ever read in the newspapers. And they go, lessons have been learnt. Bugger off. No, they haven't. We've learnt no lessons at all. I mean, did they know about these 2 disgusting people in Keighley? Did they know about them? Of course they didn't. They didn't know anything. Totally useless. Totally useless. It's ghastly. It really is. So ghastly. Anyway, apart from that, how's your day going? Honestly. You do sometimes worry, don't you? I have to look at these pictures in the paper in the morning, and all I think about is, thank God it's not my family. Thank God it's nothing to do with me. But it's a case of you should all have an opinion on it. I couldn't give a stuff whether you think it's, bad or awful to talk about it. Really, I'm not interested. Don't talk about it. You might as well go bury your head in the sand outside and just leave. Good news is that Rob's had a flu jab on Monday before the COVID booster at St Thomas's. And who turns up? Boris. Well, he's got to turn up somewhere. There's no parties going on at the moment. He got a bit lost. He was looking for the balloons and a clown and something like that, and Father Christmas with a huge sack. Steve. Talking about electric scooters today here in Australia. It's the first day of a year-long trial of the hiring of the blooming things. There's 250 around town for tourists or whoever to hire out. I know, you don't have to take a test. You just go rent it and you take it out on the roads. That's like saying, I tell you what, let's not bother giving people a driving test. Why don't you just take the car out if you have a smash? What the hell? Who cares? If you crash into some of these e-scooters, I've seen the pictures of an e-scooter that's burst into flames on a tube train. And I'm telling you now, the one place these people who license these things must be more stupid than I imagine. You don't want a fire on the underground. We've seen the effects. Hello, anybody remember King's Cross? Quite clearly, these people. So anybody can go and take an e-scooter or an e-unicycle, and you can go out there and put it on the trains. Not anymore, you can't. But I tell you, I saw 3 yesterday. 3. Might only be 3 out of, the thousands that are out there. But you don't have to. I mean, at the moment, firefighters, I think the latest figures were they've tackled more than 50 fires because they've had these e-bikes and e-scooters. And so it's going to come into force on Monday. Who's enforcing it? Nobody. Nobody's enforcing it. You think the staff on the stations are saying anything? No. They just stand there watching somebody moving it through. Seriously. I couldn't believe it either. But there again, people let people on the buses without masks on because they're not supposed to get involved. I'm sorry, if I was a bus driver or I worked at any one of the main railway stations, I'd be going, you're not taking that through the barrier. Not taking it through. They can at least ask politely, can you put your mask on? And if you don't, there should be a little special section on a bus, which is, plastic sheeting or something that they can go and stand behind. Because that's what's spreading it. It's not the people with the masks on that are spreading it. But, of course, you're always going to get the woke brigade, aren't you? Oh, by the way, the numbers. Oh, I don't want to do numbers today, I've decided. Shane says I get my booster next month. I can't wait. Good. You should get it. It's a fantastic thing to have, and at least it will protect you. You might still get it, but the symptoms will not be as bad, and you stand a very good chance of emerging the other side. But if you don't have the booster and you don't have the injections, there's a very good chance you might not survive. In which case, you can't say we didn't tell you. We did say, and it's free, and from today it's the over 18s as well. So go on, go for it. God, we'll be doing politics shortly on this programme. I can't believe it. We need to talk about something lighter.
This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Oh, I was in a bad mood at the beginning of the programme. I tell you, somebody's got to be angry. And you know why you're being angry? You're being angry for these. I'm being the voice of these little children. Because nobody's speaking up for them. Nobody speaks up for them. All they'll do is just go, oh, isn't it terrible? Lessons have been learnt and all this kind of garbage. And I'm sorry, I'm not putting up with it. Not anymore. Not anymore. Niall says there'll be a job vacancy at number 10 Downing Street shortly. I wouldn't want it. Imagine, I can imagine how the Prime Minister gets trolled. Every Prime Minister, it doesn't matter whether you're Labour, Conservative, Lib, well, that's unlikely. And, and they all get trolled. Of course they will. Of course they will. Oh, it's a conspiracy, isn't it? I've heard the people who come on, you can tell they're going to be a conspiracist. They're the sort of people who feed pigeons. They're going to die on the streets. No, they're not, dear. I've never seen dead pigeons on the streets. Ever. Never. Unless they get run over by the wheels of my car, which is always the kind of thing that you try to do, but you never manage it. They always just sort of fly away at the last minute. The disgusting mess they make. Gary says, I was having a conversation with my wife. There's a novelty. Good Lord above. Fancy. When LBC lost its licence. I think it was in the early 90s. Yes, I remember. I was standing in the shower. We were in Hammersmith. And LBC had lost its licence to broadcast, but we sort of we carried on. There was a Save LBC campaign. Paid off, didn't it? We're still here. And I can't remember if you stayed and did a show on the news station. Of course I did. Well, there wasn't really a news station. It was exactly the same as we'd had before. It was just that they then sort of reapplied and then it sort of came back in. But I remember it was when Dame Shirley Porter had something to do with us. God knows what. And they started a campaign, but it lost its licence it was 93, actually, if I remember correctly. And then the LBC name came back in 96. And people keep saying, what does it stand for? And the answer is it didn't actually stand for anything. You know, and so people then started sort of making up things. But it was a happy day when LBC came back. Well, it did have another incarnation. I can remember one time that we had a thing. It was sort of London News Radio, and then it was, what was the other one? I know it was 4-hour shows. I remember that. I remember thinking 4-hour shows when you don't really do phone-in was quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot. And that was, there was LBC Crown, because we were in Crown House, and there was all sorts of different incarnations of it. LBC News Talk was another very popular one. London Talkback Radio I was on, and I did a 4-hour programme. And that was where I learned to talk. Somebody said, actually, they were doing a thing on the radio the other day about how certain things worked on the radio and certain things didn't work on the radio. And they say the one thing that works on the radio is speech. People listen to speech far more than they listen to music. They listen to music, but they listen to speech more. You can get more wound up by listening to somebody talking than anything else, which I've always subscribed to. So that's always very, very popular. Somebody else says... Lucy in Hertfordshire got boosted yesterday. Bit of a sore arm, but I'm relieved. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, you don't... I didn't even get the sore arm. I really didn't get the sore arm, so I was very pleased, actually. Nick in Adelaide says they've been on hire here in Adelaide for a few years. This is the e-scooters. They're filthy. They get dumped all over the city and the surrounding parklands. They're a blight on our lives, and the untrained idiots who hire them are a danger to life and limb. I see people who are drunk on them. They walk out of bars and then they go and hire one of these things because there's nobody there to vet you. You just use your credit card or whatever it is, and then you're allowed to go out on a road with cars, petrol-driven cars, driven by another load of idiots. And the danger is that you can lose your life, as indeed have some person already. Sarah says, I tuned in early as I'm dying to find out what you bought yesterday. You said it had gone down in price and was buying another one. I went out 3 days ago and I went to Robert Dias in Richmond. Because they've always got interesting things in there. They really have. There's a bigger one in Chiswick High Road, but I went to the one in Richmond, and they had it was a helicopter, like a drone, but it's a helicopter. And I looked at it and I thought, oh, I like the look of that. And I think it was £29.99. And I thought, I can afford that. I can afford that. So, you know, provided I save up for a few weeks. And so anyway, so that I went down, I was clutching my pennies, and I went to go and buy it, and they'd reduced it. They'd reduced it to £14.99. 15 quid for a helicopter. The box is about 3 foot long. It's a huge box. And in it, you get the helicopter. It's all, but you don't need to reassemble it or do anything with it at all. And it comes with a little charger thing. Don't lose it. It's in the box. But it's not in the box. They should have sellotaped it in. It's very remiss of them because you could lose this thing quite easily. And you need it because it's got a special adapter. And you put in the remote control, this little controller box, you put 4 AA batteries, and then you charge up this thing on a computer terminal kind of thing, whatever it is. Oh, they must have sold out because it's no longer on the Robert Dias website. Oh, dear. There's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Thank God. But anyway, and it was £14.99, so I went and bought it. And I mentioned it to the producer yesterday, and he said, oh, that sounds nice. So I said, I'll go and buy you one. So I go back into Robert Dias yesterday in Richmond, and I bought the last two. And £14.99 each. It's excellent value. I mean, it really is excellent value. And then you get the controller, and then you can, you know, do... And it's got lights on it. Lights. So it's the Airhawk radio-controlled helicopter. Oh, they must have... Oh, there's a mini one. Well, mine wasn't a mini one. Mine is, there you go, supersize Airhawk, and that one, but this is selling at £29. Oh, that's gone as well. Obviously, the power of Steve Allen has sold out something else from Robert Dias. But I thought it was really good. So, yes, so as I say, I bought 3. I've now got 3 of the blooming things, and it's got LED lights on it. So you connect up to one of the little wires that comes out. So it's not there at all, is it? think yourself very lucky. And then you unplug it after it's charged itself, which for me took about 10 minutes. And then I just put the thing in there and you switch it on and the lights start flashing on it. Do you know what I bought it for? Get rid of pigeons. Get rid of pigeons. I have. I've tried everything. I've tried the water pistol. I've tried the super soakers. I've tried everything. And the mess they're making is absolutely, they have to go. They have to die. Or failing that, they have to be frightened. And they're going to be frightened by my helicopter, because it's quite a big thing, this. I mean, it's not obviously ginormous. You can't fit in it. But it's there, and it's very nice. So I was very excited. And I've charged it all up. It's all ready to go. I've just got to get there. And then I'm going to send it up to the pigeons who are sitting on pipes. We've put spikes on there to basically pierce them. And they've learned how to get round that. So the next thing is they're going to be encountering my super Tomahawk helicopter. And I'm going to chase them if necessary. It's going to freak them out completely. So that's what I bought. But now we've discovered you can't even get them on the Robert Dyer's website. So we've obviously shifted a load of them. See, that's the trouble with this programme. It's too successful. It's too popular. And people hear it and they go, oh. You remember I told you the other day about this fabulous book I'd been sent by Simon Thomas from the Hippodrome. And it's really lovely. It's a book about the Hippodrome. It's history from start to where we are today with it. And it's quite a big book. It's what they would call loosely years ago a coffee table book. And I bought it. And I did say on the programme, I wonder where you can buy it. We did find it online. I've now heard back from Simon, and you can get it in Goldsborough Books on Cecil Court, which is literally just behind us, or on their website, which is goldsboroughbooks.com. And they've got signed. You can find it online. Just type in Hippodrome, you'll find it. They've only done 1,000 copies of this book. And you can also buy it at the Hippodrome reception desk. It's by Lucinda Gosling. I mean, if you're a fan of the Hippodrome, if you followed its history or you want to know more about it, this is a fabulous book with all the photographs, the stories of the artists who appeared there, reproductions of all the posters and everything else, which are still in the building. You can go and see them. It's a casino now, but they do have the Magic Mike show, which is a lot of men taking their clothes off for you ladies and for the gentlemen too. And it's a beautiful book. It really is beautiful. So that's where you can get it. So either by going into the Hippodrome to the reception desk and they will sell you a copy, it's £30. But when you see it, you'll think it's very good value. Very, very good value. And it's very nice indeed. Or you can go to goldsboroughbooks.com and you can find it on there. Or go to their shop in Cecil Court, which is over there, which is a little tiny road which crisscrosses the back of our road here into the next road. And they've got bookshops and antique shops and all sorts of nice places to go to. Very, very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, started work at 8:30 on Monday morning, just finished at LBC on the whole time, says Greg. Well, you're a very sensible person. Very sad. Oh, by the way, when I said it had gone down in price, it was originally 40 quid, this helicopter, which actually I'd have bought at 40 quid. I'd have to save up a bit longer. And when it went down to the 20, and then it went down to $14.99, I snapped it up like I was... Must be the best-selling thing ever. Steve, more trivial but nevertheless fascinating trivia about Henry VIII. Henry VIII. You know, they're still talking about dreary old Sarah Ferguson, who said she was the most persecuted woman in the royal family, whereas she'd completely forgotten because she knows absolutely nothing about history. In fact, she wrote a book about history, didn't she? But she didn't really write it. There were two of them writing it. Makes you wonder what Sarah wrote. Mine... name on it, because I don't think she knows anything about history at all. I really don't. And she was saying she was most persecuted, and then somebody, every columnist pointed out, yes, have you heard of any of the wives of Henry VIII, dear? They were executed. You thought you were persecuted. What a dreary. Anyway, he became king from 17 till his death at 48. And he was riddled with pox and everything else by that time, and pusses and all. Oh, God, it was ghastly. He was regarded as a Renaissance prince and was an expert horseman. He was also incredibly overweight. One of his tricks was, when they had equestrian shows, the audience was separated from the contestants by a fence. This trick he trained his horse to do was to have it stand on its hind legs, then come down on its two front legs on the iron bars. And that created a show of sparks for the entertainment of the audience. Wow. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. Things you learn. Yeah, they had to hoist him up onto the horses because he was so big. He had to be... Yeah, the poor horses would go, oh, God, not him again. Not him again. Ghastly. Steve, were you at LBC when Pete Murray was hosting a show? Are you stupid or what? Are you deaf? I've been here 43 years. How old do you think Pete Murray is, for God's sake? Honestly. Ridiculous. No. The Robert Dyston Chiswick was a store called Goodbounds in the 70s. I had my first Saturday job there, says Roger. I don't remember that. It's a big shop. Big shop, but they'd also... And I went to Costco as well yesterday. I bought loads of batteries. Loads of batteries. I'm not running out of batteries for about the next year. I think I bought AA batteries and AAA, because most of the things I've got run on AA and AAA batteries. Don't like to miss out, do you really? Is there an A battery? No. There's a D or a C. And, no, there's not a B. No, it's odd that, isn't it, really? I don't know why. There's C cell, D cell is the big fat one. Yeah, on the seashore. And then there's AAA and AA. You can keep going forever, can't you, with this one? Nick says, I had the Moderna jab on Friday. My word, I felt like my arm had been shot a day later. All good now. Get boosted and vaccinated, everybody. Yes, please. Donny says, a refreshment's being laid on at the Magic Circle on Saturday. Well, they have a little bar there, as you know, and you can get a drink, and I think you can get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, I think. So I don't think we're sort of laying on refreshments. I mean, the bar will be open, because we've got 2 shows to do. 2 shows to do. 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock, I think. But should be good. Should be very nice indeed. What else we got? What else we got in the papers today? Dogs have a preference for their favourite Christmas songs. I mean, to be honest with you, they've run out of ideas of what to put as a story in the newspapers. They've got no idea at all now. They're all winding. You know what journos are like? They're winding down. They've got nothing else to write about apart from the most dreary, depressing, sad, awful stories that you could ever read in your entire life. So we'll talk about poor old Anne Robinson having a little nod off on the programme. She likes her 40 winks. And Gareth Malone is back. All of that and more.
This is LBC.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing the football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Apparently it's 2 o'clock on Saturday. But then, I mean, you'll need to be there for 1, won't you? You know, because there'll be people, you need 200 of you queuing outside. I'm hoping it's not going to snow. Although somebody wrote to me the other day when I said I saw snow in the early hours of the morning. I did see snow in the early hours of the morning because I could see it in the light of the street lamps. And somebody said, oh, I think you need to go back to that dream you were having. I don't know, I was wide awake, thank you very much indeed, you rude old baggage. Goodness sake, honestly. People telling me I need to go back to bed. You know I hate it being in bed. Oh, do you remember the scratch card guys? 2 of them. They bought a scratch card and they won £4 million. Oh, very festive tonight. Very festive this morning. This is girl back with us this morning with her plum nail varnish, which should have been scarlet, but you need to go back there and say, take it off. Have you seen these things? I saw something the other day. I know it's probably very old in the makeup world, and it's for ladies taking their nail varnish off, and it's a little pot with a sponge in it, and you put your finger in and just do that, and it takes the nail varnish off. I thought, how clever is that? It's like a sponge soaked with oxyacetylene or something. I don't know what it's got in it, or petrol or something like that. And you do that and then you can paint your nails, because they had some guy on the television and his name is Leighton Denny. And he used to be on QVC and he used to do nail varnish. Very camp, very from Liverpool, but he did nail varnish. And then all of a sudden they'd had enough of him and they dropped him, which I thought was very odd. And then he turned up the other day on another TV shopping channel, Leighton Denny, and he does all these little pots of, because women like having, especially for Christmas, you can get things and you can put glitter on and all sorts of, boys don't have it done, which is odd. Some boys do they? We don't know any boys like that, do we? Harry Styles is just pretending to be a little popsicle, isn't he? So that's why he goes, oh, I must do this because I'm a popsicle star, you know. Never had it on when he first did the X Factor, did he? No, of course he didn't, because it's pretentious. Mind you, I had to laugh today. Had to laugh. The Sun on the front page. Showbiz exclusive. Hurt Emily dumps Jack. This is Emily A. Tack dumping Jack Grealish. What a pile of rubbish. She never dumped him at all. He's still with his girlfriend. She's the one who's been dumped. Poor old Emily. Never mind, at least you managed to milk it, dear, for as much as you could get out of it. They might have had a fling or they might not have had a fling. Nobody cares. But she didn't dump him at all. He's still with his girlfriend. Da, 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 da. It'll make you look a bit silly, won't it? Mind you, you've got the publicity. All these people queuing. Empty tubes. Yesterday, which is good news. And West End theatres, some have had to cancel performances. When one member of the cast goes down, they close the show until they've sorted it all out, which is good. Kim Kardashian wants an immediate divorce from Kanye West, insisting that no counselling or reconciliation effort will be of any value. Well, he's the most boring man in the universe. Kanye West, I've never seen anybody so dreary. He doesn't... Oh, sorry, Ye. I've forgotten his name now. He's not Kanye West, he's Ye. Honestly, you do give up, don't you? A bid for new rules at airport bars to crack down on drunk passengers has been rejected. In a statement... to the Commons, Home Office Minister Kit Malthouse wrote, many safeguards that can be introduced by a local licensing regime like enhanced security searches are already in place. Yeah, that's why you get people taken off planes, because they're drunk, Mr. Malthouse. Obviously, you're not aware of these things, so I thought I'd educate you. Go onto YouTube, have a little check at the amount of people thrown off flights for being drunk, especially here. I mean, airport bars open at 5 a.m. What do you think they're doing it for? Is this for people a little bit scared of flying? No. They had somebody turned up at when we used to have the EasyJet programme on the television, which I thought was very good. They had some really nice people on there, and they had to put up with basically idiots. I'm sorry, I got held up in traffic on the motorway. Will you miss the flight? Well, can I can go down, please, this bloke goes, I laugh like a drain. Please, let me go. I haven't seen my girlfriend in 3 months. I thought, well, you're not going to be seeing her for another 3 months, are you? Please, listen, the traffic on the motorway is really terrible. Well, that's your problem. You should have set off earlier. It's not up to EasyJet to hold a plane back for a buffoon like you. And this other bloke, there was a woman, you'll let me go, she says. You have to let me go. I know a friend of Tony Blair. She's and the voiceover goes, yeah, I should really work in customer service. I would be brilliant in customer services. So you need to get on the plane? No. I know Tony Blair. Well, whoopee-doo for you, love. Not going to get you on the plane, is it? He doesn't work at Luton Airport. And it was when they turned up and some bloke was shouting at this poor woman behind the desk and saying, listen, the plane is still there. She said, the pilot's closed the doors. OK, you're not getting on it. I can book you on another plane tomorrow. Oh, what am I supposed to do till then? Do I get compensation? No, because you turned up late. And there was one bloke, he said, my father is a director of British Airways. My father is a director of British Airways. And I wanted to say to him, well, go and fly British Airways then, silly boy. He was only on EasyJet because it was cheap. And it was lovely, as if, you know, they're going to go, oh, quickly, stop the plane, turn it round, bring it back to the gate, because his father's a director of British Airways. He was a complete idiot. And one of them was a musician. The language from him was just disgusting. I'd have cancelled every gig that this bloke ever had. He was shouting obscenities at these women. You effing this, you effing... And I'm thinking, this is so unnecessary. And they have to stand there and listen to these people, as if it's their fault. But the best one was a real thick woman who stood there and she said, sorry, the plane is broken. My husband's an engineer. Can you tell me what's wrong with it? What? What? What, is he going to come round with a spanner? Yeah, we'll put him on the phone. OK, so connect wire A to... Oh, seriously, you've never met such stupid people. That's why it was very entertaining. Little Leo is now a married man. He's got children and everything. Whereas everybody else was going, he's straight? That was the old thing. Was he on with Darren? I thought he had to put up... In fact, within 2 weeks of him being put on to his job, he had to put up with these planes being cancelled because of the weather. And then people... But they don't just do it here. They shout obscenities all over the place. Very patient. Listen, he said, listen, there'll be a coach to take you to Norfolk. And this woman who's got a cigarette on, she's got a cigarette going, well, I don't care if they arrest me. I thought, you really are thick as a brick, aren't you? And then she said, I don't want to go on a coach. Don't want to go on a coach. He says, well, the woman said, we'll have to evacuate the airport if the smoke alarms go off. I don't care, goes this stupid woman. In the end, because they weren't bowing to her at all, she had to get on the coach with all the other peasants. It was lovely. I was so pleased. I was so happy for her. Yeah, you're right. Steve Allen in customer relations. I'm sorry, I've just bought this. Yeah, good luck with that one. I've just bought this, yes, and you want me to do what? Well, can you swap it? What's the matter with it? It's the wrong colour. What's your problem? Oh, no, I wouldn't put up with anything like that, I tell you. I love it. Viv in Walpole in Suffolk says, the vision of you in the helicopter facing the pigeons gave me a fit of the giggles. Brilliant idea. My old mum had a vendetta with slugs. Oh, I don't think the helicopter would be much use on slugs. They wouldn't take any notice of it. But we used to have slugs Not anymore. No, what you have to do with slugs is you have to go out, and I've got lots of pots. What? Such a slap in a minute. And I'd go out there just after it finished raining, and all the slugs come out for the rain, and you literally get a pair of chopsticks, and you pick them up and you drop them in a plastic bag which has got some salt in it. They don't come back again. Okay? Well, that's how old-fashioned gardeners used to kill them, with salt or soot. Or, if you really wanted to get rid of slugs, here you go, how about this one? Eggshells. Put them all over, and slugs will not crawl over eggshells because they've got sharp edges. I'm a mine of information, I tell you. But that's what the old-fashioned gardeners did. None of this all fancy stuff in the garden centre. It was salt, soot, and eggshells. And they didn't have any problem with it, but unfortunately I will not have slugs nibbling at my plants. You know, if I spend money putting plants in, I expect them to grow. I'm not sharing them with some mad, hungry slugs on the warpath. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. I'm in such a good mood today. Zara in sunny Brighton. It's 18 minutes to 5. It can't be sunny. It's not physically possible. It's pitch black Brighton, and says, glad to hear your jolly voice on this dark morning. So now it's dark. Make up your mind. I couldn't sleep. I've just finished watching Braveheart. What a brilliant film. It's made me want to visit Scotland. Well, go to Scotland then. I never saw Braveheart. Who starred in it? No, somebody else in Braveheart. Some big Hollywood actor, wasn't there? Mel Gibson. Isn't he a bit mad? Isn't Mel Gibson a bit mad, isn't? Oh, he's not very good when he's had a drink, apparently. I never saw the film. Wasn't it made here? Didn't they do a bit of it here? I'm sure they did. So, Braveheart, historical drama, blah, 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 blah. Since leading Scots First World War, Scottish independence, yeah. Mel Gibson. They gave him a wig to wear, which was lovely. It premiered at the Seattle International Film Festival. It grossed 75. The crew spent 3 weeks shooting on location in Scotland. How that must have frightened the people of Scotland. What is it? Scots were how with Wallace Blade. You know what they're like. I do it all, actually. I do it all. Can we see a photo of your 7-foot tree? I forgot to take it again because I had to bring in the helicopter for the producer. Acetate takes nail polish off. I think you mean nail polish, Niall. Very flammable. Yeah, but this little thing is really good. It's like a little sponge in a pot. You ladies get the best things ever. It's so marvellous. You can go into a department store and there's all these beautiful-looking people and they can sell you things to make you look attractive, like paper bags. And sorry, I didn't mean it. And you can get all these different things, and you think to yourself, it's a cornucopia out there. It is especially at Christmas, because everybody's troweled on the makeup with like polyfiller, like Mrs. Doubtfire, you know, standing in the kitchen with a bucket full of cream, throws it on the face. Oh dear, it's marvellous, isn't it? And doing all these kind of things. Yes, more Scottish accents. I'm very good actually with my Scottish accent. Trouble is I can't do the Welsh accent. I tried doing the Welsh accent. And see, look you back, and no, it wasn't very good at all. Yes, it needs a bit of work on that one. And Irish, how are you? I mean, that's the only bit I do. That's it. That's sort of nailed. I'm all right with that one. Sean and Sally said we're both lying here with dead arms from our COVID booster. You're making us laugh, calling that lady old baggage. She wasn't old baggage. She's you talk about the Oh, there was another woman. She wanted to get back to Ireland, and she'd missed the flight, and they can't get her on it because once the pilot closes the door and they pull the thing away, it's getting ready to reverse out. It's no good you going, I've got no luggage. You know, I only want hand luggage. And, she wasn't going to do it. And she starts, and they move her from pillar to pillar. Well, move me to somewhere else, she goes, and so they move her to the next thing. And, of course, the other person says, no, we can't make them take your flight. You can't just transfer flights to another airline. It doesn't work like that. You can buy another flight. I don't have any money to... And she started doing the whole drama queen bit. Do you remember her? It was brilliant. It was so exciting. I mean, I would have had a field day working with EasyJet. Yeah, she was going to see a kid or something. Yeah, they all make up. Do you know the favourite one? If they miss the flights, I'm going to a funeral. You know, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're absolutely not going to a funeral. I'm going to a funeral. I'm never going to get there. Or failing that, the best one was I'm needed in a court case. I'm a key witness. You go, no, you're not. You're just standing there lying through your teeth. So it's acetate. Oh, well. Might get some nail varnish. I've always fancied a manicure, actually. Just, out of curiosity.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Just think, Steve, says Janet. Or Jeanette in Manchester. The book's 30 quid, but you got a super bargain by getting your own private helicopter for $14.99. I thought it was a really good bargain. They should have cut down the packaging, but no longer available. So sorry about it. I wish I'd not mentioned it, actually. But that's the power of the radio. We do that. We mention things. Do you know they do this turkey in Iceland, and you cook it in a paper bag? It comes in a paper bag, and you put the paper bag in the oven with the turkey inside it, and it cooks. And then you just take it out of the bag, so you've got all the juices in the bag and everything else, which is a good idea, isn't it? Producer always has to check things, because he always goes, I don't believe you, Steve. I think you're telling a fib. I think it's a little porky pie. But no, there it is. Iceland's perfect turkey crown. You will find it. Turkey roast. It's not a turkey roasting bag. It's in a paper bag. It's in a paper bag. Don't make me come through the studio and sort it out for you. What do you type in? Oh, you've typed in Icelandic turkey. Of course, when you say Iceland turkey, why don't you just put turkey in paper bag? Which make it a lot easier. Otherwise, there we go. Roast turkey in a brown paper bag. Thank you. I rest my case. I'm always right. That's what James O'Brien says. Don't ever argue with Steve Allen. He's always right. Always right. Might not get it always in the right order, but at least I get there eventually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Celebrity chef Gino D'Acampo says there's no such thing as a fussy eater child. Oh, there is. Oh, there so is. He knows so little, doesn't he? He really is, but, was I a fussy eater? I don't think so, no. The only thing I didn't like mushrooms. Now I could eat mushrooms till the cows come home. And I didn't used to do green vegetables. As opposed to red, black. I can't remember. They were quite sort of way down the line, actually. Yes, 40 I was. Not eating that. You'll eat it. I'm not eating it, Mum. I'm really not. And I don't know why I just didn't go for veg. Now I love vegetables. When we went to Little Italy the other day, I had... what did I have? Oh, I had liver and bacon. I love liver and bacon. I really do love liver. A lot of people don't like it, but I adore it. And I was talking to the waiter, and he said, what would you like it with? I said, what does it come with? He said, well, it just comes with liver and bacon. And he said, you can have mashed potato. I went, I'll have mashed potato. And he said, what did I have? I had wilted spinach in cream, I think, or something like that. Cream spinach. That was nice. That was very good. They do that in Marks and Spencer's. I could eat that by itself. And I had some broccoli as well. And it was delicious. I mean, it was absolutely delicious. And then we got the magician again. We got Zap back. So we got him from the week before, the magician, and we got him back again, and he was showing my producer, of course, Corey's so easily led. Seriously, I said, Joe, just show Corey stuff and things like that. And Corey goes, do you know how that works? Do you know that? As my little group of ladies did the other week. And the answer is yes, but I'm still fascinated by watching. So I shall be equally as fascinated on Saturday at the Magic Circle. First show, 2 o'clock, second show, 7 o'clock. I think, is it 7 o'clock? 6 or something? I don't know. Well, I can't remember these things. I don't know. I'm just going to... Yeah, I'll check my ticket. Check your ticket, Steve. Steve, it's acetone, not acetate, says Mandy. Oh, well, I don't care. It's not my nails that are going in this thing. I just think it's quite a clever little idea, isn't it? Once the door closes, the pilots do a weights and balance analysis, so they won't reopen the door, says Roger. But the amount of people who stood there arguing, I can run down there, I can get through there. No. No, you're not, because the plane is not going to take you, because you turned up late. I mean, lots of it was sort of pre 9/11. And security was a little bit lax, because there was one bloke, you might remember him. He turned up and they go, I'm sorry, you're not putting that as hand luggage. It was a violin. It was this violin, £150,000. This violin, can't put it in the hold. He was Welsh again, Welsh Chinese extract, and he said because the cold will kill the violin. And And they went, no, you're not putting it in there. I'm sorry, you can't put it in as hand luggage. Anyway, he managed to get it on the plane. And nobody said a word. Nobody said a word. He actually, having been told by Leo, it's not going on the plane. And this bloke said, I want to show you. And I thought, he knows what a violin looks like, pal. And anyway, this bloke took it there, put it in the overhead locker. Whereas, in fact, he was strictly forbidden not to do it, but then a little bit lax occasionally. A little bit lax. My mum used to make liver and bacon and chips every Wednesday night. Occasionally, she'd chuck in a fried egg, says Nick in Adelaide. Oh, I've never had liver and bacon and chips. It has to be really liver, bacon, onion rings, if you're really feeling decadent, and mashed potato with onion gravy and cream spinach. In fact, anything. And I always have the cream spinach because I think it's healthy. And I like to feel that I'm sort of being good with my body. It's not, is it, Red? No, it's not, no. I tell you, I did go through a phase of putting cream in everything I cooked. You know, I would do sort of a risotto. Yeah, right. And I'd do a swirl of cream in the middle of it, or creme fraiche, which is quite nice. And I used to think, oh, that's quite good. I'm being a bit cordon bleu, a little bit sort of, you know, I'm being a little bit Brooklyn Beckham, as they say in the business, you know, basically somebody who can't cook for toffee but manages to convince people that he's something to be reckoned with. But liver and bacon and chips sounds a good idea. My mother used to make it so it was crispy round the edges. It was lovely. Yeah, Brooklyn was rustling up a pasta dish. Rustling up a pasta dish? I ask you, how dumb do you have to be? Yeah, let's put some hot water into it. Oh, look, and we put the pasta into the hot water. Amazing, isn't it? He's so clever. He's so clever. Bless his heart. But he was showing off his culinary skills. Look, he can turn a tap on. He's really bright. Bless his heart. He does his best, doesn't he? But he was rustling up a pasta dish which included a $3,000 wheel of cheese. Did you buy that, Brooklyn? No, of course not. Meanwhile, your other siblings were being out with Daddy. And Daddy took them to Winter Wonderland, which was lovely. Brooklyn Beckham. Look, he's done broccoli and pecan pie. Cooking with Brooklyn Beckham. Yeah, anything that comes in a packet. So here it is. It's a piece of I mean, what? I mean, seriously. I mean, do you think he could be bothered to wash his hair or just likes looking awful like that? Here he is. Look, he's managed to separate a wheel of cheese. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. And then he's managed to grate it. And then he'll be showing you how to roll it out. And he's got a little machine that does pasta. He's really good. I tell you, he'll be opening a restaurant chain very shortly. It's the only thing the Beckhams have not done. And then he's sort of doing it. Look at that. And he's done spaghetti, because that's really difficult. Really difficult. Spaghetti is absolutely the most difficult thing. And then he serves somebody up. And then he's managed to also put some broccoli into a bowl as well. It looks disgusting, doesn't it? I mean, really. And that's the best he can. And that's Cooking with Brooklyn. Who's this programme aimed at? 5-year-olds? Is it? Oh, they kiss over their meal. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. It's a bit like Lady and the Tramp. But no, liver and bacon and chips. That's an intro. I might try that one. Do you know what I had the other day? I had, they do little mini chicken Kievs in Marks and Spencer's, and I had those. Whole box of chicken Kievs. There was about 10 in there, but they're only little. And they've got sort of parsley butter in there as well. They were very nice. I deep fried them, but I not deep fried, I shallow fried. Only put about half an inch of shallow frying in, and they were particularly good. I did buy some pigs in blankets as well. I'm not sure whether to have those today. I've definitely got to go. I want to go and buy a pair of trousers today. That's what I can have the pigs in blankets as a reward, but then before Saturday I'll have to lose the weight again, because otherwise you don't want to sort of get there and you put the trousers on and you go, oh, I can't breathe. Yeah, might have to sort of run home or something like that. Not very good. Kim Kardashian requests a marriage termination, and Gary Barlow jumped at the chance to be on Walk the Line because there's not enough music on television. Are you serious? I turned on, I unfortunately caught the one show. I had no idea who the presenters were. Not a clue. I really didn't know. Oh, and they were all arguing again the other day on This Morning, because they got rid of Josie Gibson and replaced her with Rochelle, who it turns out smokes. She's a smoker. She was seen outside a party the other day with a fag on, as they say. And so she was smoking. They brought her back. They don't want her. They want Josie Gibson back, the one who struggles with auto cue. And they don't want Philip Schofield back now, apparently. They want Vernon Kay. Last night, Lauren Laverne and Jermaine Jenas. Who's he? An ex-footballer? Good God in heaven. Never heard of him. And Lauren Laverne. There's a talent to be reckoned with. There's a talent. But you know what they had on there? You know they had on? Come on, guess, being a festive show. They obviously film it in a barn or something. It was a bit naff. They had Ed Sheeran and Elton John there doing their... It's quite a good song, actually. It's not bad. I was quite impressed. Ed Sheeran's very good. To be honest with you, at the risk of upsetting old Elt, or Reg, he was better than Reg. Reg plays the piano, and I think that's quite a talent. But Ed Sheeran was brilliant. His voice was all over, the shop, all the different octaves and everything. I think it was really good. It was very, very catchy, very nice. And two gingers. Elton John's not ginger, is he? No, he's not. That's a toque. He's wearing a toque. He's not ginger at all. Ed Sheeran he's really good. Really good, and I liked the record as well, and I thought that was quite nice. But they have the audience for the one show is basically people who work on the show. God knows what they do. I've got no idea what they all do on the show, but they all stand there whooping and obviously hoping they're going to be a presenter, a bit like this Jermaine Genus, who was nothing worse. They laugh constantly. Yeah, they're ha 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 ha, and you think you're not going to get the job. Okay, it's already gone to somebody else, definitely. Apparently, cooking in a paper bag, says Mike, is termed en papillote. It keeps the meat or fish very moist. I saw them cooking fish once in a dishwasher. They did it... Salmon. They did salmon in a dishwasher. And they did it... I think I've seen it on Blue Peter as well, where they sort of wrapped it up in newspaper and put it in the dishwasher, and it cooked it, because salmon cooks really simply. And I love salmon. I don't know if it's good for you or not, but... So Mike says that. So cooking in a paper bag is termed en papillote. Sorry? No, newspaper. Newspaper. They wrapped it in newspaper. Oh, yes. I mean, you might better wrap it in foil as well, but no, I saw it wrapped in newspaper, because I remember thinking that's quite a good one. They were trying to show me all these pictures wrapped in foil. It was definitely wrapped in newspaper, because I remember thinking that's quite nice, because then you get a bit of the ink, which sort of, goes into it and gives it a new marbled look. Am I facing the right way? What is going on here this morning? I'm facing the right... Really, honestly, don't worry, you can both be replaced. We can get a robot in, or a helicopter. phone Corey, get him there. But no, but you can do the paper bag thing as well. Which you can do all of it. I'm not going to argue the toss over, whether or not you can cook in newspaper or not, but I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to. What's it going to do? Dissolve? No. But they did cook it, and I do like smoked salmon. Smoked salmon steaks are very good, aren't they? I have those. Bit of newsprint, it's good for that. Well, they used to do fish and chips in newspaper. They would cook the fish and chips, and then before they did the white paper that you got in the butcher's shop, it was newspaper. Anybody listening will tell you that. And they didn't cook them in it, though. No, but it was very hot. It came straight out, and they put... Very bitter this morning, aren't you? I don't know why you're being in such a bad mood. Honestly, I've given you a blooming helicopter. What more do I have to do? Hope it breaks. Anyway... Somebody will attack you on the way home and go, you've got that $14.99 helicopter. I want it. We'll take a short break for the news, because I need a cup of tea, frankly. I'm very hyper this morning. I don't know why. It's not like me at all. I've not even had any jelly babies or Smarties or anything. Oh, I could eat a Smartie now. I might have a Satsuma. Push the boat out. Whoopee!
This is LBC.
Nothing better than a perfectly clean kitchen. But things always find a way to get a little messy. No point crying over anything. Hotpoint's new induction hob has a unique Clean Protect coating. Just wipe with water to clean. That's farewell food stains, adios halos, and ciao to harsh chemicals. Plus, it's 5 times more resistant to chipping. Finally, no extra protection needed. To learn more, visit hotpoint.co.uk. Hotpoint, your trusted partner at home. Claims against chipping are comparable to Hotpoint non-coated models. See website for details.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, coming up to 4 minutes past 5. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 15th of December. Only 10 days to go, and it's all over. By the time you get there, you'll be going, oh, this is very exciting. We managed to get everything. I quite like the idea. Somebody says lamb's liver, kidney, fried in onions with a couple of eggs thrown in. Oh, I'm not sure, Lawrence, about that one. It definitely wouldn't be lamb's liver. I'm allergic to lamb. And I don't know why, actually. It must be the only thing that I'm allergic to. I think, I'm very allergic to it. It makes me ill. If I have it, and I used to have it, quite a lot of the time, little sort of steaklet type things and lamb's neck and everything else. Really, the more I think about it, the more awful it is. And so I don't have it anymore, which is good. Tanker driver Phil says salmon cooks very well in the dishwasher, wrapped up in a newspaper, but make sure you use the Angling Times. Right, you're barred. Steve, no kidding. If Steve Allen were running this country would be a better place, in better hands. I say this because I agree with everything you say, says Connie in Stockwell. So there you go. Well, if you're a new listener, or if you've just woken up and you've just tuned in, you need to listen to the beginning of the programme today. You'll hear a slightly different Steve Allen getting a little bit angry. But that's OK. Paul says nothing better than Friday night's fish and chips with salt and vinegar and some batter snaps and a bread roll for a chip butty. Absolutely lovely. I agree. Nobody gets chip butties anymore, do they? But, I mean, I do it. Do you do chip butties often? I'm assuming the answer's a yes on that one. And also, you actually call them batter snaps. We call them, yes, it's all the bits, when they take the fish out or everything else, you get little bits of batter that, and they give you, you can just, what do we call them? We didn't call them batter snaps. Scraps, yeah, basically scraps. And if you were lucky, you got a little bit of fish in one of them. You might get, we used to have those, we love those. It was basically just the batter, wasn't it? Which was quite nice, actually. Reading the paper while you ate your chips, says John. Yeah, that's what people did. You could read it halfway through a story, reading it for fish and chips. And Andrew says, I think the lads are right. Paper and water don't go well together. How did the paper not fall apart in the dishwasher? I want to check before I try. I don't know. I just remember them wrapping it in newspaper. I know you can do it in foil, but that would be a bit defeating the object, because it's only foil and hot water, isn't it? You might as well stick it in a saucepan. It's roughly the same effect. But I thought it was unusual. I mean, it's not sort of just one piece of newspaper. You're going to be taking, like, I should imagine, a whole newspaper. I'll try. I don't have a dishwasher. It's her day off. And I'm here all week, just as well. Steve, salmon in tinfoil in a dishwasher with a recipe often demonstrated by Vincent Price. But I mean, that's exactly the same as just putting salmon in a saucepan, isn't it? It's the same kind of thing. I didn't think that was anything particularly. But it's a whole newspaper. If you just put it in a piece of newspaper, surely it's going to disintegrate. I watched The Bishop's Wife yesterday, Steve, whilst eating another packet of toffees. What a lovely film, says Sidcup Julie. Isn't it good? Is it good? And Niall says, won't it make the salmon taste of soap tabs? No, you're not putting soap tabs in there. Come on. Bet you didn't get any O-levels, did you? Pieces of salmon are spiced and wrapped tightly in at least 2 layers of aluminium foil and put in the dishwasher, blah, blah, blah. Dishwasher is set to perform the wash-dry cycle. Depending on the model of the dishwasher, the salmon is cooked, steamed and ripened. An advantage is that the prepared dish does not smell. There's nothing preventing one from washing the dishes at the same time, provided the package is tight enough. Yeah, I mean, you could do that, but not in newspaper. You're determined that you're only going to get aluminium foil, aren't you? You're really going for this big time. Steve, don't fly your helicopter for a night or you'll get some idiots saying they've seen a UFO, says James. Yes. Also, it's legal. So it's not going to be interfering. Like some people fly drones over Heathrow Airport. They're the terminally stupid people. Somebody says, you mentioned turkey crowns. I might pop to Iceland later and get one, stick it in the freezer. Absolutely. There's no shortage of turkey. We've got loads of turkeys. Nick in Adelaide says, I've got this vision of you remote controlling your helicopter to get rid of the pigeons. Oh, it will happen. I'm also trying to fit a small machine gun onto the front of it. That'll frighten the life out of them. No, they're such a pain. The mess they make all over the place. Over one particular lady's car. They're literally absolutely dreadful. Didn't you get spikes? Yeah, we put spikes on and they've learnt to now cling to other things. So we're going to have to put more spikes up there. On one of them, it's a little knob that sticks out from an air conditioning unit. They've learnt to perch on that. So what I need is some of that paint that doesn't dry. It's called anti-graffiti paint and something else. And you paint it on and so they won't touch anything that's sticky like that. But, oh, they're ghastly, honestly. The sooner they're dead, the better. The sooner happier I would be. But the people around our way that feed the blasted things. You see people, they feed them in Trafalgar Square. Totally illegal. It says do not feed them. But there again, if you manage to get your about to burst into flames e-scooter. They used to have a bread stall on Trafalgar Square. Well, they used to sell nuts. It used to be nuts. I don't think it was bread. But they used to sell nuts, and then you'd go, and the pigeons would sit on you. having just walked through piles of excrement on Trafalgar Square, they then come and people go, oh, look, take a picture of me with a pigeon sitting on me. Are you having a laugh? Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. And Shane says, I used to love battered Saveloy chips. Battered Saveloy? I've never heard of battered Saveloy. I thought you just had... a Saveloy is not a sausage. It's a Saveloy you have separately, but you have sausage in batter. They're nice. They're nice. Pigs in blankets are nice, but they don't do them in our local Greggs until about 12 o'clock. What's the point of that? Why can't they do them for breakfast? They can't take any different... They've got about 6 shelves in these cookers that they've got. Somebody says, Steve, I'm not surprised to hear you're allergic to lamb because there's nothing sheepish about you. Right, you're barred as well. And was the Bishop's Wife on? Did I miss it? Love it. Love David Niven. What a gent. Yes, most of his books, it turns out, were sort of a little bit fantasy. He elaborated with Bring on the Empty Horses and things like that. And why didn't the turkey eat any food on Thanksgiving? Because he was already stuffed. Thank you so much. There's a lovely picture of turkeys in the paper today being shepherded by a sheepdog to get them into the barns at night because they have to keep them in there because otherwise foxes will take them, and that's not very nice, is it? Foxes don't know the difference at all. What have we got here? Jane Moore giving her awards out this year for her final column of the roller coaster year. This is the Old Moore's Almanac. And we've got Dawn Neeson's column as well to get through today. But notable mention, this is the Fresh Prince of Hot Air Award, goes to, surprise, surprise, Prince Harry, who's announced he's writing a memoir, not as the prince I was born, but the man I have become. No news yet on whether crayons will be included. Poor old Harry, honestly, delusional to the last. Runner-up, Prince Harry declaring that if you don't find joy in your job, you should leave. Perhaps he thinks his dad will pick up our bills as well. And the winner is Meghan and Harry's jaw-dropping, one-sided and self-serving interview with Oprah Winfrey, which produced more pork pies than Melton Mowbray and spawned the Queen's brilliantly simple, yet devastatingly takedown of recollections, which may vary. No wonder she bought them a waffle machine as a present. Yes, poor old souls, honestly. Nothing really going on at all. The Tone Deaf Award, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Again, I'm afraid. They seem to have done quite mention, actually. The Nancy Doolally Award for services to delusion. You remember Nancy Doolally? Poor soul, honestly. We used to laugh at her. Notable mention goes to Sarah Ferguson, claiming to be the most persecuted woman in royal history. When Henry VIII beheaded 2 of his wives, Henry II's wife was forced to marry him at 12, whilst he carried on a gay affair, and George IV's wife, Caroline, was barred from seeing her own daughter and eventually goaded to her death by her callous husband. Perhaps Fergie should stop writing bodice rippers and read a few history books. I don't think she's got the bright intelligence to go there. She's written this book, hasn't... Well, there's 2 of them that wrote it, so I don't think it was very much to do with her at all, actually. Well, Anne says, I slept very badly, but it's an absolute tonic listening to you chatting while everybody's asleep. No, they're not. Have you seen my audience figures? Phew, blimey, I tell you. It's amazing. You're a very funny person. Yeah. Is that funny ha-ha or funny peculiar? I don't mind either way, actually. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference to me, as long as the figures are there. That's why I said, that's why I'm urging people to get the jab, the vaccine. I don't want to lose audience members. Good God in heaven. There might be other radio stations that couldn't care less, but no. I hang on to all and cultivate more at every opportunity. So I'd like to think that maybe, as I sort of get into my next birthday, which actually isn't that far away, there's going to be even more people listening. And also listening to the Steve Allen programme makes you immortal. No, we don't lose people on this programme. We just gain more people, which is very nice. 21 million downloads, can't be wrong. So, looking forward to that one. The heroes. Who have we got? Tom Daley, knitting his way to gold at the Olympics. He's done very well. Rose Ayling-Ellis, done very well. Captain Tom Moore. All these people should get awards because they're just absolutely wonderful. And what have we got here? I'm trying to find something. There's all sorts of different little bits and pieces. Notable mentions. The World's Gone Mad Award, hotly contested. This was the tribunal that ruled driver Colin Kane was wrongfully dismissed, despite being spotted in the pub after calling in sick because he was bad in bed all day with his chest. But that was only a notable mention. The winner was Court of Appeal Judge Sir Geoffrey Voss, who, despite Meghan Markle admitting she'd misled the original hearing, upheld a summary judgment, so her invasion of privacy claim didn't have to be tested at trial. There you go, which is nice. I could have written that bit. I could have done that bit. And what was the other bit, just before we go to a quick break? Oh, a granddad, survived a 60-foot tree falling on him. A 60-foot tree, thanks to the 3 stone he put on in lockdown. He's 18 stone, so, just saying. And, Colin Newbury had his legs, arms and shoulders shattered, but the rest of him was all right. Legs, arms and shoulders have gone. But he spent 36 days in hospital and doctors rebuilt him. So I'm tempted to do another joke, but I can't. No. And in a moment, the top 20 sexiest men, you deliver your verdict. And I'm a little bit disappointed to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and others, that I don't appear to have made the top 20. I'm probably 21, I realise, but they haven't done 21. Who's in? Who's out?
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So here is this list of people, the top 20 sexiest men. They did it the other day in The Sun and they found out that Michelle Keegan was the sexiest woman in the country. I don't know why, but they did. So anyway, so they decided to do the men. They obviously, had a bottle of Lambrusco in the office and they sat down and they went through a list. So at number 20, Gary Barlow is apparently classed as sexy. He could... Oh, no, they're not agreeing with this one next door. Well, the list is from recent, I think. I don't know. Number 19 is Gordon Ramsay. That's the sweary 55-year-old chef. You remember him, who had his lines and wrinkles lasered, saying the lines were horrible like Scarface. So, but his children helped him feel more paranoid about it. Number 18, Lewis Hamilton. So any thoughts on Lewis Hamilton being a sexy... None at all. OK. 17, Ben Shepherd. No. Oh dear, we're not doing very well here. Number 16 is Giovanni Panici. He's known as the Italian Stallion. No, he's not. Just known as Giovanni Panici. He's a dancer from Strictly. No, God dear me. 15, Gethin Jones. Oh, you like Gethin Jones? OK. 14, Jack Grealish. We're wavering a bit on Jack Grealish. 13, Richard Madden. No. He found fame as the brooding protection officer David Budd in The Bodyguard BBC drama. Somebody said at school he looked like a fat potato. Well, that's a bit insulting to fat potatoes. Number 12, Sean Bean. I'm not sure. He's quite old, isn't he? Well, he must be desperate now. He's advertising Yorkshire tea on the television. Do it for Yorkshire. I can't do the accent. Number 11 is Joel Dommett. Oh, dear, they're not going down well with our team, ladies and gentlemen. Number 10 is Harry Styles. Oh, they like Harry Styles, because he paints his fingernails. Number 9 is Danny Dyer. No, they're looking very odd on that one, definitely. 8 is Mark Wright. Fellow globaler, so we have to say brilliant. Until he's not a fellow globaler, then we could say something different. Makes you laugh. 7 is Tom Hiddleston. Tom Hiddleston, he was Hunky Tom, and he's an actor, and which is very good. Number 6 is Robbie Williams. They're a bit dated, aren't they? Oh, you like Robbie Williams? No, you don't. No, it's an odd one, that, isn't it, really? It's very 90s list. They say, despite his 18 Brit Awards, he suffered the psychological condition body dysmorphia. What's that got to do with us? I don't know what that's doing. Anyway, he's 47. He's a dad of 4. No, he doesn't count, I'm afraid. Number 5 is Henry Cavill. Yeah, you like Henry Cavill. I thought you would. Number 4 is Sir Tom Jones. By this time, the Lambrusco has taken a downward turn. They're on to some Pinot Grigio, I should imagine. Number 3 is Tom Holland. I like Tom Holland. He's not very tall. They're not voted for by Saga. That's a very cruel thing to say. Very bitter. Number 2 is Daniel Craig. Yeah, we like Daniel Craig. Yeah, we like Daniel Craig. And number one, huge fanfare. Unfortunately, we couldn't afford to actually bring in the musicians, so I had to do it myself. Is Tom Hardy. Yeah, you're okay with Tom Hardy. They say he thinks he's got pencil arms, dad flab, and crooked teeth. Who cares? They're not going to be looking at that, are they? He's an English actor. He's a CBE. He made his film debut in Ridley Scott's Black Hawk Down. He's 44. He was born in Hammersmith, but somebody's got to be, which is okay. So Tom Hardy is the number one person. They must have had so many drinks in the office to get to that one. Interesting. I mean, some of them are really odd choices. Very, very odd choices. I mean, Tom Jones. Yes, I know, number 4. It's amazing. Amazing. Steve, I worked in a building where pigeons were a problem. We used to have a man come round and fly a hawk, says Sue. Well, we have a man down here who flies a hawk. We've quite a lot of men down here, actually. But he flies a hawk in Trafalgar Square, which is good, isn't it? James says, I've missed you for 4 months. Where's Corey and Thomas gone? Oh, well, Corey has moved on to Ian Dale's programme, and Thomas is in America. He's in Washington, he says. He says, I love you, but I miss them. From James and Roger the Cat in Sevenoaks. Right, you're barred. Had enough of that. You can't start playing people off. You're very ungrateful. I've just woken up from an exhausting nightmare, says Mike in Kings Langley. An exhausting nightmare. That's quite good, isn't it? I quite like the idea of an exhausting nightmare. I haven't had a nightmare for ages. I don't get nightmares. I just get pleasant dreams, mainly about people I work with, which is terribly worrying because I often come in there, into here, and they look at me and I think, oh, God, I wonder if they know. That's why Thomas is in America. He went as far away as possible. Stop having dreams. They call a sausage in batter here in Australia a battered sav. Oh, right. But they're not too bad, but how I miss a British chip shop, says Mark in Sydney. Yeah, you can't be. Listen, nobody does chips like we do. Nobody does fish and chips like we do. Although they did try it on some people the other day who came in from overseas or something, and they didn't like it. They didn't like fish and chips. They thought it was a little bit odd. Whereas, chips you can have any time. It's a winter warmer, isn't it? I mean, why is it a British... Well, it's not a British dish. I forget where it came from, fish and chips, but it's certainly not British. Certainly not British. I thought it was Chinese, actually, but I might be wrong on that. But it's definitely not British. It was invented somewhere else, doing fish in batter. I'm right, am I? Is it Chinese? No, it's not Chinese. Where would it have come from? I can't remember, but definitely not British. Go on. Where's it from? Where is fish and chips from? It's from... Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I do remember this now. The dish has got 2 parts, and the fish came first. The tradition of eating fish that have been coated with flour and fried in oil can be traced back to the early 1800s, and it's thought it was brought to Britain by Jewish immigrants from Spain and Portugal, where fish was cooked in this fashion. Then came the chips. Earliest report of chips being served in the northern city of Oldham in 1860. A decade later, the Belgian immigrants to Dundee also earned a living by selling fried potatoes. There are records of an immigrant called Edouard de Genier selling this tasty snack to the workers and shoppers at the city's green market. So the first fish and chip shop opened in London in the 1860s. Wow, where was it? Do we know? Is it still there? Well, that'd be lovely if it was still there, still serving fish and chips, all these years later in the 1860s. But I fear it is not to be. So the Jewish immigrants we thank for the fish, and we thank the Belgian immigrants to Dundee selling fried potato, which is quite nice. We've talked about fried potatoes before, but a sausage in batter is called a battered sav. See, we have a saveloy, which you have separately. It's just sort of like a hot sausage, but it's a saveloy. So it's a bit like a hot dog sausage, only a bit bigger, isn't it? I'm pretty certain. And then you've got battered sausage, which is a sausage which they've put into flour and batter, and then they've sort of fried. And that's quite nice as well, actually. Sometimes you actually go in to the fish and chip shop and you ordered fish and chips, and then you'll actually go for a battered sausage, which you can eat on the way home. Apparently, the first fish and chip shop opened in London in the 1860s. It was in Bow, as in Bow Bells, closed in the 1970s. What a shame. Wonder why? Did we fall out of love with fish and chips or something in the 1970s? Which was interesting. Top earners. I did this yesterday, actually. Harry Styles is number 2. This is The Other Year. Harry Styles, number 2. The Eagles, number 4. Dead and Company, number 5. I don't know who Dead and Company are, actually. Los Bukis are apparently number 6. Guns N' Roses, number 7. Dave Matthews Band. The Jonas Brothers are number 10. 32.1 million. Not really a huge amount in it, apart from the Rolling Stones are number 1, with 87.2 million. Harry Styles with 65.5 million. I like to know these things. I like to know them. God, it's cold in here today. So here's Naomi Campbell. They say the jewel in the gown as she leaves a movie event. Don't like Naomi Campbell. Yeah, she went to the cinema. The model wore a jewel-encrusted white dress topped off with a sheer shawl at the Red Sea International Film Festival. She spoke on stage at the event's closing ceremony. They must look at her and go, I mean, I know people have done this before in the past. They go, I'm sorry, she's a supermodel, is she? What makes her a supermodel? Don't know. Hair extensions, I should think. She's 51 now. 51. The 2 beggars who used a stolen credit card and won £4 million have been sent to prison. We knew that they were a pair of fraudsters. What they did... Have I got enough time? Yeah, I've got enough time to tell you now. Mark Goodrum and John Ross Watson went on a 4-day bender thinking they'd landed the jackpot. But Camelot officials refused to pay out and called the police. Goodrum, 38, and Watson, 34, denied fraud, but yesterday they changed their pleas. They're beggars. They came down from Bolton to beg in London because they said it's easier in London, you get more money in London. So they came down and they managed to go begging, but one of them had a number and expiry date of a stolen debit card written on his hand, which he used to buy 5 scratch cards. One was a £10 winner and the second one was £4 million. So Camelot... Then, because they immediately tried to claim the windfall, but Camelot were a bit suspicious when one of them, Goodrum, said he had no bank account for the cash to be paid into. Goodrum, I better tell you, has history. 24 previous convictions. The other one, 74 previous convictions. They're a pair of toe rags. Anyway, both jailed for 18 months. And, in fact, the recorder has actually said, even when you come out of prison, we think that you will carry on with your life of crime. Silly little nobodies. There was no loss to Camelot because there was a loss to the next law-abiding citizen who would have bought that card and was deprived of a life-changing sum. So somebody else could have bought that and won £4 million, but these 2 toe rags, 18 months in prison. Whoopee! That's good, isn't it? Like things like that. ITV bosses are thinking of making I'm a Celebrity in Wales in 2022. Oh, God, you're not going to struggle again to try and find some... Don't bother. The audience figures were dire. The celebrities were a bit naff. I mean, come on, for goodness sake. I mean, there isn't anybody else left, is there? Unless they take people from Geordie Shore, in which case you really lost the plot. Really lost the plot. I mean, you could get Richard Madeley back. You could get him back in again. But you need some more people. How about Richard and Judy? That'd be a good one, wouldn't it? I like the idea. Going to Covent Garden today, then Joe Allen's for lunch. Your recommendation, says Elizabeth. Have a very happy Christmas, and thank you for your lovely show, which is nice. Cameron says, you're my number 1 for sexiest male. You see, I know you're lying. There is no way I could ever be considered. Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, look, Tom Jones is in that list, but I mean, there's no way that Steve Allen could ever be in there. Absolutely not. But, and I've never been called sexy. Not unless somebody's had an awful lot of Prosecco, in which case I could then be considered sexy, but I promise you it is only in fun. Still to come, the gay jibe case, which has been lost. I was surprised, as you can well imagine.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you're well. Forgot to ask you at the beginning of the programme. I hope you are well. Dave says he bought a film called A Christmas Horror Story. William Shatner's in it. Blimey, I've never even heard of it. But there again, I mean, William Shatner, I saw him being interviewed, actually. I was like, didn't he go up out of space or something a short while ago? That's right. I remember looking at him thinking he's 90 or something now and still going. I don't think they liked him very much on Star Trek. I think he had a bit of a reputation for being a little bit of a diva. But actually, that's okay. I don't mind divas. That's why it made me laugh when they had Gemma Collins was down as a diva, because she wasn't a diva. She was just rude. You know, if you're a diva, you're entitled to be something. But, I mean, she's never done anything that qualifies as being a diva. They couldn't think of anything else to put down, actually. The decision to prosecute over Harry Dunn's death is in confusion. This is in The Spy, apparently, from America. And her lawyers have said, I don't know where people have got this idea from. She's not coming back here to stand trial at all. How she can live with herself, I've got no idea. The new pension age shake-up could hit retirement hopes. They're thinking of making it from 68 now, from 68. That'll be a bit of a disappointment, I should imagine. Happy birthday to Cindy Birdsong. Go on, you've got to be my age to know Cindy Birdsong. She was one of the replacements in the Supremes. She's 82 today, so many happy returns to such a great name, Cindy Birdsong. And Joy, as a toddler, beats cancer after a year of grueling treatment, and she got to ring the bell. And that's what the kids want to do now. They want to ring the bell because that means that they're clear, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, some of the stories you're going to read in the papers today, you're going to be very depressed with, because days after the horrific case of little Arthur, the shocking failings by social workers and doctors, 2 more innocents at the mercy of their murderous adult carers. I said at the beginning of the programme, and I got a little bit overheated. But there again, I think it's justified. I think somebody needs to shout out for these poor little children. Ella Rose failed by 6 doctors, 6 imbeciles. Star failed 5 times by social workers. And they justify it by going, well, with hindsight. You go, what? These children are dead. They were beaten to death. I mean, have these people got no shame? Obviously not. And the latest disgusting pieces of filth. This is a mum who allowed her 16-month-old daughter to be abused and then murdered by her girlfriend. I mean, I don't even know what to say, actually. Are these people so sick that they don't see the error of their way? What did they think was going to happen to them? Somebody come round, give them a birthday cake or something, you go, oh, we're so sorry your daughter died at your hands, you pieces of filth. A mother allowing her daughter to be abused, and abused so badly. Star Hobson suffered catastrophic injuries and a cardiac arrest when Savannah Brockhill, I can't begin to tell you what I wish for this piece of filth, stamped on or punched her stomach, a little child. So Brockhill found guilty of murder. The mum, who's 20, was convicted of causing or allowing her death. Social services were alerted 5 times. What do? Hate to use the expression, bugger all. I mean, and these 2 little children now are dead. And that's, together with all the other children who've been abused by these pieces of filth. But as I say, you hope, don't you, that they will get their comeuppance and they will end up suffering. That's what you hope. That's what you hope. Another couple in the paper ordered to take down their Christmas lights. What is it with local councils who are going, oh, you can't have those up, it's a Christmas light. We don't like... I don't know why they talk like that. I've got no idea. I just imagine they're really nerdy people. Oh, we don't like Christmas. Take your lights down. And I don't understand why. Which is very peculiar. It's very sad, actually. I thought the whole idea was you put up Christmas lights and it's appealing to people. Like it. People like seeing Christmas lights. I love seeing lights in people's, front windows. I'm trying to find the story, actually, why they had to take them down. It's probably because it'll be health and safety, won't it? Yeah, you can't have that. I think they put them in their garden or something, and they went that they were it was something to do with health and safety. I don't know why. I can't find the blooming story now. I will find it at some point during the programme, so fear not. Fear not, said he, for mighty dread had seized their trouble mind. This could be Roger. Council bans family. Cornwall Housing. Oh, it's a housing trust. It's a housing trust, which is a company set up by Cornwall Council and owns the surrounding land around the property. Told the family they can't put up lights anymore. Wait for this, due to slippery grass. Slippery grass. So Roger Gifford was lost for words. First time in 20 years, you're not councillors like, oh, you can't have that slippery grass. Roger said a new housing officer had cited ridiculous health and safety reasons, like slippery grass. He said it's a communal area. We put a Father Christmas sleigh on it and inflatable reindeer. What's the matter with that? In previous years, children would sit on it and have their photograph taken, and even got a castle that we built in part of the old cathedral display on the Trafalgar roundabout in Truro. We went into a lot of trouble. We don't mind because we know how many families and children come out to enjoy it. I mean, sounds really dangerous, doesn't it? Really dangerous. Probably fall. Anyway, they built up this So it can no longer go ahead because they've got somebody... I'd love to know who the person is who's banned it. Oh, what an old misery they must be, mustn't they? Can you imagine? It's slippery grass. You're not having it. You're not having your Christmas. And you think to yourself, my godfathers, honestly. You really want to know who these people are, don't you? Who can be that miserable that they want to destroy a family's happiness through putting lights up? And not just their happiness, but happiness for loads and loads of other people. Miserable devils, honestly. They're obviously trying to make a mark for themselves. I hope they're pilloried. You know, bring back the stocks. That's what I say. People who put up Christmas lights. Bar humbug. Get rid of them. Dawn Neeson talks about Bear Grylls, who's finally admitted he's scared of parties. Not scared of anything else. Parties he's scared of. He gets nervous at events and struggles in rooms full of people. I'm the same. I'm exactly the same. Probably not a good idea for him to become a member of the Conservative cabinet then, says Dawn Neeson. And she's talking as well, possibly the least sparkly woman outside of Cruella de Vil. I've been slightly disturbed to find that this year I've become obsessed by sequins. She says, please don't hate me, but as sequins are being relegated to fashion history as keeping our oceans happy, just don't mention the 150 billion discarded face masks floating around. My sparkling fetish is also likely to upset Greta Thunberg. A win double. So now Googling green sequin party outfits, as in the colour, not the cult. And she also talks about Gemma Collins. Gemma, it's quite good, this one, actually. She says she has an interesting way to rate the men in her life. She uses possibly the one thing she enjoys more, food. So current boyfriend is a quality fillet steak, and ex-Arge is apparently sirloin. Because sirloin's not as good. But then Dawn Neeson says, tried doing this in reverse by asking the husband what he'd possibly be. Juicy rump steak? No, she says, scrag end. I'd be a well-done piece of meat. Definitely. And it wouldn't... I have to be honest, I have had sirloin steak, but I do prefer fillet, given the choice. You know, I mean, even though it means paying a little bit more. Here they are, Sean Bailey and billionaire Tory donor Nick Candy seen at a party at headquarters. Now, we know Sean Bailey, don't we? We know Sean Bailey and we know Nick Candy. And I believe that Sean Bailey has just stepped down. 24 people crowded into a room in the Tories' Westminster headquarters for an event organised by Sean Bailey's mayoral campaign. Mr Bailey tonight quit as chair of the London Assembly's Police and Crime Committee after being approached by the Mirror. Dropping like flies, aren't they, really? Another party, all groping, all sort of going together in the same food. That was during the rule of six. What is the matter with these people? Do they think there are separate rules? Perhaps they do. Perhaps they do. But anyway, so no more Sean Bailey. Bye, see you. Thank you. Wouldn't want to be you. A poll says Watford fans have the biggest thingies. Watford fans. Apparently, they're 3 times bigger than those supporters of Burnley. How do they know this? Well, I don't... It's in Dawn Neeson's column. I merely pass it on. She says... yeah, 3 times the size. It's unbelievable, isn't it? So the place to go to is Watford, OK? The place not to go to is Burnley. If you're online and somebody says, I'm from Burnley, don't bother. You're wasting your time. You imagine the things they come up with. It's just adverts for food in the newspapers. Francis Rossi is such a skinflint, he refuses to drive his £90,000 BMW to maintain its value. He prefers to leave the gleaming motor at home and catch a lift. He's worth an estimated $6 million. See, I thought they'd be worth more, wouldn't you? They've had hits over the years, definitely. And they've got a woman who's diving... And she's in the sea, obviously, in Hawaii. And guess what attaches itself to her? An octopus. She's swimming along and the octopus swims behind her and attaches itself to her bottom. Why are you smiling? What's funny about that? I'd be frightened out of my life. Wouldn't you be frightened? You turn around and you go, ah! That would be... The photographer said they were very chill and just wanted to hang out and swim with us. No, they didn't. They wanted to... I don't know. Want to hang on to her bottom, I suppose. What an odd thing, isn't it? I don't know where we get some of these stories from. I know where they're going back to. Also, everybody loved that picture the other day, which we talked about. You know, the lion and the... this is Valentine and Serga, and the man who rescued her as a cub. And then the lion puts its paws round him. Arms. don't know. And he said she's never attacked or anything like that. No, there might come that day she might. You have to remember, at the end of the day, they are wild animals. You know, you might think, oh, it really loves me and it's great. They did have, and you'll like this one, and I only found it actually the other day. It's, you know, sometimes you have television programmes and they go, and here we go, this is a parrot that talks. And it'll never say a word. You can guarantee. We've done it on telly before, and they bring the parrot on. They say, oh, this one does the alphabet and says, oh, who's a pretty boy and all that kind of rubbish. Anyway, they've got one on, I think, the Letterman show. This parrot sings, talks, does everything. You've never seen anything like it. It is absolutely unbelievable. Even, is it Letterman? No, it wasn't Letterman. It was somebody else. It was Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson and the talking parrot. This thing sings. It does all sorts of things. And then, you know, can you do a bit of warm-up? Goes the owner to this parrot. You'd swear to God the voice came out of somebody else. It was like a ventriloquist. It's really good. It was in 1981. And this Poncho, the parrot, sings, chats and everything else. And he does it all. He gets a reward when he sings. And they go, can you sing, you know, when you want to do a bit of vocalising? La, 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 la. Seriously. It's unbelievable. I thought it was a bit of a fake thing, but it's not.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
What about our very own Tom Swarbrick, says Zara. He could have made it onto the sexiest male list. I don't think so. Really, he's very average, very plain sort of person, I think, you know. Tall and good-looking. Not anybody around here's favourite idea of somebody, you know, who should make it onto the sexiest male list. You know, I mean, you'd be better off putting James O'Brien on the list. You know, much better looking, you know, in my opinion, than Tom Swarbrick. Yeah, you can pass that on to him, actually. I saw him, actually, this morning, strangely enough. I saw Tom Swarbrick. I avoided him. And, no, I was sort of coming in, and he was sort of going out, as it were, and he went, Steve! So I blanked him. I thought, no, I'm not entering into this kind of show business malarkey that people go on about all the time. It's not my sort of thing. Yeah, he probably just wanted a selfie taken with me or something, and I'm not prepared to enter into it. You know, I don't do showbiz stuff. Dawn Neeson says 2 hours sleep worth it. To have the lovely Steve Allen show on LBC, read your new Daily Star column out. I want to know where you get the story about the Willies from. I mean, that's the most bizarre story we've ever heard. Never heard of such a thing like that. But they're all looking at property now in a different area from where they came from. Bless your heart, honestly. Bless your heart. And happy birthday, as I said from the other day. It's nice to have birthdays, isn't it? Very nice. James says, would you be interested in doing stand-up comedy? I think not. No, you see, I'm one of those people. I'm probably a little bit, you know, most people who go into radio, not most, actually that's a lie, not most people, but a lot of people, they want to be on television. They want to further their careers and they think television is the way forward. Whereas I think television not only uses up lots of material, but also it's, you know, if people don't like you on the radio, they ain't going to like you on the television. It doesn't, it's a tough, lonely life. I've seen established comedians, really, really well-known people, walk off to the sound of their own feet. Literally, you know, because they've died. On the other hand, I've seen people go extremely well. But it's a lonely old life out there. When you get to the big stages of the Michael McIntyres and people like that who play stadiums, you know, to play how can you see? I think that comedy is supposed to be in a theatre, you know, so everybody can see it. If you're playing a stadium, imagine if you're sitting right at the back and you're watching one person on stage. You know, it's supposed to be intimate. That's the whole idea. Where was the first ever McDonald's open in the UK? It was in, I can tell you where it was because I went to it, and it's begins with W, doesn't it? I can't remember what it's called. What's it called? Building Society, the Woolwich. The Woolwich. Yeah, that was the first ever one. I told you I went there, got taken there by a friend of mine, and to cut the ribbon, and he said they've got milkshakes that are so thick you can't suck them up the straw. I managed it. And he said, and they do this Big Mac, which is 2 burgers and all this thing. And you looked at it and you went, God, that's a Big Mac. And you had fries and everything else. When did it open? Oh, God, it was years ago. Was it 70? It would have been 70-something, wouldn't it? 3? I'm really 74. Yeah, I was trying to think, actually, when I joined LBC, and I'd been down to it beforehand. 73. But, no, somebody else nominating Tom Swarbrick. Right, we've had your bard as well. Steve, cabling in Holland, not Belgium, is a a way older way of preparing battered fish in the UK. Plus, it also tastes way better, says Reeve. Anybody going to Holland should try it. Do people still go to Holland? Are we allowed to go to Holland? I can't remember if we're allowed to go anymore. Imagine, Steve, if the TV production behind I'm a Celebrity put loose women in the show. Do you think they're as nice to each other as they appear on the show behind the scenes, says Chris? Well, there was one person who left there who said no, they weren't. Who said they... But listen, you have to work on the assumption that the image that you see with somebody on television is their television persona. You know that when you watch Lorraine Kelly, she's doing an act. You do know this because she told the tax man it was an act. So she'd have to be telling the truth, but she's doing an act. She's playing Lorraine Kelly. And that's what all the others are doing. Listen, I'm quite sure that every single person who appears on television has a side where they just want to go and just lose their temper with people. You know, it's very easy. I heard a story the other day of a well-known television presenter who basically is just so far removed from their television persona, you'd be horrified. Because their persona is not that at all. But everybody's different. You know, it's like people who go into the theatre. You know, some people just have star quality. You cannot take your eyes off them. I went all the way to America years and years ago, long before we went over to interview her, to go and see a show with Julie Andrews in. And we watched this show. You didn't take your eyes off Julie Andrews. There were other people on the stage. I couldn't tell you who they were. I had no idea. They were very, very good. They were on an ensemble piece. You watched Julie Andrews. And some people have got that in show business. It's like, you know, some people that you've, you know, interviewed. People say, oh, who's the rudest person you've ever interviewed? Well, the rudest person was Yul Brynner's son. That was the rudest person I'd ever met. Not so much rude, just ignorant. Because he talked about in the book about his father being a bit of a Lothario, a bit of a ladies' man. So I mentioned it. Thinking, you know, this will lead us into, you know, some of the women that he'd been with, kind of thing. And he said, and he looked at me and he said, this is my father we're talking about. I thought, yeah, you've written a book about your father. What do you think we're talking about? Sugar Plum Fairy or something and dancing ballerinas? No. And he said, he's dead. He can't answer. I thought, well, you wrote the book. But I remember another well-known presenter on LBC had Betty Davis in. And he used to do these hour interviews with big stars, big stars. And Betty Davis was, as far as I'm concerned, about as big in Hollywood as you were going to get. And she had an autobiography out. And he asked her a question. And I remember it because I reran the interview later in the morning. And he asked her this question. And she said, I don't want to talk about it. And he said, well, you will talk about it. He said, because that's what you're here to talk about. He said, if you don't want to talk about it, you might as well go home now. And there was this pause, and she went, it was 1947. And I thought that's the way to do it. Because there's no point in, you know, somebody coming in for an interview if they're going to be silly about it. You know, because if they don't want to come in for an interview, don't come in for an interview. But don't get there and start playing up, because we all know people who've sort of played up. And I remember saying to somebody once, I said, you don't enjoy doing interviews, do you? And he went, no. He said, I don't. I said, why'd you do them then? And he said, well, he said, because you have to. And actually, we then got into a very good discussion about, you know, doing interviews and sort of hearing the same question time after time after time. Because there's always going to be something you're going to want to talk about. If it's Tom Daley, you're going to talk to him about knitting. You know, I don't know why, you're just going to ask about knitting and being married and all these kind of things and coming out. You're going to do all sorts of different bits and pieces. But for somebody to come all the way in and then sort of start playing a little bit difficult seems a bit of a pointless exercise to me. You're not trying to trick anybody. You're just trying to have a nice conversation. So when you ask Chris about, you know, the loose women, are they the same off? Probably not. But then I wouldn't really expect them to be. They're doing a programme, and it's very difficult, as I've said to you before. And anybody will tell you this. I should imagine Dawn Neeson knows more than anybody. You meet people on television programmes. Some people are very difficult. Some people are trying to make a name for themselves. Some people deliberately say the opposite to what everybody else is saying. And I remember there was this particular person on Loose Women who left and then said, you know, it was behind the scenes that, you know, these people weren't the same. And you think, but of course they're not. Of course they're not. They're playing a part. They're trying to endear themselves. I mean, the other day, people were sending happy birthday greetings to Janet Street Porter. I didn't even know she was still alive. I had no idea. Somebody said she's 75 or something. 75. You know, and, you know, Janet Street Porter's been around since God and the Garden of Gethsemane. Oh, 74, is she? Blimey, we've aged her already. But, she can put up a good argument, but of course she let herself down very badly when she was the one who was so anti the honours system. Really anti the honours system. Always said she'd never accept anything at all, and then it was offered and she took it as she bent down and took both of them. First show on LBC? Can't imagine what it must have been like, because nobody knew what LBC was going to be like in the early days. It was a suck it and see situation. All the people they employed were journalists. They didn't really have any radio presenters because we were the first commercial radio station on air. So radio presenters never really existed. People started being creative, and everybody thinks they can do it. The amount of people. And then I came in. We kicked ass, as they say. No, it was always entertaining. I mean, I always think speech radio is far more entertaining than anything else. But and I'm not biased because I'm in it. Well, I think I'm in it. It's just that I just think it's very entertaining. I can listen to Tom Swarbrick, and I can listen to James O'Brien. I listen to Nick Ferrari. I catch nearly most of the programmes. I even listen to Majid occasionally, because you can't really stop him. He just sort of powers on through, doesn't he, really? And Ian Dale and everybody, because there's such a diversity. Such a diversity. Of course, the good thing is everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got an opinion, which you won't get on the BBC. They're not allowed to have an opinion. So whenever we take somebody who's been on the BBC and comes here, it takes them a little while to get used to the fact that they can actually have an opinion. And it works out brilliantly, as the latest audience figures testify. Steve, have you seen the movie Barnacle Bill? It's about a sailor who does exactly what you wanted to do, buy a pier if you won the lottery. Yeah, I mean, I just thought it would be a nice thing to do. Not a huge pier. I don't want an enormous pier. Like Frinton would be nice, and just have a tea shop on it and lots of deck chairs, which would be free so people could sit down. Because I think it's very, and you can have a chat with somebody. If you go to most of the big piers in the country, and apparently Blackpool's got 3, nobody's going to talk to anybody up there, are they? Because they're all interested in playing the amusement arcade. The only people who are interested in sitting in a deck chair are the elderly. And it's only because it's a nice place to sit down. I love a good sit down. First thing I look for when I go into somewhere is, where are the seats? In the supermarket, they don't have any. No seats in a supermarket. I think that by the fridge freezers, when you're debating in Iceland, which chips to buy and things like that in your potato croquettes, there should be a seat there for the elderly, which is on rails, and you just slide along. And then go, in fact, failing that, actually, a complete scenic railway would be quite nice in supermarkets, and you all get on it, and it goes, OK, we're going to fruit and veg first. Anybody fruit and veg? And then they sort of drive you round and you get to the fruit and veg side, and then you pick up your apples and your oranges. And then people go, what did you buy? Oh, right. Are we going back to fruit and veg? No, we've missed it. Never mind. We'll have to go somewhere else. Now we're going to the fizzy drink department. Definitely. Steve, what has happened? Health and safety gone mad. The council had told the poor people to take down their Christmas lights. I love Christmas, says Stella. And let's face it, we've had a horrible 2 years with COVID. He's a new person in the job, trying to make a mark. Quite clearly, he must be the most... I think what they should do, the papers should find out who he is, go round to his house and see if he's got Christmas lights up. Because 9 out of 10 times, I bet he has. If he's got kids, he'll have Christmas lights up. You have to put Christmas lights up. What sort of miserable household will it be with no tree, no lights, no presents, no decorations? It'll be that blooming councillor. Ridiculous, isn't it? Right, we'll take a short break for the news. I can't believe we've whizzed through the programme today, haven't we? Absolutely. I mean, you can spend about 3/4 an hour with Dawn Nason's column. It's very easy to do. But it's all the adverts in the papers for Christmas food. And do you know the ones which look the most exciting? I know it sounds a bit mad, doesn't it? Aldi. They've either got the best photographers, but their food looks the tastiest and the best prices. Even down to British pork belly bites, which sound a bit exciting. Or they've got churros. Do you like churros? Pigs in beds and everything. Might have to take a visit today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, every 3 minutes past 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC as we're into the 15th of December, which means 10 more days. Somebody says, what's your off-radio persona like? Are you totally different? I don't know. I think the producer would have to answer that. Very cold, apparently, he says. Very cold. Hardly talk to anybody. Shy, retiring, very, introverted, very meek and mild, and wouldn't say boo to a goose or anything like that. I think I'm exactly the same. I don't think I'm any different, actually, which is a bit boring, really, isn't it? But seems to work. I don't know. Yes, I'm a bit swearier, apparently. So that's what the producer says. You want to hear his language? Honestly, he's like a navvy. Seriously. Like one of those navvies out there going he uses all those words like blast and crikey and damn and things like that and good grief. You know, we get it all. Do you remember Michael Parkinson and Meg Ryan? That was Car Crash, says Jason. I do remember, actually. I do remember that interview. But I think it was, I can't remember what it was, why it went wrong. But then again, we all remember the Eamon Holmes and that magician, don't we, David Blaine, where David Blaine had come off a flight and it was all a little bit sort of doolally stuff. Steve, Tom Swarbrick should be on the list for sexiest man. Don't start this one, Ollie. He says, maybe you should start a Hunks of LBC Twitter poll. Well, that'll be very short, won't it? We're not supposed to be good-looking. We're radio presenters. Radio presenters are supposed to convey everything through their voix. They're not supposed to be sort of, oh, look, there's somebody. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't think of many good-looking radio presenters. And that's including the ones I actually know personally. But they're not really good. Traditionally, they're not good looking. They think they might be, but they're not, I promise you. They've all got something the matter with them. Twisted noses or, cauliflower ears or something like that. Yeah, but enough about me. It's funny, though, isn't it? I don't know why people in radio aren't very good looking. Gary Bushell once described me as Steve Allen, great face for radio. I thought, that's rich. That's very rich. Yeah, Gary who, they say in show business. Steve, just heard somebody thinks Keebling is better than battered fish. The boyfriend was born in Holland, says Mike, and we had a place in his hometown of Venlo which had a Keebling store in the main square for a few years. Believe me, Keebling isn't a patch on battered fish. Now, the rice pudding pie is another thing. Rice pudding pie? That sounds quite nice. I quite like rice pudding, actually. Provided they do a Marks and Spencer's one, which is all cream. It's just cream and rice. It's quite nice, actually. That's a rice pudding pie. Well, there you go. You live and learn. I was watching Return to the Chateau the other day because I love them to pieces. I think they're great. And they had, I think it was her mum lives over there and dad, and she was cooking an apple pie. And it looked delicious. They poured cream over it, and I was salivating looking at the television, which is a bit desperate, isn't it? Have you been to Southwold Pier, says Mary? No. There's office politics in every workplace, says James. Without going into detail, who's your favourite and least favourite LBC colleague? I don't have least favourites because they're all colleagues. They're all my friends. Absolutely. I can't think of anybody I don't like. I mean, different people have different styles. Are you talking about as people or are you talking about as presenters? I've never clashed with another presenter. I clashed with a producer once. Have I clashed with a presenter? I clashed with a producer once. He was ghastly. We got rid of him very quickly. He didn't last too long. Yes. But yeah, I mean, that was the only thing, actually, because if you do a programme like mine, all you need is the backup. That's all it takes. You just got to kind of jump one step ahead of me. But no, I don't think I've ever disliked anybody at all. I've always been quite grateful, actually. I even like the management. How creepy is that? That's not even normal. Goodness sake, what, you get on with the management? Yeah. Well, it's not a case of I get on with the management. They get on with me, which I quite like. And it's just... and also, I mean, to be honest with you, I sometimes kick myself. Got bruises up and down my legs like you wouldn't believe. And it's a case of, you're doing something that is just basically sitting, talking into a microphone with a set of newspapers, and you do what you do for a living, and you hope you get an audience. And thankfully, we get an audience. Because people seem to like it. It's just the way it works out. I mean, I don't know why I didn't start this when I was 15 years old. Would have been I kind of wasted my life between, the age of 15 and 20 just working in a shop. But I quite like working in a shop as well. I don't have a problem with working anywhere. I sold carpets. I sold soft furnishings. I loved it. I thought it was great. It didn't pay much money. But there again, money isn't my motivation. Other people might disagree with that and say, of course it is. And you go, no, it's not really. It's not really. I'm not motivated. My boss will be delighted to hear that. Imagine. Oh, so he doesn't want money. That's good. That's good. New contract there, I think, for Mr. Allen. Much reduced salary. But no, it's a great way to earn a living. And I don't believe you can train people to be presenters. I think that what you get on the radio, and it doesn't matter whether it's me or Nick or James O'Brien or Sheila or Ian Dale or anybody really, or Eddie. It doesn't make any difference. You are who you are by the very dint of what you are as a person. You know, what you watch on, you know, YouTube or on television makes you the person, makes you able to discuss different bits and pieces. And because I've sort of developed this over the years, I think now people accept this is what the programme is. Sometimes you say something and sometimes people go, oh, I'm not sure about that. And you go, yeah, but everybody's got an opinion. You know, not everybody likes rice pudding pie. But again, that's, you know, I'd never had it before. But it does sound quite nice, doesn't it? I like anything. Sounds nice. It doesn't look that. I know it doesn't. Yeah, but sometimes things don't look very nice and they actually taste a lot better. I've been in that situation before many, many times. And Steve, you said comedians can't do a big place. Victoria managed 15 sold-out nights and record-breaking, says Val. You talk about Victoria Wood. Yes, I mean, she did big places. But there's not many people that can do it. There's really not many people. You've got to have, you know, you've got to be larger than life to do it. Victoria Wood I went to see years ago at the Royal Albert Hall, and that's a 6,000-seat venue, and she made it sound intimate. I saw Jackie Mason at the same place. Steve, if I won the lottery, says Alec, I wouldn't buy a peer, I'd buy a peerage. Guaranteed 300 quid a day, interest for life. Yeah, but you've got to go there and listen to this rubbish. That would be the thing, actually. Victoria says, I had my booster booked for today, but tested positive for COVID yesterday. What bad? Oh, God. Well, you need to pull yourself together. You've got 10 days now, haven't you? So you're going to come out of it on Christmas Day, with a bit of luck. Feeling rubbish, but it's good to hear your voice, says Victoria. Thank you. Have you bought the new ABBA album? Yes. Went to see Pantoland at the Palladium last night. Absolutely was crying with laughter with Julian Clary, says Andy. Well, they were complaining about him. They were saying it was a bit near the knuckle. Well, in fact, knowing Julian Clary, it was probably a lot near the knuckle, if not the knuckle. Talking of a bad interview, remember Anne Bancroft with Terry Wogan? No. I remember there was a fashion designer with Terry Wogan. Who the dickens was it? It was one of our famous fashion... It could be Vivienne Westwood with Terry Wogan. He kept bringing on all these models, and the audience kept laughing at the clothes that they were wearing. And Vivienne said, well, if they're going to laugh, I'm not going to bring on any more. And Terry was trying to sort of, the old Wogan, trying to get out of it, failing miserably. It was one of those sort of, it's gone horribly. And it also went wrong with Bernard Levin. But then everybody has something that goes wrong. Bernard Levin was the one who had a column in the Times, and Terry was joking away with him. And he said, have you read my column? And Terry went, no, I haven't, but it doesn't matter, and all the rest of it. And he said, well, and he got out and he took his microphone off. He said, you can't even be bothered. He said, knowing that I was coming on your show to read my column today. And he walked off the stage. Very dramatic. Mind you, I remember it happening to somebody, I can't mention who they were, and they got up and walked out the studio because the presenter hadn't read the book that they were in to talk about. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? That's just rude. Just rude. Robert Mitchum was a notoriously bad interview, but I'm sure Parky, one of the best, blamed himself. It was my job to get a good interview. He's absolutely right. If you look back, actually, you know, the most memorable interviews aren't a so-called star simply promoting their movie or book. It's Ollie Reed, who'd had a few sherbets, or a very annoyed Muhammad Ali. I mean, lots of people, you know, give interview, and sometimes, you know, you don't hit it off. But the thing you have to work at, if you're somebody who does interviewing for a living, the person who's actually coming in basically has to like you if they've never met you before very quickly. Within a couple of minutes of meeting them and you going, hiya, they have to like you, because if they don't like you or they're in a bad mood, you're going to get a terrible interview. You know, and a terrible interview, everybody can hear. Has Byron Burgers closed down? The one in Islington's become a Gordon Ramsay street food. Well, we've got a Gordon Ramsay street food at the back here. It's just expensive burgers, isn't it? I don't know, but I don't know. No, we've got a Byron in Richmond. Have they got a Byron? I'm trying to think, actually. Oh, no, wait a minute. Have they got a Byron? I'm trying to remember if they have. I know they've got a Five Guys. I think the Byron might have closed in Richmond. A lot of them... Oh, have they? Oh, right. Why? Do we know why they've closed? Is it during the pandemic or money or something? Oh, dear. A bit disappointing, isn't it, really? I can't remember if I ever went there. I don't think I did. I went to Five Guys. Very expensive burgers, actually, aren't they? And Steve, Bobby's in Whitby. Ooh, Yorkshire. Bobby in Whitby. He says, I'm glad to hear you're on the airwaves. Me too. Not going to argue with you on that one. Not arguing there. Steve, there is nobody with such a beautiful, sultry voice as Eddie Mayer. No, I couldn't disagree with that one either, Winnie. But there again, I used to think I sounded butch on the Yeah, all right, Minty. We don't need to do that. She laughed. She laughed. Actually had the audacity to laugh. I did. I seriously thought I was going to be one of those... There used to be a very famous man called Bill Mitchell who used to do all the voiceovers for Capital. And he had a very, very deep voice. And he used to do I'm more Phil Mitchell. Not exactly the same at all. In the sequel, Steve, to Dad's Army, radio only, some of the platoon acquired a pier in the next town called It Sticks Out Half a Mile. It was short-lived because Arthur Lowe died shortly after the pilot. Oh, wow. And what did you go and buy yesterday in the sale? You said you'd tell us, says Lucy. You'll have to download. I can't say it again. You have to podcast. I need the podcasting numbers. I don't want to push you in this particular direction. And if you could please download, you'd make an old presenter very happy. The Bee Gees walked out the Clive James interview. Yeah, one after the other walked out. And I talked to Clive James about it. I had him in. And I said, we were talking about something else, and I said, I have to ask you about the Bee Gees thing. I said, because they walked out because he was taking the mickey out of them. Unfortunately, he'd gone so far, and they decided, because they were big, they were huge, very, very successful. And I love the Bee Gees. I thought they were great. I saw them in concert and thought they were brilliant. And one by one, they went, I'm sorry, I don't want to be here. And they literally left. There were 3 of them, and they left. And so Clive was left with... And he admitted, he said, I admit it was a mistake, he said, but it was just the way that it went. You can't control these sort of things. So somebody says you never said you liked the ABBA album. I didn't, because I've not listened to it. You asked me if I bought it. I did buy it, but I gave it to my brother. I haven't even listened to it. I mean, I might buy another one today, and who knows? I'm very free and easy around here. I can go and buy that. I'm also buying a pair of trousers. Just finding the right size would be quite nice.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Apparently Clive Anderson, not Clive James. I didn't say that. Did I say that? Well, I might have said that. I was just reading. I've learnt to do quite recently. I'm not bad at it, actually. It's not bad, is it? And Steve, do you think that Parky eventually got to like that bloody bird? No, he never got to like Emu. Never. Absolutely hated it. He absolutely couldn't stand it at all. In fact, it forms the basis of his after-dinner speech. He hated it because it took away from him being in control of the show. Bit of a mistake booking the thing. He saw himself as a serious journalist. He liked his cricket and everything else. And for some reason, they booked Rod Hull and Emu on the show, and I can't imagine why. When he was the only person getting the big Hollywood stars. I mean, big Hollywood stars. Some huge people, and then Rod Hull and Emu. And the moment it started, you think, somebody somewhere is going to come out the worst. And he said, in fact, in his after-dinner speech, he said, I've interviewed everything from presidents to Hollywood film stars, but I'm now famous for that bloody ostrich, that emu. He hated it, because it didn't just sort of attack him, it dragged him to the floor and wrestled with him. And then just when he got his composure back and sat back in the chair, it did it again. And the moment it curls its nose up, you're on a hiding to nothing. One of the most embarrassing interviews was Russell Harty and Grace Jones, says John. Yeah, we remember that. She's a bit of a pain, actually. Russell Harty was doing an interview. He was a big chat show host in this country. And he does the interview with her. And then he turns himself to face... For some reason, they put them... whereas Parky had them all on one side... He had one on the other side of him, and I forget who it was, and then Grace Jones slapped him. A rather stupid person. And she sort of made a big deal out of it, because he was sort of sitting there, and he talked to her. I mean, she looked a bit peculiar anyway, and she was a nobody compared to the other people that he'd had on the panel. So he literally turns his back, because he's talking to somebody the other side, having already spoken to her, and then she touches him, and then she starts going a bit peculiar. She obviously thought she was some sort of big star to be reckoned with, and he's sort of trying to explain to her, I'm talking to this man over here, whoever he was, but she didn't like it. Look, and she goes to hit him on the head, and she then attacks him. I'd have punched her lights out. I mean, there was no reason for her to do this at all. She was just being a bit silly. But she was never invited back ever again, thank God. So not so much embarrassing, just made her look a bit silly, because she'd already had her interview. Who did you admire most? What is this, 20 questions this morning? Who did you admire most as actors and actresses? Well, I liked Hattie Jakes, surprisingly. I really liked Hattie Jakes because I thought she was just the sort of person. I first saw her in Carry On Cabby, and I thought she was brilliant. But there's no... Sid James was all right. Bit of a Lothario, as they say. But, you know, I don't really have that sort of list of people, I'm afraid. Perhaps I should do. Did you see Loose Women yesterday? End of the programme, James Blunt sang You're Beautiful to Janet Street Porter. He needs to go to Specsavers. It was 74th birthday on the 27th of December. Oh, so she hasn't even had it yet. So she's sort of 75th birthday. Oh, coming on the 27th. So we've got to wait ages. Obviously, perhaps they're finishing Loose Women. Might as well, actually. Oh, you know that I've got a Make Some Noise competition. Did I mention that? Did I mention it? I've never mentioned it before. I've got a huge prize package to give away. And this is to make some money for Make Some Noise, which is Global's charity. And this prize package, I think I've got everything for you, which you need for the ultimate Christmas. All you need is the access to a telephone, and you know how to do text messages. Let me tell you what I've got in the prize package. If you're a new listener and you missed it the other day, I've got an Apple iPhone 13. I've got a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game. I've got a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar. I've got a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, a Nespresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle, large size, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys, which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits, and a kids' smart speaker. Nice little collection. For your chance to win, all you have to do is text Xmas, XMAS. That's all you need. XMAS, and send it to 84850. So it's Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You don't need to do anything. It's done automatically. You don't need to pay. No getting your credit cards out or anything like that. It's just taken. So Xmas, XMSA, I can't spell now, XMAS, and send it to 84850. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy because somebody's going to win it. It's the ultimate Christmas prize package. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, please, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. And you'll be helping to raise money for a very worthwhile charity to help people who maybe don't have as much as we have at this time of year. So good luck, and hope it's you. I hope it's you. Other stories in the papers today. Fears for Strictly's as AJ's on crutches. What is it with crutches nowadays? Honestly, all these dancers. Dancers are prone to having all sorts of problems. Boris Johnson given a stark warning of Tory discontent when nearly 100 of his party's MPs rebelled against his latest COVID measures. You can't win, can you? It must be a very lonely life being Prime Minister. Steve, my favourite presenter, apart from you, has to... Oh, I'm not bothering with things like that. What are you doing? Plugging other people on my programme? Go away, you're bored. Bored. Boring. I'm boring you as well, which is good. No, I'm barring you. I knew I was doing something. I couldn't remember what it was, actually. Another one here. Oh, he's got some ballet dancers in Regent Street. Wonder why. They must be frozen to death. Frozen to death, these poor people. How many people are working in the UK? 29.4 million. How many vacancies in the UK? 1.22 million. Lots of vacancies. But this is the bad news. 1 in 5 small businesses will not survive 2022 unless their Christmas sales are strong. In other words, they're basically holding you to ransom again. You need to go out and spend money in their sales so that they can survive, because they're saying things could be bad, which is not so good. And I don't know where to go, actually. Anne Widdecombe's column talking about another Anne. This is Anne Robinson. She says things are really not nice on Countdown, that most gentle of tea time shows. The latest is that Anne Robinson stands accused of taking nana naps between shows and delayed start times. Nana naps. That's where your nana go, because everybody's got different names for their parents, haven't they? Their grandparents. Now, says Anne Widdecombe, as an inveterate napper myself, always have been, even as a teenager, so nothing to do with age, and heaven help anybody who calls me nana. I know that a pleasant snooze can be as long or as short as you want, and it can end naturally or be rudely interrupted by an alarm clock. For alarm clock, read bang on the door from the production crew, followed by the runner with a nice cup of coffee. Hardly an imposing conundrum, is it? I agree with her. I like a little snooze. Do you like a little snooze? Oh, do you feel worse? I can do that. I go home and I'll sort of, yes, and have a nana nap. Grandad nap, thank you. And I'll just put my feet up on the settee. I don't go to bed. I just have a little sort of lie down, and I'll wake up at 9:30, 9:45, and then I'll go out. I'll just go and stand outside the front door, and I'll certainly come back inside again. Have a grandad nap and a next door nap. I love it. Yeah, check whether the pigeons are still hanging around. The saddest Parky interview, Steve, was with George Best. The audience were all laughing at him, but looking back, he desperately needed help. Well, he'd had a drink because he was an alcoholic. That was the problem. But I think Parky was a fan. But it was a shame, really, because, you know, they put people on television, and sometimes you don't know what somebody's going to be like when you put them on. I can think of quite a number of famous people who turned up and people were sort of saying they're in the green room, but they look a bit worse for wear. Or worse still, they might have taken something else. We don't know. And you just have to make a decision. In George Best's case, I seem to remember, he looked as though he was sort of on the other planet, so to speak. But that was also a wake-up call for us, because we didn't know anything about it. We didn't know, and people used to buy him drinks. If they saw him in a pub, they'd buy him a drink. But I thought the bravest person was somebody who worked in one of the supermarkets who, when he turned up with his trolley with booze in it, refused to serve him. And that would have been me. You know, and she said, no, I'm terribly sorry, I'm not going to serve you that. And so he didn't get his booze. But then he got somebody else to go in there. But people in pubs buying him drinks, you know, because the thing was that they were basically saying, oh, I bought him a drink. I bought Georgie Best a drink. But that was the downfall. There was some bloke, I think, who played Tosh Lyons in The Bill. He was another one who enjoyed drinking. I mean, there's loads of people who fall by the wayside. It's an easy occupation. I remember seeing Terry Thomas in Richmond in a bar there before he was going on stage in the pantomime donkeys years ago, and he was drinking whiskey, and he had a bottle of beer, and so he was drinking the beer, but the whiskey was the chaser, and he was having quite a few bevies, and I thought, well, that's it. Bob Monkhouse, when I interviewed him, brought in his own booze and had sort of a bevy. Some people, though, you know, if you're an alcoholic, you don't really eat food. You're drinking the booze. I know, because I had a producer who was an alcoholic, and I remember talking to Jeremy Beadle about him and Clive Bull, and he just liked his booze. It was as simple as that, and he seemed to sort of do it almost on a 24-hour basis.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's very interesting, actually. The Guardian today, I've got an interview with Neil Patrick Harris. Now, you remember him. He was at 14 years old, Doogie Howser, which was the kid who was a doctor working in a hospital. And since then, he's moved. I think the show is How I Met Your Mother. And I love the theme tune to it. I love the theme tune to When I First Met Your Mother, or something like that. Anyway, it's very good. But he's talking about avoiding the pitfalls of childhood fame. He's married now to his husband, and they have 2 children as well. And he seems to have the perfect... And he loves magic. So goes top of my list. Metro today. I don't normally mention the Metro. I seem to end up with about 5 copies of it. I don't know why they send me 5 copies every day. They must think Steve Allen Show needs 5 copies. And Jack Whitehall revealed he is dogged by imposter syndrome in Hollywood. He found fame on British television. He starred in Jungle Cruise and now Clifford, the big red dog. He said, I'm very lucky and feel very excited I'm getting the opportunity to make movies like this and to have a crack at Hollywood. Because it must be quite difficult to get into Hollywood. But I was saying to the producer, and he knew the answer to this. I didn't know. I was watching the Fawlty Towers programme the other day, and at the very end of it, because it's been digitally remastered, but still brilliant. The frustration and the scripting is fantastic in equal amounts. And at the end, they have interviews, and they've got interviews with John Cleese and Prunella Scales and Connie Booth, who played, was it Polly? And she's American. And I didn't know that she was American. And she talks, in fact, I was watching her, and I was sort of half asleep. I was thinking, is that Connie Booth? It didn't look like Connie Booth at all. I mean, she worked I think 95 she quit acting and worked as a psychotherapist until her retirement. She must have made a fortune out of Fawlty Towers, because they only made... Do you know how long it took them to make those 2 series that they had? They get repeat fee. Oh, yeah. And box fees and everything else. 3 months it took them to film the 2 series. 3 months. That's all it took. And those 13 shows were then done. And they've never made any ever since then. And they seem to stand the test of time. They've got a few little bits in which had to be taken out. The last episode was in 1979, and I remember it because that's the year that I joined LBC. But it was interesting listening to Connie Booth talking with an American accent, but not sounding at all like Connie Booth. And I remember thinking, she does a very, very good... I know that Manuel wasn't Spanish. He wanted to be German. Did you know that? Because he spoke German. And they went, no, you're going to be Spanish. And after his character had emerged, he said, I was then employed, he said, by a lot of these big cities like ICI, big firms like ICI. He said, and I would meet the managing director and we would work out a little scenario. He said, and he used to get paid for going to these big things where they have 1,000 delegates in a room. And the managing director would say something, he'd go, no, excuse me, no, everybody out. And he'd do, okay? And that would bring the house down. He did about 10 minutes and used to get his fees for that. But no, he wasn't Spanish, but people thought he was Spanish. But the character took over, and it was remarkable. He'd been seen on stage in something else, and he was the one who said, "Oh, could it be German?" Because he thought that would be better. And I went, no. And sometimes they actually did the shows 2 or 3 times before they then brought the audience in, and then they did it and they went for it. But I was more upset that I didn't know. He was born in Germany. I was more upset that I didn't know that Connie Booth was American. I mean, her English accent was just amazing. And normally the Americans are sort of terrible at doing English accents, but she was brilliant. And they were talking about Basil the Rat and all these other little bits and pieces. Because, I mean, amazingly, all the Americans think we all sound like Hugh Grant and we're all in Merchant Ivory films going, hey, nonny, no. You know, and all the women are walking around in crinolines or something like that, which is not true, I have to tell you. Staff at a party in number 10 urged to leave via the back door. There's a lot of back door leaving, isn't there, at the moment, I'm afraid, which is not so good. And 8 million kids. 8 million kids in this country on the brink of starvation. 8 million kids. Looking at the coronavirus cases, nearly 60,000 new cases in 24 hours. Please get the vaccination. Please, it would make it so much easier. Tara says we've entered that fabulous competition a few times. The charity is fabulous, and so are the prizes. There are yummy pictures of them on the website for Make Some Noise too. So go onto the website and you have it. I didn't know that actually. You can have a look at all those wonderful goodies, which could be yours. Could be yours. Donna says my grandchildren call me Mima. Is this as opposed to Nana? Yeah, because you get grandma, grandmother, Nana, Gran. What other names do they have? Grandmama. Nanny. Does anybody call people No, we used to call ours Nana. Nana. So I don't know why or where it came from, but mind you, my parents had strange names for every part. So it was always very good. Donna in St Margaret says, my 10th day with the dreaded COVID. Thankfully listened to you every day and caught up with your podcast when I wasn't sleeping, locked away in the room. Big thank you to you for keeping me sane, and my husband who kept me going with cups of tea and bowls of soup left at the bedroom door. Couldn't have coped without you both. Well, there you go. Happy to help, as they say. Happy to help. I feel sorry for it, because we had a lady earlier on, didn't we, who's just got it. So her 10 days are going to take her to Christmas Day. I'm saying you don't want it. You really don't want it. And if you've not been vaccinated, you definitely don't want it. Definitely don't want it. Far too dangerous. And if you get it now, you'll be isolating over Christmas. And you don't want to lose Christmas, do you? So put the mask on. Make sure. Although travellers, they say, are facing the Christmas quarantine. You know why? They're waiting for their PCR results, held up by seasonal pressures on the postal service. Because everybody's sending cards and presents and everybody wants the same thing, don't they? But patients with COVID symptoms struggled to get tests yesterday as the system was again overwhelmed with demand. There were no spare slots for walk-in or drive-through anywhere in England at one stage yesterday morning, although all the regions had availability again by the afternoon. For the second day running, lateral flow tests couldn't be ordered from the government website due to supply issues. Keep trying, though. Don't give up, because they're updating the website on a regular basis. So don't give up. It's worth persevering with, even if you have to sit in a queue. Talk to the person in front of you, the person behind you. You'll strike up new friendships. Allotment. Oh, I forgot to do the story the other day about these Harley-Davidson motorbikes, because I did say, do you fancy one? Because, and I can't help you with this one at all, which is a shame, but when the Americans were over here for the war, they had Harley-Davidson bikes, and they didn't want to take them back. So what they did, they buried them. They dug huge pits and buried Harley-Davidson bikes. And apparently, I'm told, there are hundreds of these bikes. We don't know where they are, though. That's the trouble. Oh, they do know where they are. Wait a minute. Beneath the fields of Devon. Oh, it sounds like, goodness knows how they make it so tasty. And so beneath the fields of Devon. So the story is that the American troops left behind all these, when they left Devon in some haste for Normandy. So one rural legend has it that hundreds are buried near Bovey Tracy. Another says there are hundreds more under a farmer's field near Kingsbridge. Didn't they leave helicopters and everything else? Was it Afghanistan when the Americans pulled out? And they left helicopters and loads of other things there, knowing damn well that the Taliban couldn't operate a helicopter if their life depended on it. Too stupid. But, they're very good at bumper cars. 3,000 people, their possessions, farm stock and equipment were moved out of villages. But they left loads of things. It wasn't worth their while to take all these Harley-Davidsons back again. So somewhere, and probably not in our lifetime, but somewhere, these things are going to be uncovered. Somebody will have a metal detector and they'll go, dig down it. Blimey, we found there's a haul of these things. You'd have thought they just would have left them, in a field. Why do they have to bury them? What's the point of that? It's a Harley-Davidson, for goodness sake. My producer said, well, they won't be able to ride them. I went, of course they will. You just clean them up. I mean, they might have a bit of rust or something like that, but they're Harley-Davidsons. An 80-year-old, you're working with somebody who's nearly 80 and I'm still going. Wouldn't find me buried in a field, though. I heard that. Other story. Oh, birthday. I forgot to do a birthday today. We were looking at our birthdays earlier on. And who have we got today? Wait a minute. I think there was somebody really quite good, actually, today. Why is it they can't make papers? Sorry. That you have to sort of open in the strange... Honestly, all I'm seeing is adverts for Aldi's food in the papers. It does look very desirable. Very, very desirable. I can't find my birthdays. Where have my birthdays gone? Oh, here we go. Michelle Dockery. Birthday for today. You know who Michelle Dockery is? She made her name as Lady Mary Crawley in Downton Abbey. And I love Downton Abbey. And Cindy Birdsong. And she replaced... the founding member, Florence Ballard, in 1967. Cindy Birdsong, who's 82, recalled that Diana Ross developed a signature move at the end of the performance, stretching out her arms and blocking the other women's faces, because it was Berry Gordy Jr. who had the Supremes, Diana Ross and the two others, and then all of a sudden Diana Ross moved to the front, in front of the other two who became backing singers. But Diana Ross had this thing, I'm coming up, and she'd hold her hands out like that, which effectively the camera at the front blocked out the two girls' faces. She could be a bit of a pain, Diana Ross, but a diva, a true diva, I think.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh, apparently Connie Booth is Canadian, not American. Born in... No, she's not. You got it wrong, Hamilton. You really must get things right. She was born in Indianapolis, in Indiana, in America, in 1940. I'm surprised you didn't know that, actually, on the 2nd of December. Nothing worse than getting it wrong, isn't there? How embarrassing, honestly. Goodness sake. Steve, the Queen is known as Gan by her grandchildren. Yes, I don't know why that's very odd. Very odd. Neil Patrick Harris was lined up to be the host of the American version of Saturday Night Takeaway. It was called Best Time Ever, cancelled by NBC after one season due to poor ratings. That's what they do in America. If something is, it doesn't get the good ratings, they don't waste time with it. They just get rid of it. Whereas over here, we're stuck with the one show forever and a day. Cancelled, as they say. Another American actress who pulls off a very realistic Manchester accent is Jane Leeves of Daphne fame in the sitcom Frasier. So wait a minute. So she plays in Porto. Is she an American? I thought she was British. She's British, isn't she? Yeah. So she's not an American accent. She comes from Essex. She is British. She's not American, the woman who plays Daphne. Honestly, why can't people get things right? Honestly, it's so embarrassing. When you get things wrong, goodness sake, honestly. I think how embarrassing. I mean, fancy actually thinking. Also, do you remember Dick Van Dyke's English accent in Mary Poppins? I don't know why people take the mickey out. I thought he was really good. I thought it was very representative of an English accent. A little bit varied, but I mean, for goodness sake, who cares? It was so brilliant. But Neil Patrick Harris, we like. Tina from Moray says, I'm go-go to my grandkids, much more exotic and catchy than granny. Oh, some people hate the word granny, don't they? They say granny. Don't ever call me granny. Makes me feel very ancient and old. Hey, guess who was born on this day in 1832? He left his mark in Paris. That's all I will tell you. Come on. What is Paris famous for? It's famous for... Sorry? No, Paris is famous for the Hunchback. Hopeless, isn't it? No, the Eiffel Tower. Gustave Eiffel, as well as his building the Paris Tower that bears his name, he also helped design the Statue of Liberty. And he was born in 1832, died in 1923, but I mean, he still left it. Imagine having your own Eiffel Tower named after you. And he was also responsible, in part, for the Statue of Liberty, which is very good. Also, in 1984, Band-Aids, Do They Know It's Christmas, started 5 weeks at number 1. It's Christmas time. They still play it, don't they? But I don't think it's as popular as it used to be. And in 1961, the Bee began broadcasting Comedy Playhouse, the strand that would give us Steptoe and Son, Till Death Us Do Part, and Are You Being Served? All hugely successful. December 1973. Britons rallied around yesterday and responded swiftly to Edward Heath's appeal to save power. What they were doing was saying, turn off lighting, keep heating to a minimum. And a bright spot in London was the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree. But after the traditional turning on by the Norwegian ambassador, who was Mr. Paul Coate, it was switched off again until the 3 days of Christmas, after the 3 days of Christmas, which they do it now. It's a very feeble-looking tree, isn't it? I've seen better. Yeah, it's a little bit threadbare. This other story, which I wanted to do, but it's sort of, in some papers they've done it as a little tiny story. In other papers they've done it a little bit bigger. This is the story of a senior university lecturer who's lost a discrimination claim over a colleague allegedly saying, "That's so gay," in front of him. Stephen Lannin, who is gay, claimed Brent Mahue made the remark after seeing an image on a computer screen. Mr. Lannin said that when challenged, faculty chief Mr. Mahue replied, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." The alleged comment emerged when Mr. Lannin was made redundant after 17 years in Solent University in Southampton. At an employment tribunal, he also claimed a student was referred to as a ladyboy during a lecture. Another accusation centred on a person being described as puffy for not drinking enough alcohol. This gets more bizarre by the day. But the discrimination claims were dismissed, with the tribunal ruling that Mr. Mahue did not say "that's so gay." And this thing is sort of running on, actually. I've never heard anything like it. So gay is considered offensive, is it? If used negatively. Oh, right. Yes, because didn't somebody some years ago, one of these car programmes on the television, didn't somebody say somebody's car looked gay? I seem to remember that one, because I remember it was discussed on LBC. A lot of the programmes discussed it, on whether or not you could actually have a gay car. I don't know what a gay car would be, actually. We were trying to work out how on earth a car could be gay, unless it was the colour of it. You know, because I was in Costco the other day. Oh, and by the way, when I went to Costco the other day to buy the batteries, all their Christmas stuff's gone. It's gone. It's almost as if Christmas never existed. Yeah, so we'll be getting into the Easter egg. So they'll have boxes of Cadbury's, eggs and stuff like that. They've still got a couple of trees, but that's about it. Tara says, Steve, the site is back up for ordering lateral flow tests. I've just ordered some. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, please don't give up on these things. You really have to sort of push for it. Chris says, today marks the opening of the Piccadilly line on the tube for the first time, 1906. I don't really care, actually. I haven't been on an underground tube line for ages. I don't like the tube. I really don't. I mean, I have been on it quite clearly because I've worked in London for over 40 years, but I haven't been on it recently. I don't like the going down things. And if I see anybody, because you shouldn't see anybody on the buses, the trains or the tubes with one of those e-scooters, okay? Because these batteries have been known to burst into flames, and you don't want to be stuck on a tube with some ignoramus who's taken one on the tube. They should be stopped. Who's enforcing it? I've got no idea. Do they have to call the police out or something? I don't know. Is anybody going to take any notice? Yesterday's schoolboy. Not the same. I don't think it was a different one, actually. I saw on Richmond Station with an e-scooter, and I thought, no, thank you. Why was nobody on the station saying anything? What's the point of having a rule coming in if nobody's enforcing it? Absolutely ridiculous. I think today people are going to be talking about COVID again and the fact that the UK Omicron infections could reach, they say, 1 million a day. 1 million a day it could reach. So just remember to go out there, put yourself down for it, because I think today is the first day over 18s can put themselves down for the booster. So go for it. It's well worth it. Boris bashed by the 99 rebels as the Tory quits. And I can't believe that they've got a photograph of them and they're all happily beaming into the camera. Are they really dim? The answer is yes, they are. Yes, they are. But and you look at them, and then you look at the naff food they were having. They obviously hadn't actually got round to eating the food at that particular time. Gino D'Acampo talking to one of the papers on how he makes his kids eat. Because he doesn't think that you get fussy eaters. Absolutely get fussy eaters. In fact, they turned it into a comedy with Sorry, with Ronnie Corbett, whose mother used to treat him like he was 5 years old. And she'd say, oh, here we go, here comes the choo-choo, trying to put the food into his mouth. And if he didn't eat anything, it would go back in the fridge and they'd get it out the next day. And that's what parents used to do. And, you know, and your parents would come up with the same argument. There's people starving in other countries. You eat your food. Your mother's slaved over this. You know, we've been out to work to actually get the food on the table. So I wasn't a fussy eater. I just didn't like... And my mother, if I didn't like something, my mother wouldn't bother. So what's the point in giving somebody mushrooms? Boy, oh boy, do we need cheering up on a day like this. Boy, oh boy, do we need a little bit of happiness. No, definitely not me. Definitely not me. Olive trees banned to stop the killer invader at the RHS. You notice how I've twisted the stories around, because there are only two stories, Boris versus the scientists, the amount of people going down with COVID, and it's spreading like wildfire, this one. This really is spreading like wildfire. And Jordan, drunk, on cocaine and banned, but won't be jailed for turning the car over. Thank God she never killed anybody. And this is about, the 6th time she's been banned for drink driving. So she's now been banned for 2 years. To be honest with you, knowing her track record, doesn't look very promising, does it, that she can actually manage to stay away from this thing? Somebody should hide all the car keys. Why the family never did that in the first place, I've got no idea. How can Star's mum, you remember little Star, murdered by the mother's girlfriend, but the mum could be out in 4 years' time? There's a worry. And Tom Kerridge says he's had 654 cancelled bookings in 10 days. If you're coming to my Magic Circle show on Saturday, you will need to bring a mask. You will need to bring a mask, and because there's only going to be, 160 of us in the theatre, but a mask would be definitely advisable, please. Hypnotist Paul McKenna is trying to convert Sprout haters. There's a good one. Jethro dies of COVID. He was the comedian, the West Country comedian, used to appear with Des O'Connor a lot of the time. I didn't realise until I found him on YouTube how rude his act was. Really rude. I thought he was just gentle comedian, but we have got 3 of his jokes which are repeatable. The rest of them, unrepeatable. And a secret place in London, Churchill's other World War II bunker. Not too far from here. And it's been closed for years, but they're going to open it up. Can't wait for this one. This is good. I'm teasing the producer, but there again, I do that on most days. And he was going, where is it? I said, well, you have to wait till the programme. Lewis Hamilton gets the ultimate prize, gets his hair done, which is very smart. Nice suit. About the first decent thing we've seen him wearing. Took his mum along and he got knighted. Services to motor racing. Pardon me for sort of being somewhat cynical, but I'm not really a motor racing fan at all. The climate change protesters, we haven't heard from them, have we, really? So it's a bit cold and they're too busy putting their little trees up. There were 7 of them. 7 of them? I think, 2 got jailed and the others got sort of, the rap on the knuckles. But it saves them sitting in the road, doesn't it, really? And if you fancy a nice celebrity's house, I've got one in America for you, the home of Kirk Douglas. Goes on sale for £6 million. Lovely. The court rules against allowing the passports to be gender neutral. Animals dying, 2 million face starvation. And cynics claim that Alan Carr's Adele performance, you know, where he stood up and sort of did his sort of bit, was a set-up. He said, no, it wasn't. He said it wasn't a set-up. Other people begged to disagree. The Lad Baby, favourite for Christmas #1. We built this city on sausage rolls. 1 in 3 drivers has tailgated another vehicle. And I had somebody tailgating me years and years ago, and I had a little trick which somebody taught me, which is you wait till they get up right behind you, and then you just lightly touch the brake. They don't do it again, let me tell you. It's only, you don't have to push the brake on, because that means they would go into the back of you. So you just touch it lightly, just to put the fear of God into them, which I'm always very pleased about. What was the other one? The probe by Ofsted at the wokest school in the UK. Parents apparently should tell kids about porn. Why would you tell them about porn? Why don't you just show them it? What's the point of telling them about porn? I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Absolutely. Oh, and Danny Dyer, talking of ridiculous, thinks that aliens are amongst us. I know, love, we've seen your acting, but always an interesting one. Ian Wright struggled to get past BBC security, which I think is as young as 9, about online porn. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I really don't. 9 years old. Blimey, I'm still playing with toys at 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I didn't know about porn. I didn't know about it. It was always there. You had to go to your local corner shop to find one of those top shelf magazines. In fact, they even make a joke about it. Yeah, they joke about it in Only Fools and Horses, where Rodney and Del go into the local shop, and Rodney says to Del, can you get me one of my adult magazines? But, you know, I don't want to say anything, because he was going out with the girl in the shop. And so he said, oh, and I'll have one of your adult magazines. The girl behind the counter. She goes, which one? And he goes, Rodney, which one did you want? Rodney. Poor old soul. Usain Bolt, one time very friendly with Harry, the anonymous bloke in America. Now, apparently, he's not spoken to Harry in ages and ages. Harry just blanks people because he basically is Harry. Bublé, Michael, duets with Kermit the Frog. And Brits will spend nearly 7.5 hours online on Christmas Day. You know, because it'll be friends and family and people sort of, you know, contacting your Auntie Mavis over in Australia or something like that. You'll be finding out that they'll be going, it's really early in the morning, we're really tired. They're going, hey, the kids want to say hi and Merry Christmas. Oh, God in heaven, do they really? Hello, Happy Christmas. It's always a good one, isn't it, really? Lots of pictures of Lewis Hamilton at the age of 36. They do hand them out a bit like dolly mixtures, I'm afraid, these sort of awards, don't they? But off your face on booze, drugs, drive whilst banned, overturn the car, end up with a nice trip to Vegas and a little spell in rehab. And what price justice, say the Sun. They're absolutely right. She must be laughing like a drain, I should imagine, because most people are furious at this mockery of justice. She got a suspended jail term after rehab and a Vegas holiday, where she sort of went around. I mean, I thought she was bankrupt. I don't quite understand. If you look at her track record, she's a total disaster. Total disaster. I don't want to bore the pants off you, but I might have to, I'm afraid. She dodges a speeding charge on a technicality in 2003, this goes back to. 2008, given 3 points for talking on the mobile. 2010, 4 points for speeding at 99 miles an hour. September, 3 points for veering from her lane in her 7.5-ton pink horse box. December, 6-month ban after 3 more points for doing 83 miles an hour. 2012, a 12-month ban after failing to respond to 2 speeding tickets. She really thinks that she's above the law. That's what the judge said. You seem to think you're above the law. Of course she does. She'll be appearing on a television programme soon going, I was picked on. July, quizzed by police for getting behind the wheel while still banned. Says she thought the ban was over, so she's not bright either. September, crashes the Range Rover while allegedly on her mobile. October, held for suspected drink driving, spends a night in the cells. December, charged over the drink drive allegation. 2019, January, 3-month ban for driving whilst disqualified. Autumn, issued with a sixth ban, this time for 2 years, cut to 18 months on appeal. March 21, drives boyfriend's car and Range Rover. An admin error meant an extra 6 months under the totting up rules. Had not been added, questioned by police. September, arrested over turning over car. Yesterday, 16 months suspended jail sentence. And she's got to do 100 hours community service or something like that. It'll be interesting to watch. But so she's going to be off the roads for 18 months. You know, the public may be appalled to hear says the District Judge Kelly, that I can't send you to jail, but the law says that when a person has complied with the terms of their release, then you have a legitimate expectation, not... But I seem to remember it was the judge who recommended she go into rehab. So they're obviously making it easy for her, even though the judge says you deserve to spend Christmas behind bars. Further sentence priced to 100 hours of unpaid work, 20 sessions of rehabilitation work with probation, adding she'd shown no concern for the lives of others at the time of the crash. I mean, thank God it was early in the morning. Thank God it was early in the morning, because if it had been later, there could have been another car coming the opposite direction, could have been anything. Woman's an idiot. Needs to go and get medical help, but somebody needs to hide all the car keys and the booze, everything. Take away anything that looks as though it could cause harm to other people. Really dreadful, really dreadful. Steve, 25 years, not long enough for the woman found guilty of murdering Little Star. She laughed, apparently, when the sentence was handed down. She laughed. I couldn't believe it. I mean, she should have got... It should have been like in America, where they go, you've got 4 life sentences. In other words, you're going to die in prison. And that's the way that I would be thinking. But there again, you know, what do I know about the law? Nothing. You have to go by what they say, because basically their hands are tied. But I do remember when Jordan first went into court and they said, you know, you must go to the Priory. So the moment she went in there, I knew damn well there was no chance they were going to send her to prison. Had nothing at all to do with Harvey or her mother, who's terminally ill. Nothing to do with that at all. Because let's face it, they stuck her in jail for a night before, so she can quite clearly cope with stuff like that. And she's booked for the SAS programme with somebody called Anthea Turnup. Can't remember what she does for a living. But you know damn well, and I'll make a prediction now, she will not last 5 minutes in the SAS programme. How would she... Put it this way, she can't walk, she claims. She can't... What are they going to do, push her around on a wheelchair? Of course they're not. So it's a load of old cobblers, isn't it, really? Codswallop and cobblers, what a combination. Yeah, so she's going in for the SAS programme, which is basically a programme to test your stamina. She's just, the other day, doing stories about, I'm going to have to go back into hospital again because my feet and one's shorter than the other and this and that and another load of old baloney. So what's she doing signing up for the SAS programme? I mean, you know, her life is just a mistake at the moment. She needs to get herself, you know, sort of... Why can't she just do a normal job? Can't she get a job in a shop or something like that? Or, you know, perhaps she could wash windscreens at traffic lights or something interesting. I mean, something that doesn't involve too much stretching. I suppose, really, she could write another book, but there again, she's never written a book in her life. But, you know, 6 times banned for drink driving. 6 times, and she's still not gone to prison. Wrong, isn't it? It's absolute wrong. Back in the 1970s, says Nick, when I was working at LBC as a freelance producer as a teenager, I used a fake pass to get into the BBC TV Centre and the BBC Theatre. Got to see behind-the-scenes productions of The Two Ronnies, Fawlty Towers and Morecambe and Wise. I was so naughty, but it was fascinating. Oh. Well, I think you should go to prison. You should go to prison immediately. Yeah, I think life for that one. Absolutely. Getting in to watch The Two Ronnies, Morecambe and Wise and Fawlty Towers? Definitely. Mind you, it was, I can remember, you know, Cilla Black never worked at the BBC after she turned up at the gate one time, and the man who was working on the front gate didn't know who she was. She turned the car round. She was out of there. Never worked for the BBC ever again. Never went anywhere near them. Because the BBC's blokes who used to work on the front gate was sort of a little bit like the security who work at Wimbledon. You know, who stop well-known international tennis players. Why? Because they're geriatrics and they've got no idea who these people are. They just stand there. And Ian Wright, of course, stopped at the BBC recently, even though he's standing in front of a huge picture of himself. I mean, you kind of lose the will to live, don't you, honestly? Usain Bolt joining the list of stars ghosted by Prince Harry. Oh, Prince Harry's so stuck up, honestly. Oh, I'm not the prince I was born. You weren't born anything at all, dear. You were born to be the man who got drunk, exhibited yourself in a Las Vegas hotel bedroom, dressed up as a Nazi, and basically upset the royal family. That's not the way princes behave, is it? I don't think so. Definitely not.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. I'm taking odds on, actually, whether or not Katie Price, because she hasn't said anything yet coming out of court. You know, she came out the first time around with her head sort of bowed down as if she was feeling slightly guilty about the whole thing, but she's a danger. a total danger. Shouldn't go anywhere near the road or cars or anything like that, or booze or drugs. I mean, I'm amazed, actually, she can afford to do all these things. I wish I could be bankrupt. Blimey, if that's the lifestyle you lead, go to America, you can go and do all sorts of things. Dawn Neeson says, if it's 4 a.m, it's time to crack on with some work while Steve Allen show at LBC keeps me company. It'll be interesting. I can't wait to see what Dawn Neeson's take on Katie Price would be. Because somebody said, I mean, I don't think she sleeps. I think she's an automata. I don't think this woman sleeps at all. I've said that before, but I think she's one of those, you know, like R2-D2. No, she'd be C-3PO. No, she wouldn't. She'd be R2-D2. And it's the case, I mean, she seems to get 3 hours a night. So Thatcher survived on that. I can survive on probably about 3 or 4, which is sort of enough for me. I mean, if I have any more, it makes me a little bit sort of, you know, during the daytime. But it'll be interesting to see what Dawn Neeson's take. Yeah, I don't get grouchy. I wasn't surprised about Katie escaping jail because the judge had said, oh, you should go to rehab. And I'm going to say, and I've got to say it because I'm curious, if she's bankrupt, where's this money coming from? And if she's doing the SAS programme again, how's she going to manage that when she can apparently barely walk? It's all a bit dramatic, her life. The Sun says she's not a bad person, but her many troubles and utter irresponsibility make her a menace behind the wheel. Absolutely. Because sure as God made little apples, she's going to get behind the wheel again unless they hide the car keys. Why she was able to have access to the car keys when she was coked out of her mind and drunk is totally beyond me. But the next time, she might not be so lucky. And somebody else might be even worse off. Because it said apparently she was lonely. Well, we always said that. Not at all surprised, really, but she's definitely got issues. She needs to get some sort of medical help, not all this fancying around going, oh, I'm going to Brussels to get my boobs enlarged again, and I'm going to Turkey to have this done. Why don't you concentrate on your life, dear, and try and sort out? You're an embarrassment. An embarrassment. It's a shame. Shame. Anton Deck, one of those was a bit of an embarrassment, wasn't he? Actually, isn't it funny that... So, wait a minute. She was done for drink driving... And Anton Deck, Ant McPartlan, got fined, because he was done for drink driving, £86,000. Why was Katie Price not fined for being drunk behind the wheel of a car? Oh, because she went to rehab. My God, that's the get-out clause, isn't it? Rehab is the place to go to. Perhaps we start investigating, you know, how many people manage to survive. Because if this happens again, quite clearly, rehab doesn't work. Just a way of parting people from their money, but she doesn't have any money. But yeah, Ant McPartlan got fined £86,000. It's based on earnings. It'll be interesting, won't it? But I bet you know the next thing is she'll be seen, you know, jetting off to Turkey, covering her face with a mask, which she should do all the time, and then selling her story to a newspaper on, you know, why this has happened to me and all the rest of it. So many things have gone wrong because of the bankruptcy. All her own doing. This is not anybody else's doing. Nobody's made her bankrupt. She's made herself bankrupt. Nobody's made her take cocaine. Nobody's made her take booze. Nobody made her get into the car in the early hours of the morning and go off driving when she was 3 sheets to the wind. To know what speed she was doing to overturn a car, I've got no idea. I mean, I've done 80 miles an hour down the motorway on the odd occasion over the years. I've never managed to turn a car over. I don't know. Sometimes you just sort of give up, don't you? But anyway, Anton Deck fear their new game show. This is where the pre-publicity starts. Okay. Will break ITV. Don't be stupid. Of course it won't. I mean, if they wanted to break ITV, why don't we get rid of Anton Deck to start with? You know, because more than 40 test run contestants have won at least £1 million each. In total, the trialists would have pocketed nearly £50 million. It's a never-ending money ladder and all the rest of it. So what they're trying to do is go, if you go in for our show, you can win £1 million, because in all the trial runs, 40, it's a load of old codswallop. It really is. It's just, you know, ridiculous. Because I've seen the act. I know how it works. You know, if they push their luck too far, they'll crash out and lose the lot. It's another blooming quiz show on the television. That's all it is. ITV says it's the world's first to offer an unlimited cash run. ITV boss Kevin Lygo was sweating when we pitched it. Yeah, right. Oh, Kevin Lygo sweating? I don't think so. And then we had contestants playing, and you're like, how high will they get? 5 million in one go? The answer was yes, they were braver than I thought. I mean, you know, It's just they're trying to drum up interest in another blooming waste of space on a Saturday night on the television. I mean, really couldn't give a four-aches. I liked it when they actually pranked the chase. Did you see that? Yeah, and they pranked Bradley. That was very good, where they had all the contestants were in on it. And there was one woman, and they were feeding her the answers and everything else. And that was quite clever. That was very clever, actually. But most of their sort of stuff, it's like, I'm sure the people know they're being pranked. A bit like the gotchas on. Yeah, exactly. It's all been done before. It's been done before. It's like, what's that new programme on the television with, is it Jason Manford? Put down as a comedian, apparently. And what it is, it's Stars in Their Eyes. It's a direct rip-off of Stars in Their Eyes. Nothing new with Jason, I'm afraid, which is no surprise. Stars in Their Eyes was, tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be, Tina Turner. Very good, Alan Carr. Very good. I don't think it'll work, but you can try. And, yeah, that was all right. And then they sort of brought it back. Somebody says, you slurping on your tea never fails to make me laugh. Well, it's hot. It's very hot. You can't just sort of take a good slurp of tea, for goodness sake. So you have to do a little slurp. Actually, it's got a bit cooler now, which is much nicer. Much nicer. So, what have we got here? Anti-PC Toby is no mug. This is Rod Liddell's column today, who says, I enjoyed my Sun columnist mate Jane Moore's Award of the Year, especially Prince Harry, the Fresh Prince of Hot Air. This is lovely, isn't it? That's a very good line. Very, very good line. We like it. Ben Affleck, who's talking about turning to booze. And the cottage where Jimmy Savile abused up to 20 people may be demolished to make way for a luxury home. It's been vandalised since Savile's death, which seems a bit of a pointless exercise, vandalising anything like that. He doesn't live there anymore. He's dead. So what's the point of it? And it'll be in memory of mountaineer Hamish McInnes, who also once owned the home. It's in Glencoe, contains some of Scotland's finest scenery. Actually, most of Scotland's got fine scenery, hasn't it, really? I think they vandalised Savile's grave, so I think they dug him up and then he was concreted in. Because you know what they wanted to do? They wanted to open up the coffin because they knew he'd be buried with his jewellery. That's what it was. He was going to be buried with his jewellery. To be honest with you, I don't even know where he's buried, and I really couldn't care less. He's gone to be eaten by the worms and everything else. Retired tyre fitter Ray Hulse is 77. And what's his title? Hello. What's his title? His title is Britain's longest-serving Santa. That's what he's done. He's been doing it for 59 years. He first signed up as a stand-in Santa, aged 18. And he's still doing it, bless his heart. It's a bit too young. You can't do it at 18. It's not right. And spare a thought for a place called Graveney in Kent. Their Christmas tree has been stolen in broad daylight. Somebody's nicked it. The 6-foot tree was ripped up and taken along with the lights and the decorations, which cost hundreds of pounds. I wonder what sort of people would be nicking a Christmas tree, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, strangely enough, I heard a story the other day from a greengrocer who has got Christmas trees for sale, and 3 people turned up in a van, so the story goes, and one of them went inside the shop and said, you've got rhubarb on the front, can you tell me about it? And the person in the shop went, it's rhubarb. And he said, yeah, but can you show me it? You know what they were doing? They were thieving Christmas trees. They brought the van doors were all open ready, so the moment he would have gone round the front of the shop to look at the rhubarb, the others would have loaded the trees in as quickly as possible. What sort of people would do that? Low-lifes, ladies and gentlemen, low-lifes. The roads should be lighter today, as many of the schools broke up yesterday. Yes, they'll be going down with COVID. That'll be the next thing, won't it? That'll be the next thing. I know a family. The daughter went down with COVID. Whole family's gone down with COVID. This thing spreads. This thing spreads quickly. You don't wear a mask, you stand a very good chance of screwing up your Christmas. Not that we think we're going to manage Christmas this year, but we're going to do a little bit better. A little bit better, we hope, than last year. So roads being lighted today, so school. I quite like it, the schools and holiday. But there's loads of foreign workers who are over here not wearing masks. I don't know why. They get on buses and they're not wearing masks, and they're going to go down with this. This thing whizzes through very quickly, very quickly. You get people standing there, with their sort of workmates under their arms and saws and all sorts of bits and pieces. Workmate, yeah, it's called a workmate. And No, it's not like Collier. That'd be ridiculous. Them standing there with a workmate under their arm, wouldn't it? That would just be balmy. But and they sit there on the bus and they're coughing and spluttering and all over the place. It's not very nice. Craig David's been stalked for 5 years by an obsessive fan who believes she's his girlfriend. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? This woman has now been banned from contacting him under a stalking order. There used to be a woman called Black Tulip, and she used to turn up. She thought she was married to Mike Reed. Do you remember? She turned up at one of Dale's shows, and Dale didn't know who she was, and I went, she's completely cuckoo. Completely cuckoo. There was something the matter with her. She used to hang around and things like that. And it emanated this from a Brookside story. They did a story on Brookside. One of the characters there was stalked by this woman who was telling all his friends one thing and saying, oh, you know, we're really going to get married and everything else. And, of course, they weren't, and he had nothing to do with it, but she was lying to all his friends. But you get people like this. And this particular one here, this infatuated author allegedly turned up, buzzed his intercom, and she's made comments attempting to incriminate his managing team. I mean, it's really bizarre. Craig did not attend the hearing yesterday as he received an MBE for services to music. But anyway, there's now a police order against her. I mean, you get these sort of people. They live in cloud cuckoo land, don't they? She's worrying. Jethro, who's died at the age of 73, his family said our lives will never be the same without him. I liked him. I used to watch him a lot on Des O'Connor's show, and he'd go into these stories, and I didn't realise until I checked him out that he was so rude. He was so rude. It was unbelievable. I was quite shocked because I didn't think he did rude stuff with Rudy words. Rudy words in it. Woo. Steve, this is from James in Clitheroe. Clitheroe. I always laugh when I hear Clitheroe because I'm old enough to remember that radio programme, The Clitheroe Kid with Jimmy Clitheroe, which I can listen to now and it still makes me laugh. And, Clitheroe, it's in Lancashire. But The Clitheroe Kid was a radio series that ran, and it was a bloke who was playing a boy, but he was an adult. And Jimmy Clitheroe was absolutely fantastic. And Clitheroe is a very nice place. And he died. Was it on his mother's funeral day? I can't. Whatever it was, he used to do this programme on the radio, and it was a comedy show, and it was based on the fact that he was a young boy living in this family. He had a sister called Susan, and she had a boyfriend called Alfie. It was really good stuff. So every time I hear anybody writing to me from Clitheroe, I always think Jimmy Clitheroe and the Clitheroe Kid. You know, like that. So anyway, we're going to talk about that new book, The London Hippodrome, now on my Christmas list. Well, I had 2 delivered yesterday. And I don't know where they are. We think they could be in the post room here, so I need to rescue them. The producer's promised me he's going to help me rescue them today. All he's got to do is go down there and sort of, you know, and just sort of say to him, can you open up the post room and can we pick up these books? Because they were delivered by Simon Thomas yesterday from the Hippodrome. That's how posh we are around here. That's how posh we are. Will you pop down? Oh, it's very good of you, honestly. I'll buy you a helicopter. Oh, no, I bought you a helicopter. I'll buy you a motor vehicle. I'll buy you your own, a real one, a real car. No, you can't promise things like that, can you, really?
This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1. With a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one. Yes! Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
26 minutes to 5. Nice to have your company. Nice. So I had those little sausages yesterday. Sorry, Dawn. Talking about food first thing in the morning. What could you eat first thing in the morning? I don't know. I was thinking going home. I've definitely gone off toast. Toast is not on my list now. Bread and butter is very nice. Actually, peanut butter on bread and butter is quite nice. I quite like that. But I had these little sausages. Yeah, so what a discovery. So I went yesterday to go and buy a suit. Didn't take me too long, actually. It was only 140 quid. Had to save up for it. Colour is just sort of blue. The funny thing is, I don't wear a suit very often. I'm not a suit person. And I just bought it for the Magic Circle. And I've got a shirt, which is it's quite funny, actually. It's a shirt which is black. I've got it in red as well, I think, somewhere. And it's got all silver bits on it, but they're all sticky because they give you a packet of stickers if they fall off. So I don't know how you're supposed to get this thing washed, if indeed you can get it washed. But it's got all stickers all so it sort of shines, which is quite nice. Sorry? What colour? I can't hear you. Silk. No. You know what happens is you push the button and you talk at the same time, so I don't get the first bit of the word. So I have to try and guess it. Silk. Oh, God, no. What, for 140 quid? Silk or the shirt? The shirt I bought on Amazon, and it comes in a variety of colours. But it's the fact they're little silver stickers with sticky on the back, and they come and you just stick them on there. But they're all obviously in order. And I did have, I think for the very first live show that we ever did, I had a jacket which was all mirrored. And I thought it looked great. Unfortunately, because of the lights on the stage, I looked like a giant glitter ball, and people were being blinded by this thing. So you'd sort of turn slowly, and I could see people going, I can't see, like that, which was great. So anyway, thank you, says James in Clitheroe in Lancashire, going back there, for mentioning the new book about the London Hippodrome. It's now on my Christmas list. They've only got 1,000. They've only got 1,000. You can either get it from the Hippodrome reception, which opens at 12 o'clock, or if you put it in online, there is a book company called Goldsborough, I think, and you can order it online from them as well, and they've got some signed copies. But it's a bit... I was telling a friend of mine about it the other day, and he said, how much is it? And I said, well, it's £30 by Lucinda Gosling. And he said, that's really cheap. I said, well, I thought it was cheap as well. It really is. I think it's very good value. Very, very good value. Beautiful book. And it's got all the theatre posters and it's got the history of it. It's been done, labour of love. He said, I was particularly touched recently when you mentioned a dear friend, the late Patty Caldwell, in connection with her documentary about Terry's funeral. And he says it was Bieber took over the closed department store in Ken High Street that was Derry and Tom's, not Harvey Nick's. Oh, well, anyway, we know which one it is because it was the only one there, because Barbara Hulaniki used to have the shop over the road, and it was a little tiny shop because we used to go in there, and then she took over this this huge place, which was probably Derry and Tom's, but I don't go back that far, and we used to go up there. It was lovely. It was absolutely great. Do you know, if you ask somebody if they're in their 60s, hello, are you going to retire? Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, you must be due for retirement. So I've now found their email. I'm going to sue them. Good, isn't it? I can't wait, because apparently it's age discrimination. A tribunal voted yesterday, so I'm going to take this person on. I thought that'll be a great thing. So if you're still listening, which I'm sure you are, you're in a bit of a surprise. We have to remember that when you reach your 60s, you can't ask somebody if they're going to retire. This verdict came after Ian Tapping, a civil servant in his 60s, successfully sued the Ministry of Defence. His plans for retirement had been raised at a meeting with HR after he launched a grievance. The MOD claimed it was necessary to manage staff and plan for hiring, but the employment judge, James Bax, ruled it was unreasonable to ask since Mr. Tapping had shown no indication of wanting to leave. And so he launched his grievance, but was told to drop it by a senior official and warned he might lose his job. Compensation to be announced very shortly. That'll teach him at the MOD, honestly. They're very good at wasting your money. Very good. I will bring you these jokes from Jethro, because there are only about 3 of his material that you can use again. But we've got a smile of them from the producer, which is actually not bad at all, actually. Steve, on this day in 1653, says Steve in Leeds, Oliver Cromwell was appointed as Lord Protector of England, Scotland and Ireland. Then he banned Christmas. Oh, I think people ban Christmas, don't they? I'm not sure what to do for Christmas this year. I'm quite serious about that. I don't know whether or not I'm going to go to my brothers or go to my godchildren. I really don't know at the moment, because this thing spreads quickly. This thing spreads a little bit too fast, even for my liking. And people yesterday were wearing masks in there. Chris Whitty has warned, that the UK was facing a really serious threat, because it seems to spread at the drop of a hat. So if you don't have a mask, my advice would be to get one, because I know that, having spoken to people who've had it, they don't want it again. He said it's a really serious threat and suggested that Britain should deprioritise certain social contacts. So I'm not talking to the producer anymore. It's good, isn't it? But we might as well start the way we mean to go on. Best act ever on Stars in Your Eyes was the bloke who went on as Glenn Miller. He walked through the mist and was never seen again. Da 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 da. Of course, you have to explain to our lot round here who Glenn Miller was. They've got no idea. He had lots of hits. Little Brown Jug, Pennsylvania 6. It was a plane crash. And there was a very good film made called The Glenn Miller Story with June Allison. And what had happened was she was waiting there to hear from him. He was doing a Christmas concert from wherever it was. And it had been pre-recorded before he took the fateful plane crash. And she's sitting, and she'd had the phone call, and they'd said, listen, he's gone missing. And then they come on the radio and say, listen, Major Miller recorded this show before he disappeared, and in tribute to him we're going to play it, which of course is basically a way of saying we've got absolutely bugger all else to put in, so we're going to put this one in. And she sat there, and he played Little Brown Jug and Pennsylvania 65000, do 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 do, and all the tears rolled down her cheeks. June Allison was great, really great, very good, very good. So just in case you want to go and get another film out. My God, we're rapidly building up your collection, aren't we? A cocaine trafficker was nailed after moaning that his drugs empire was struggling. Poor Nico Logan used the encrypted network EncroChat to whinge he couldn't strike face-to-face deals as flights to Spain were banned. He claimed he had debts of £26,000, which is not very good. But anyway, bless his heart, he's got loads of time now to reflect on it. He's been jailed. What's the matter? What's the matter with Henry's in a bad mood now? He's just shaking his head. As he walked past me, he shook his head and I thought, oh, no, what's happened now? Goodness sake. Luckily, there's some chocolate biscuits out there on the desk. Oh, you're hungover again? Oh, goodness sake. I've told you, you don't go out and play during... What have I said to you about playing during the week? You don't... I've told you before, haven't I? You can't... Hey, I noticed the other day, I must just mention this quickly, my local car wash at Hampton, big signs up for radio jockey, Jack, I can't remember what it's called now. I can't remember Jackie, apparently, it's a girl's name. And they've got big signs up inside, regular listener, the people who wash my car. So I've got an LBC banner made up, so I'm going to be going and draping it inside over the radio jockey ones. So anyway, so this right proper Charlie, little Nico Logan, has been jailed now. He comes from Wythenshawe in Manchester. He and his associate distributed drugs via street dealers, and he had a gun and ammunition and all sorts of things. And he did deals for cocaine, heroin, ecstasy tablets, cannabis. Anyway, he's now got 16 years in prison to get used to life in there. Good, isn't it? Honestly, they're finally getting round to it. I was watching a thing the other day, and it was on shoplifters and people who just walk in there. They have no shame. They're not remotely bothered about being arrested or anything else. And they sweep stuff off into their bags and they walk straight out the door. Do you know that? Because I saw somebody nicking from Waitrose. Not recently. It was probably about 6 months ago. And he went in there. I knew he wasn't a Waitrose customer. You could just tell. You can tell. This man definitely wasn't a Waitrose. And he was in the chocolate department, and he literally swept an entire shelf of all these chocolate bars. So I said to the security in there, who was a bit dim, I said, he's just nicked all your chocolate. And they got him. They got him, which was good. You get a few people like that round our way. Mainly sort of, well, I don't know what chocolate it was. It was just a bar of chocolate. I don't know. Does that make a difference? Yeah, it makes a difference. Might have been it was a nice bar of chocolate. Put it this way, it wasn't the cheap stuff. It was the expensive stuff. I think it was green and blacks. And he'd taken loads of them. And what these people do is they thieve it. But then they take one item and they go and pay for it in the till. So it makes it look as though they're actually buying something. Crooks. And, of course, at Christmas time, people thieve all the time. Look, I've got a nice Christmas card. I've had quite a number of nice Christmas cards. And this one is all the way from America. Look, you open it up and you get, ta-da, a tree. Isn't that cool? We like that. You see that? Yeah, OK. It's from Mary Beth, who sounds like she's from Little House on the Prairie. From Maryland. Yes, she's from Maryland. How do you know that? Do you know her? Oh, she takes it. Oh, right, yeah. I know she takes it. Yeah, OK. Very aggressive this morning. But anyway, she says, thank you for the enjoyable hours of listening all year. At least I do count in the 20 million downloads. And I know you love Christmas and all the warmth that goes with this festive holiday. So here's your own little paper Christmas tree from me with wishes for a wonderful Christmas. Christmas lunches and everything else Christmas. I'll be listening to you in Maryland on Christmas Day. It's lovely. We love the card. Love the card. That came all the way from America. I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. Everything free in America. You forget I'm in America. Da, 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 da. I could go into a dance immediately. And from Moray, from Felixstowe, wishing you the best for 2022. He said, great to have you well. Yes, I'm seconding that one, believe you me. Put it this way, the difference between being well and not being well is poles apart, and I'd rather not be at all ill at all. One from Carol says, I laughed in much of your programmes, which is very nice indeed. And I heard from Jan and Peter again. Now, Jan and Peter from Enfield, who are now in their 80s, we go back... Oh, I've got to take a break. I'll come back to them in a moment. So busy this... I don't know, seriously, how other people manage to fit everything in on their programmes. But so Henry's going to be suffering. Whoa! Shh. Make it quiet.
This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So years and years ago, ladies and gentlemen, we used to have theatre nights. And the theatre night was we would pick a show, or the show picked us, actually, and they would offer a discount on the tickets for the show. Might be a new show, might be an established show, and we would have listener nights. And so we would sell tickets. We'd take people along, and then what would happen at the end of the performance, we would have a glass of wine, and the cast would come up and join us. And it was very good. We went to a number of theatres. Some of the shows lasted, some of the shows didn't last, but it made no difference. But anyway, we got to know a number of people, including Jan and Peter in Enfield, and Corin and Tony, who I think were Hounslow. But anyway, Jan and Peter have been writing to me since not far off 40 years. And the latest Christmas card says, we're now both in our 80s. Where have the years gone? And it is true. And they're now great-grandparents. And they've got two lovely boys and a little girl, Finlay, Isaac and Ella. And that's lovely. That's lovely. So it's nice to know that we're all still going, as it were. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, a friend of mine, who... and I said, how old are you now? And he said, when we met, I was 18. He said, now I'm just 61. And to me, I think, gosh, 61. But when Jan and Peter say they're in their 80s, it obviously goes to prove good living is very good for you. And I've spoken to them over the years, lots and lots and lots of times, and Corin and Tony, but I don't know what the latest situation is with Corin and Tony. I think one of them was not very well. But it's always nice when you hear back from people, especially at Christmas. I love it. And I love the Christmas cards. As long as they don't have glitter on them, I'm all right. It's got glitter on. You know that Steve Allen suffers very badly. Liz in Potter's Bar says, Steve, the strangest thing happened to me today. Can anybody explain this one? My daughter texted me and asked me to check when her passport expires. I took a photo with my iPhone of the expiry date, Feb 2022, from inside the passport and sent it to her. Then within 2 minutes, I received a government text reminder to renew the passport. How did that happen? Well, you know that when you apply for your bus pass, your freedom pass, they lift your photo. Of course, I don't have one at the moment because of complications with them and them being a pain in the rear end. But anyway, far be it from me to complain. But it's a case of they lift the photo from your passport. So they obviously have access to your passport photograph, which seems okay. So I don't know. I think that was just lucky, Liz. You know, because you only took a photo. I don't think anything else, I mean, you know, makes it sound a little bit bizarre. Pat says, I bought my 7-year-old a similar shirt with sparkly stickers for her princess party. It's okay to wash on 30 Delicate, says Pat. Steve, when you drive home, you pass a great little place for breakfast called Fat Boys. It's off Chiswick House. Cheese and onion omelette is wonderful, says Eddie. I know Fat Boys very well, thank you. And Sean in Cambridge says, it's my 33rd birthday today. My wife, Charmaine, is 1 month older than me. I find it unbelievable that people are married at 33. Seems a bit young to me, really, but, you know, never mind. Green and black is Cadbury's. Yeah, we know that. We didn't say it wasn't. We're well aware of who it is. Best chocolate is Belgian or Swiss. No, I don't think so, actually. Don't think so. Had a great breakfast this morning, Steve. I've had the same for 22 years now. Smoked trout and cold potatoes. Ugh. Sounds disgusting. Are you in prison, Pat? Followed by a roast dinner every night and whole Victoria sponge, healthy as ever. Smoked trout and cold potatoes. I can't think of anything worse. It's like anybody ever writing to me and going, of course we had black pudding again today, Steve. And I go, no, thank you. I love it. Steve, I'm a pro at shoplifting chocolate. How, you ask? Well, I've got a few Twix up my sleeve. You're barred. Have you got a special room, says Maggie, to keep all these DVDs of all these films? No, not at all. Not at all. I just like collecting films. I don't know why. I sort of derive great pleasure out of them. Great pleasure. Which is good. Oh, Greg Wallace, he's got 8 Christmas trees. Stop showing off. Nothing worse than a show-off, for goodness sake. Daily Star. What have a Daily Star got today? Oh, yes, Paul McKenna is hypnotising people into liking sprouts. Wouldn't need to hypnotise me to like sprouts. So he's on a mega Christmas mission, bless his heart. So good luck for that one. And also, more than 1 million Brits faced Christmas in isolation after the nation recorded its highest ever daily number of COVID cases. I think something like yesterday, what do we say, nearly 78,000. 78,000. A double murderer, thought to be Britain's worst necrophiliac, will die behind bars. Good, that's always a pleasing thought. David Fuller was given the life terms. He took images of himself abusing bodies in a mortuary. I mean, I don't even think 2 life sentences is enough. I really don't. I think there should be something like perhaps a little injection, you know. That's all I can think of, really. It's dreadful, isn't it, really? What else we got here? It's a pet hamster has developed expensive taste and will now only eat cheese from Waitrose. Is cheese good for hamster? I don't know. We used to give our ones, used to have little nuts and sunflower seeds and stuff like that. But, I mean, cheese. I would have thought cheese would be really, really bad. He now only has cheese as a rare treat, but he turns his nose up at anything apart from Waitrose Essential Extra Mature British Cheddar, strength 6. Ours escaped once, yes. Bless us. Well, he also died and then was dug up by the cat, which didn't really help. Apparently mice hate cheese. Yeah, they do hate cheese. I don't know why they always... I think it stemmed from some of the cartoons, Cheese and Mice, and people thought, oh, yeah, it was Tom and Jerry, I think. But, no, they don't. Chocolate would be a better thing to get them. Chocolate. Katie Price branded there you go, mice hate cheese. They actually have a sweet tooth, hence chocolate. Millions of children have howled with laughter as they watch cartoon cat Tom trying to ensnare arch-rival Jerry with a lump of cheddar. So they then decide to spend a small fortune deciding that, no, mice don't really like cheddar. Which is good. According to researchers from Manchester's Metropolitan University, mice prefer foods with high sugar content. Yeah, we tried that. We used to go and feed squirrels in our local council park. There's a little bit of park next to it. And you'd give them, and they used to love custard creams. I think because it was biscuit on the outside and then there was that sweet bit in the middle. I think they loved it. They would take it and run away with it in their paws. Bless them. They'd dig it into somewhere and then they come back to it later on. So there we go. So what was I doing? Oh, yes, Katie Price branded a spoilt little princess the other day. She is. But I bet you anything there'll be an interview in one of the papers over this weekend. Katie Price, My 2 Years of Hell, or all that kind of garbage that we're used to reading. You know, but she takes cocaine. I wouldn't even know where to buy cocaine. I wouldn't even know where to buy it. You know, she seemed to know where to go to get it all the time. Because she had her... You know, going into rehab, she doesn't go to prison. £6,800 a week at the Priory. Do you think they can manage to woo her off or wean her off going for cosmetic surgery and having boob enlargements and everything else? That'd be good. Price's lawyer said she was distressed and upset. Yes, I'm fairly distressed and upset too, as indeed is most of the country. Most of the country. Davina McCall turns on the style. She looks very good, actually. Heading out for an entertainment launch. She's a judge on The Masked Singer next month, joined in London by Joel Dommett, the show's host. And what was the other one? Injured Strictly star AJ Adudu has vowed to do all she can to make the show finale on Saturday. Yes, so there are going to be a few people down, aren't they, I believe, at the show. But I'm sure it'll go well. It's going to be won by that deaf girl. It's got to be. Rose. It's got to be her. I mean, she's not only is she very good, but she's overcome all sorts of adversity. So, fingers crossed for her. I don't know whether we have a say in that. It's probably done by the panel, isn't it? Is it public vote? Oh, whoopee-doo. That's nice, isn't it? Yes, I should be phoning in. Not. I don't phone any of those things. I really couldn't, actually. Steve, my mum used to own Mrs. Lyne's employment agency on Kensington High Street, which provided butlers, cooks and housekeepers, etc. to Buckingham Palace and England's elite households. She sold it in the 1980s and then, sadly, it disappeared. The stories I could tell you about the current elite are beyond the pale, says Nick. I bet. We've all got stories like that, haven't we? I tell you what I did enjoy, Gosford Park. Have you ever seen Gosford Park? That's a really good movie. It's a really, really good movie. It's basically life up and down stairs, written by Julian Fellows. And it was really good. It was really, really good. I liked it, actually. And the bloke who did Downton. Yes, absolutely. He's very clever. Did you know? Did I do yes? Oh, yes, that's right. I did yesterday, didn't I, about the Fawlty Towers? Both series, 13 shows, filmed in 3 months. You thought it would have taken years, but they did it in 3 months. And I was listening to some of them again yesterday. They're very good, very good. Spare a thought, and we had to laugh at a bloke called Martin Stewart Potts. Martin Stewart Potts is a complete waste of space. Who is he? He's a troll. But he made a big, big mistake, and I'll tell you about it after the news. Bit of a tease there. OK, try to do that. And a bison family were in Wyoming, where the snow came down and had to go out and feed them, because what they do is they live in Yellowstone Park, and I've got a DVD of Yellowstone Park when the snow comes down, and they're like 4 feet. Everything's under 4 feet of snow. And the snow on the roof of some of the chalets in Yellowstone Park, which, of course, as you now know, is a giant volcano. That's why it's all bubbling away all the time. One of these days it'll go and it'll take out America. And it's nice. La Palma is still going. You know the volcano? Still going. I was looking at some pictures of it earlier on. So it remains silent now for the second day. So they think it might have stopped, but the emissions of sulfur dioxide were low yesterday. And that's because that's the thing that can kill. You've got to be very careful with this stuff. So we'll wait and see. Stop late on Monday. Do you think it's sort of running out of whatever it was? It's taken a break for Christmas. Perhaps it's got COVID. Perhaps it's got COVID. Has to sort of give up for 10 days. But yeah, and I've got this wonderful DVD of life in Yellowstone Park, and there's all these bison there, which I think they look really nice. Actually, I like bison. Wouldn't want to eat a whole one, but they're quite nice. And so they sort of go out, and they seem to survive all this cold, but they just couldn't find the grass that they needed. They can't roll the cigarettes either. They're rubbish. Da, 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 da. Yeah, they're very clumsy, very clumsy. But I will tell you the story of this bloke. This is Martin Stewart Potts. I think he comes from around Blackpool way. Not that that's an indicator of how he's got himself into trouble, but let this be a warning. Let this be a big warning to a lot of people who think they can do a certain thing and get away with it. Not anymore. You can't get away with anything nowadays. You really can't. I was only checking the other day, poor old Lorraine Kelly's had over 1,000 complaints over comments that were made on her little programme, I think with Dr. Hillary. Philip Schofield got into trouble as well, because he had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of complaints as well. Amateurs. It's coming up to the news at 5 this morning. We shall take more of your texts and emails, and it's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we wander through every single aspect of the papers. You hear all the best stories, and sometimes the stories that have you going, no, we don't want to know about it. We really don't want to know about it. But let's wait and see, shall we? Your chance to go and make yourself a quick cup of tea and then come back and join us. And remember, it's Mask Day today. Today is the day that if you haven't worn a mask before, believe you me, you need to go and buy some masks today. You can get them. They're not very expensive because this COVID is spreading like wildfire.
This is LBC.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
This This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday, the 16th of December. We get ever closer to Christmas, and God knows what it's going to be like. But at the moment, I've decided to name today Mask Day. Everybody should. We had a bus driver yesterday, and he was on the 281, and he gave a lecture halfway through the journey to the people on there. He had his little microphone, and he was basically sort of saying, you need to wear a mask. You know, this is quite serious, and he was absolutely deadly serious about it. And there was some stupid man on there who worked for a company. I should have taken a picture of him, actually, because he had the mask on, but it was under his chin, which is a bit of a pointless place to keep it. It's supposed to go over your nose. It's supposed to stop you breathing air, and also you've got to open the windows on the bus and stuff like that. But and now the schools are on holiday. We won't have to suffer with that, because that's far too dangerous. But this thing spreads really quickly. So if somebody's got it in your family, the rest of the family are going to get it, sure as God made little apples. And in England, have we got the symptoms for this new variant? Because I was reading them the other day, and they're not exactly the same as the last one. But masks are compulsory for staff and customers in hairdressers, tattoo studios, nail bars, post offices, banks, estate agents, vet surgeries, takeaways, pharmacies, auction houses, taxis, driving lessons and tests, public transport and shops. Because otherwise this is going to spread like bilio, and it's going to overtake you before you know it. So be very, very careful, especially if you're getting on buses and things like that. And when you get people on there who are not wearing masks, they're the people for whom, you know, we need protecting from. So the symptoms, this is Omicron symptoms, often very mild in vaccinated people. So it feels more like a cold than something a bit more severe. So you get runny nose, headache, fatigue, mild or severe, so it crosses the divide, sneezing and sore throat. I do have sneezing, but there again, I've been sneezing for years, so it's nothing new to me to be sneezing. So Londoners with cold symptoms, they say, are more likely to have COVID. So be warned, be warned. Runny nose, headache, fatigue, mild or severe, and sneezing, and a sore throat. So there you go. So just be careful. Mary Beth from Maryland, if you have any symptoms, please get a test. Please get a test. Gary says, tell me if all's still okay for the Magic Circle shows. Yes, but you have to bring a mask, please, because, you know, I mean, some people won't go. And but I think a lot of people will go, but wear a mask. That would be very useful, which you can all do. It's not difficult. Mary Beth from Maryland. Mary Beth from Maryland. That's like a box of chocolates, isn't it, really? And Paul in Brentwood says, put chocolate spread on mouse traps. More sticky, the better. Oh, right. Do you remember peas pudding? Well, it was spelt P-A-E-S-E. It's not peas as in little garden peas. Back in the 70s. Can't find it in any shops. I think you can find peas pudding. You can find it around. It's not difficult to look for these sort of things. There it is, easy peas pudding. And it's known as peas porridge. It's a savoury dish it's boiled legumes, typically split yellow peas with water, salt and spices, cooked with a bacon or ham joint. Peas pudding. There you go. It does look a bit like gruel, doesn't it, really? It originated in the United Kingdom, so we've only got ourselves to blame. You know, it's a bit like sort of eating mushy peas. I mean, nobody eats mushy peas unless you're from up north. Nobody down south ever bothers with stuff like that, do they? Lindsay in Cornwall says, twice as grateful for your company at the moment as my husband's in hospital, keeps passing out, can't find a cause, MRI today. Oh, today will be the day they find a cause. Today will be the day they find a cause. Here is the story of Martin Stewart Potts. He's a bit of an idiot. In fact, he's more of an idiot than you can ever imagine. He's a troll. And what he did, he rubbished a restaurant with fake reviews on TripAdvisor. He bit off more than he could chew when Steve Hoddy of the Bisham Kitchen in Blackpool took him to court for telling porky pies, because he claimed this restaurant's food made his family ill. But anyway, the man who owns the restaurant, Steve Hoddy, managing director of the business, he's also a lawyer with a first-class degree. And at the Manchester Crown Court, Judge Sefton ruled that Potts Martin Stewart Potts, hereinafter was known as the Idiot, was guilty of malicious falsehood and ordered to pay £7,500 in compensation. Afterwards, Mr. Hoddy said he used 8 different usernames and was saying the fish wasn't haddock, it was catfish, and it made him and his wife and children ill, and the chips were fried in burnt oil. It was a whole catalogue. I traced him and I went and confronted him, and he got taken to court. Be warned. Be warned. I mean, quite seriously, be warned, because if you write fake reviews on either TripAdvisor or anything else and somebody takes you to court, you've only got yourself to blame. OK? So good luck. Good luck. But £7,500 in compensation, that'll teach you. That's Martin Stewart Potts. OK? Not to be related to anybody else called Martin Stewart Potts, who doesn't write fake TripAdvisors. And who's this? Could we have a picture, please, of Demi Jones? I mean, God's name is Demi Jones. Is she somebody important? Like, this is the Daily Star. They always do something in there, and they sort of do a picture of somebody, and this one is here. Could we have a picture of Demi Jones? You think, no, it says the Kloppite. I don't know what Demi Jones is. There. Oh, she's from Love Island, is she? Why do these people on Love Island wear these clothes which are wholly inappropriate? That's touched up. I'm looking at another picture in the paper today. That's airbrushed or what? I should Coco. But she's wearing an outfit which is wholly inappropriate. There's something about Love Island which seems to bring out people wearing clothes that are too small. Buy something that fits. You know, I mean, this is something here, and it's I don't know what you can describe it as. Cheap. You know. It should be. Wear something decent. You can buy decent clothes nowadays. They do exist. It's not like they don't exist. I mean, ask Colleen Rooney. She's always buying expensive clothes, which look lovely. Apparently, tinned peas pudding can be found in Tesco's, says Tell. There you go. If you want to go and try some, Joe, you can go and buy some tinned peas pudding. Yeah, clear the diary for that one. And the bathroom and just about everything else that is going to affect you. Excuse me. Something nice about a cup of... What is it about a cup of tea that makes you feel very content with the world? It's like, you know, at Christmas time, because I don't drink alcohol over Christmas. The only time I don't drink alcohol. And people go, oh, a cup of tea? I go, yeah, a cup of tea. And I always have a nice cup of tea. Everybody else is drinking booze and all the rest of it. And I just I don't know why it's so British. I don't know why. A cup of tea... I think with milk it's British, isn't it? Any other time it's China. Is that another thing that came from China? If you're going for a cup of tea. Turns out all to do with taxes, because tea was brought to Britain, I think, in the early 17th century by the East India Company. And I think that went to Charles II. His wife, who was Portuguese, if you remember, Princess Catherine of Braganza, set the trend in drinking tea, which then caught on among the aristocrats. And also, I've been to houses where they used to have drinking chocolate, but it was locked away. It was kept in a cabinet, and the cabinet was locked. It was considered very precious, very precious. And tea was, you know, to do with the taxes. And we've got a tea caddy at home, which is lovely. How many cups do Brits drink a day? Well, I should imagine it varies anywhere from, in a year. Oh, I've got no idea. 365 to over 1,000. Over 1,000. Oh, the whole of Britain? Oh, God, blimey, I can't do things like that. I can barely add up my own age. I don't know, 60, will it be something like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, 50, so 2 take away 7, add 16, 42 multiplied by 60, about 60 billion? Bang on with 60 billion, look at that. Average 900 per person per year. Could be about right. I probably do about 4 or 5 cups of tea in the morning here. But actually, it's the only time I drink it. I don't... I have one in the morning when I wake up. I'm always testing my throat in the morning. Me. Oh, no, sorry, we're just talking about myself. 1,500 a year for me. 1,500 cups of tea a year. But I do... I think the tea we have here is delicious. Really is delicious. I don't know what it is, but it's very nice. And I'm not using one of the posh ones. I just have the tea bags. Is it Builders? They're so rough, those Builders, aren't they, honestly? Scaffolders are the worst. God, blimey. You ever seen it? Oi, mate, oi! That's what I get as I'm walking out. I get wolf whistled. Scaffolders. I love things like that. It's very funny. Very funny. Boris urges help the NHS give the virus both barrels and get the booster. We keep saying that to people. Judge to Katie should be behind bars. Well, next time she will go behind bars. She's had all the lifelines thrown to her. Lewis Hamilton gets knighted for services to putting your foot down on the accelerator. And he's probably made a fortune out of it. Still no wife. About time he got married, isn't it? I don't know why he's not married. You know, can't he find anybody? It's not like he's not... I mean, he's rich. He can take you to all the expensive places in the world. His mum looks a bit glam. I like that look there. She must be very pleased. Very pleased. And the Sex Pistols, maybe in their 60s now. Well, they all are except Sid Vicious, who isn't any older than he was when he died, unfortunately. But Pistol Paul says he was mocked as a punk because he used to eat posh food. I always thought they were a bit fake. You know, if they were acting, got to be hard. Like poor little, what's his face? Johnny Rotten. Yeah. And all that kind of stuff. And then he started advertising butter and basically doing reality shows. Poor little soul. Never mind. Drummer Paul Cook had the mick taken out of him because he ate olives at a friend's house. I don't even like olives, so it would never occur to me at all. Gathering evidence, time for the party probe, and here they all are. This is Sean Bailey apologising for attending a gathering held by some of his staff in his campaign office. There's about 20 of them, and here they all are. Even somebody, actually, who's one of the Candy brothers. What on earth he's doing there, I've got no idea. Katie Price in all the papers today, and a picture of Tyson Fury. Was Tyson Fury the one who didn't want to be on the list of Sports Personality of the Year? Yeah, we think so. He's got 6 children, and they were on a holiday of a lifetime in Florida. And where they get the names from, I've got no idea. So here we go. The wife is called Paris. The daughter the latest one is called Athena. Then he's got Prince John James, Prince Tyson Fury II, Prince Adonis Amazia, Valencia Amber, and Venezuela. I mean, there's nothing you could say about it, is it really? Where do they get these names from? Where do they get them from? Choirmaster Gareth Malone has hit just the right note with his Christmas sing-along in Blackburn. Singing brings people together and lifts the spirits, which is why we should make a song and dance about it. Yeah, I agree. Singing does make you feel very good. As long as it's not Blue or Eternal or anybody else. You know, we don't want anything like that, do we? But, I don't know them. I couldn't think of any other groups off the top of my head very, very quickly. I was trying to think actually of a group that would annoy everybody so much. You go, you know, please don't bring them back again. Bit like Steps. It's only because, it's only because the producer likes Steps. He's rehearsed all the dances and everything. He does it. He has all the DVDs. Seriously, Steps in concert, Steps on the beach, Steps dancing in your sitting room. So, you know, you've got the mat and everything else. He puts his feet on and then you can Steps the travel. Oh, we're doing the travel now, are we?
This is LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
David says, do you have to wear a mask in bookies? Yes! You have to wear a mask in any indoor space. Every shop you have to wear a mask. If you don't, you're a buffoon. OK? Not only, says Kim, do us Scots eat mushy peas, but we eat deep-fried mushy peas, Steve. Deep-fried mushy peas. Sounds quite an interesting one, doesn't it? I bought something in Marsman's the other day, and it's cauliflower in batter. Little bits of cauliflower, which you obviously sort of do a deep fry, and then you've got cauliflower batter. I'm assuming it must come with some sauce or something else like that. Steve, I'm the opposite, says Andy. I don't drink all year, but do at Christmas. And I have, just for research, been trying out English sparkling wine. I found one in particular that is sensational, better than anything French I've ever tasted, and it's from a winery called Chapel Down. It's even available in Tesco's. Well, there you go. I've never tried any English wines. I might have done, but I can't remember recently. I'm far too tiddled to remember anything like that. Do you remember Cagney and Lacey, the cops from New York? Of course I do. I'm 67. What do you think? I've only just discovered television or something. Alex says, on the subject of daft children's names, have you seen the names of Jacob Rees-Mogg Sproggs? I haven't. I can't remember what they're called, actually. I seem to remember... Oh, blimey. One of them is Sixtus Dominic Boniface Christopher. There's Peter Theodore Alphege Rees-Mogg. Anselm Charles Fitzwilliam Rees-Mogg. Alfred Wulfric Layson. Pius Rees-Mogg, Mary Ann Charlotte Emma Rees-Mogg, and Thomas Wentworth Somerset Dunstan Rees-Mogg. It's just potential rubbish, isn't it? Really, it really is. And so I mean, I don't really know what he's going to be called at school. I can think of a few names, I should imagine. Wait, isn't one of them Sixtus? Sixtus? What? Sixtus? Oh, don't call me that. Please, call me anything but. Very odd, isn't it? It means, apparently, sixth in Latin. Of course, we all knew that, don't we? Because it was their sixth child, but we all speak perfect Latin. I mean, I'm constantly running through the Latin alphabet and sort of, trying to sort of work things out. We did do Latin at school. Yeah, only on one of my schools, only at prep school. All the other schools, they were secondary modern. There was no chance. English we were struggling with. So on the subject of where you wear your mask, everywhere. Everywhere. Thank you very much indeed. It'll make it a lot easier. More on Ant and Dec admitting that their new quiz could bankrupt ITV. Listen, if there was any danger of a quiz show bankrupting ITV, they wouldn't run with it. Don't be so stupid. Nothing worse, is there, than people, it's fake, try and drum up some interest. Oh, people are going to win millions of pounds on it. I bet they don't. The contestants were a lot braver. And the pair said if they decided to host the series, their first new TV format for a decade, because everything else has failed. I mean, they haven't exactly been very successful in the quiz show department. They had Saturday Night Takeaway, which was sort of, just basically an audience who were hyped up beyond belief. Red and Black died. They don't need... And they haven't done anything else. What else have they done? Producer likes them. He says, oh, they're good. Yeah, they are, but they're heading towards 50 now. They're getting a bit old for this kind of thing, aren't they? Start jumping around as if they're 5-year-olds. Goodness sake. A man who hates whiskey made 30 grand. He sold his collection of miniature bottles, 4,000 of them. You see, I think that was really good value. 4,000 miniature whiskey bottles, and you make 30,000 quid. He's been collecting over 30 years, despite finding the drink horrible. Yeah, I mean, we used to keep them as well. Where they all went to, I've got no idea. I'm still of the belief that there is a warehouse somewhere, Pickford's, and in a corner there is a sort of a tarpaulin over something, and it's all our stuff that never arrived. A bit like, what was that film? Was it with Mel Gibson in, where he was found in a freezer and he'd been frozen years and years ago, and then they sort of unfroze him. It was all a bit, makes you wonder. It's like all these people who get bits of their body. Is it cryogenics? Forever Young was of it. Ghastly film. What a load of old hooey. It was rubbish. Don't ever waste your money on it. It's seriously not worth it. But cryogenics is the same thing, where you can have a bit of your body frozen and then they'll bring you back to life some years later. Yeah, right. Of course we will, dear. Yeah, we'll be bringing you back to life again. Assuming we've still got the same electric company. Because all these things are connected to freezers. You can have your head frozen. But they are trying to freeze me now, but only certain bits of me. Get my drift? They're trying to freeze little bits of me that'll be useful in the future. Yes, my tongue. We're going to keep him talking. I quite like the idea. No, I wasn't thinking of tongue at all. Jimmy Carr risked telling 2 jokes about cancer to 200 people dying in a hospice. He does turn up on everything, doesn't he, Jimmy Carr? But the comic said it was met with howls of laughter and cleared the air of tension. See, that's the way it works. That's the way it works. And also the world's first text is going to make 170,000 quid. Then Vodafone boss Richard Jarvis was sent the text which read, Merry Christmas, by an engineer in 1992. It's being sold as a virtual replica with bidders using cryptocurrency. Oh. Sounds about the most boring story I've ever read in my entire life. So somebody's going to buy something that says Merry Christmas. It was the first well, how do we know it was the first text? How do we know that? We don't know that. 6 dead giraffes lie on the dry, cracked earth as Kenya's drought continues to leave humans and animals struggling for food and water, which is a great shame. Great shame. Already weak and frail, the mammals had died after they got stuck in the mud whilst trying to reach a nearby reservoir, even though it had almost evaporated. That's the trouble, isn't it? When you get the animals there and they've got this bit of water that they can get to. This is the carcasses were moved to the outskirts to stop the water being contaminated. According to a Kenyan newspaper, The Star, 4,000 giraffes in nearby Garissa County risk being wiped out by an intense drought that is impacting half the country. They don't ask for a lot of water, but, they can... And it's a bit sad, really, isn't it? A bit sad. So, bodies emaciated... And there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, they were trying to reach a nearby reservoir, even though that had almost dried up. Can't they just go out there and dig wells? I mean, is it not possible to dig wells? And I mean, it's not just the animals at the risk. There's 2.1 million Kenyans were facing starvation due to severe drought. I mean, we take it for granted, don't we? Turn on the tap. Water. Go to the supermarket, buy a case of water, £6 or £3 or whatever it happens to be. We take it for granted. These people don't have it. I mean, some areas of Kenya had recently reported their worst rainfall in decades. But Tuesday, the UN said nearly 3 million people are still in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. I mean, you'd think that water would be, something easy to get hold of. I remember years ago I did a Blue Peter appeal, one of many who saved buttons up and sent them in, and they were going out digging wells in countries, because it just involved going down far enough, and then these people had proper water. They could wash clothes in, they could drink it, they could do all sorts of things with it. It's life-saving, absolutely life-saving. And to see animals dying, and they say there could be another 4,000 that could die as well, is really terrible. Have you checked out the BBC iPlayer, the classic comedy shows? No, I've got most of them anyway. Got most of them. And I was either, says Sarah, too young or not born when they were originally shown. Currently watching One Foot in the Grave. I never knew Barbara Windsor, Ray Winston, Stephen Lewis, Peter Cook and many more. And I've just finished Keeping Up Appearances, Porridge and Fawlty Towers. I loved Keeping Up Appearances. She was such a snob. And yet she lived in a house exactly the same as next door's Hyacinth Bouquet. Sorry, so Mrs. Bucket. Bouquet. It's Bouquet. She was great. Dennis in Grantham says, loving the show. I've been drinking tea all my life until a couple of years ago. I constantly drink coffee now. 10 mugs a day. I've had to go decaf. Tea seems now so weak and flavourless. Yes, I mean, I do like a cup of coffee, but not very often. I think it's a bit strong. Occasionally I'll have, a cappuccino with no chocolate. I can't bear the chocolate sprinkles they do on the top of it. And the worst ones, I don't do cream on the top, no. It's just pretentious. A little heart shape. They've got a little thing they put over it and shake the thing, and it's got, your name or something like that written. I always say to them, can you do the Mona Lisa at the same time? But I have had a cup of hot chocolate before. That's quite nice. They go, cream. I go, yeah, whatever. Of course you can have cream. They never offer marshmallows. I wanted the little tiny marshmallows, which I thought were really good. I quite fancy little marshmallows. Yeah, but I don't know what they're like on top of hot chocolate. But the hot chocolate's delicious. And I think in Richmond, on what I call the Triangle, next door to what used to be the Imperial, which was a gay bar, they've just opened a shop which appears to be selling hot chocolate. But I couldn't be too sure about it because the bus whizzes around the corner a bit too fast for me. And I'm too busy clinging on with my purchases. Do you have a favourite George Michael song? It'll be 5 years since he died on Christmas Day. I don't really have it. Careless Whisper, I suppose, as good as any, isn't it, out of George Michael's catalogue, which is very good. Double jabbed and boosted, but yesterday was confirmed I've got COVID, says Elaine from Ware. Everybody still has to be careful. Listen, Elaine, we'll sit here till we're blue in the face, telling people that this is dangerous, that you can still get COVID. Even if you've been jabbed and even if you've had the booster, it just means that you stand a better chance of coming out the other side of it. But all those people who haven't been jabbed and they don't want the booster, you're really at risk. And when I say really, I can't emphasise enough how dangerous this is. Seriously bad. What have we got? Sorry, what's the matter? Oh, here we go. Richmond's new chocolate shop. It is a chocolate shop. I was quite right. Wait a minute. Is that in the right place? No, this isn't. No, this isn't this one. No. I know where this one is. There must be two. This is... Oh, it's chocolate, is it? They do there. Oh, right. That used to be a clothes shop on the corner. It's opposite Waterstones. Yeah, that's what they put up all this. Yeah, opposite Waterstones, which is on the other side of the road. No, this other one is round where the traffic goes round it. It's very near the... one of these World Food Centre things where they do, I don't know, trees outside and everything. Can't remember what it's called. Can you do Google Earth? Do you know? No. It won't be up to date. Okay. They say, so extras like Malden sea salt, Szechuan pepper, matcha and handmade marshmallows. Handmade marshmallows? Oh, no. Thank you. 22 chocolates to choose from, ranging from 28% white chocolate to 100% dark chocolate. Oh, that's awful. Never have 100%. That's like eating cocoa powder. It's very bitter. Oh, I'm very bitter. So it's in the old Romeo's menswear shop. Yeah, no, it's not that one at all. So there's two of them there. Interesting, isn't it? Mind you, Richmond needs a bit of a kick up the rear end. It's sort of floundering a little bit, I'm afraid. Ever since Dickens and Jones went, I was very disappointed. Very disappointed indeed. Elton John's new vice is a Gregg sausage roll. This is probably after Lad Baby, I think. It's only rock and sausage roll, but Elt likes it. As we were singing, he ate it all, says Lad Baby, which is good, which we like. Ian Reddington, former EastEnders and Corrie regular Ian Reddington, will star alongside his son Tyler in Doctors. There's a lot of this, isn't there, really? A lot. But I like the story of The Drawing, which was bought for 20 quid at a garden sale, is expected to sell for £37 million later on. It's found to be a lost Renaissance masterpiece. This is entitled The Virgin and Child with a Flower on a Grassy Bank, produced in Germany by the old master Albrecht Dürer in 1503. He's the one who did Praying Hands. You'll know Dürer very well indeed. It's only 6.5 inches by 6.5 inches. It isn't very big at all, is it?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. Welcome to Thursday. Who will win the final of MasterChef, The Professionals? You know, I've lost track of these programmes. I don't even know where I am with them. How many cooking programmes have we got on the television? They've got somebody here, somebody called Dan, somebody called Aaron, and somebody called Liam. And Liam says, Jay Rayner called my mackerel dish a Bobby Dazzler. Aaron says, I was proud to give some limelight to Nan's brilliant roast. And Dan says, I pushed myself to my limit and found I could go further. I mean, it's all very nice. But to be honest, who's watching these programmes? I mean, I'm obviously I'm not, because I don't cook and I'm not particularly interested in cooking or doing anything else like that. But I told you the other day, they did do some very nice desserts. Some of them really clever. One of them was like they blew a piece of, I think it was toffee, into a globe, as if you were glass blowing, and then they put dry ice inside it. I mean, it was really adventurous. Sorry? Well, you don't sort of eat it. It's only smoke. So what they do is they sort of do it. They blow it into this globe thing and then block it up. So when they open it, it sort of goes and comes out again, but I don't think it makes any difference. They pack all sorts of things in dry ice, but it just looks so beautiful in this sort of snow globe kind of thing, which I was very impressed with. Very impressed with. No again? Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Go down at the end. Oh, dear, honestly. It's getting very dreary trying to find these things, but anyway. Also a garden pest. Gang throws drugs. Masked yobs leaping over a garden fence to throw drugs into a neighbouring prison. Not very clever, is it, really? But there you go. Unfortunately, now there's so much money on this. But one woman says she's afraid to leave her house. There's a 20-foot security wall and people are throwing drugs over the top of it. And you think to yourself, there's so much money in it. And they get children to do it, because mainly the old drug dealers can't sort of climb over a fence if their life depended on it. So they get young kids to do it, and then they get caught. And then their life is over. It gets ruined completely. There's a British charity that sends prosthetic limbs to people in Africa has recycled its 10,000th leg donated by a boy of 9. The charity is called Legs for Africa. Legs for Africa. It's been putting unwanted artificial limbs to good use since 2014, hitting its latest milestone thanks to Bristol lad Isaac's gift. His father Robert says, it gives us great pleasure to know that Isaac's leg is being loved and put to good use in the Gambia rather than gathering dust in an attic. Good Lord. In the UK, roughly 5,000 prosthetic legs end up in landfill every year, while there's 1.7 million Africans in need of one. That's Roehampton, down the road from me. Roehampton, just outside Richmond. People go there to get their webbing adjusted and stuff like that for their prosthetic limbs, and they teach people how to walk again. But I suppose now I've never thought about the recycling bit of it. I never thought that, you know, somebody would want somebody else's prosthetic leg. Because it's a brilliant idea, isn't it? Brilliant idea. You can upgrade your breakfast toast this morning. Who has chocolate on toast? You know, like Nutella and things like that. I can't think of anything worse. But there's one here from Bon Maman. It's hazelnut chocolate spread. See, I bought stuff from this company, Bon Maman, but I buy their rhubarb, shredded rhubarb, whatever it is. Would you have it in a sandwich? No, I'd never have it in a sandwich. I can't think of anything worse. Just pure chocolate. That's just like sugar, isn't it? I've had sugar in a sandwich before. When we used to pull into the motorway service stations, all the sugar came in little packets. After they used to have sugar cubes, and then people thought about the spread of diseases, all the sugar came in packets. So you'd get a piece of bread, butter it, then you'd pour the sugar in, and you'd fold it over and eat it, yeah. Yeah, well, I wasn't diabetic at the time, but I mean, I was probably sort of guaranteed that I was heading in that particular direction. But yeah, that's what we used to. Or failing that, you would definitely take sugar cubes and you drop them in your mouth, 2 or 3 at a time, and then you sort of sit there and just wait for it to dissolve, and that was always good fun. Used to go the same way as your teeth, and that was quite nice. And then they had to stop it because, as I say, it was like putting peanuts on the bar of pubs on a Sunday and things like that. Because people put their hands in there and you think, oh no, thank you, don't want to do anything like that. Not very good at all. Not very good. One Night in Alton Towers. It's a roller coaster of emotions. This is on Channel 4 at 9 p.m. this evening, I think, for Alex Brooker and Josh Widdicombe again. How many more programmes can Josh Widdicombe be on? Is he on just about everything? Bless his heart. The show sees the last leg comedians and mates spending the night in some of Britain's most exciting attractions. Sorry, I get indigestion now. The Natural History Museum, London Zoo, and Legoland. So there you go. Roy Sin goes as well. She joins him at a park in Staffordshire, but is absolutely terrified of roller coasters. I love roller coasters. I love them. Jimmy Carr's hosting I Literally Just Told You. Is there anybody else working apart from Jimmy Carr? He crops up on everything. Mary Berry doing Love to Cook. And EastEnders apparently is still running. I have no idea what's going on. Get out of my pub. I've got no idea what goes on there. But Tiffany confesses to Whitney how much she still loves Keegan. Because we were all worried about that one, weren't we? Combined with the mask. Who's got the mask? What are we doing? Somebody got a mask on. Biden. I'm not sure whether Biden's on the same planet as the rest of us. Every time I look at him on the television, he's mumbling something, and I never know what it is. And somebody said, "Oh, don't." I mean, he's only 78, which actually isn't. You know, I mean, people in America seem to go for quite a while, and then equally they go very quickly as well. They sort of, they're around, and you go, "Isn't he a bit old for something like that?" Jemima says, "I dated a flight crew member once. Her drinks cabinet was fully stocked with miniatures." That's what they used to do. They used to sort of better take. I think it was almost an accepted thing. Loads of people took the miniatures home because if you had why they didn't take the full bottles on, I've got no idea. But they go, sorry, vodka and tonic. Okay, you go, could I have a double? And they give you 2 little bottles of vodka, tiny tonic, and then they go ice, and they'd sort of delve into their bucket of ice. I used to love that bit, especially if it came with tomato juice. My favourite. Catherine says, Steve, talking about hot chocolate, are you buying the Hotel Chocolat Velvetizer? It's on offer in Costco at the moment. You can get it for about 86 quid or something. It's basically a jug with a turning bit inside it, and you put your hot chocolate in and leave it in there. It's about £100, I think. And then you get the different stuff that goes with it, all the bits of chocolate. There you go, $99.95. And you can choose which colour you want. What difference colour makes? I've got no idea. They always go, and you can have it in copper or charcoal. Which one would you like? And then you pick it, and it makes a cup of hot chocolate. But hot chocolate is just basically sugar. And then it does look good, doesn't it, copper? But then it's never going to look like that because you're pouring chocolate out of it. It's like if you've got one of those chocolate fountains. You ever tried to clean one? Don't bother. You might as well just not waste your time. Throw it away and buy another one. But, Steve, I think the hot chocolate shop you're talking about is called Knoops. What? What? Just throw it away. Just throw it away. Who did that? Was it in Fawlty Towers? Throw it away. So can you put in Knoops, Knoops, hot chocolate to die for? The first shop was in Rye, says Carol. It might be. I'll know when I sort of see it. Oh, no, it's definitely not that one then. No, there's another one. Definitely. Please say hello, Steve. Knoops, no. Oh, right, expertly crafted chocolate drinks. It's in a machine. I mean, it's a cup of hot. I mean, hot chocolate's nice, but you can't have it all the time. It's crafted. Anyway, please say thank you to Leslie from South Croydon, the kindest listener you could have. She had 2 row A tickets for your magic show, but was unable to go. So last week she put a message up on the original Spikers Facebook group and gave them away to the first person to reply, and I was that person. She said she couldn't go, but please pass the tickets on to another online Spiker. What a kind person she is. Yeah, remember to bring a mask, please. Steve, I loved a sugar sarnie and still do. And we used to have sugar toast. Yeah, exactly the same thing. So you toast one side under the grill, turn it over, butter that side, sprinkle with sugar, and then grill it. It was quite. But we used to have lard What? I feel like sometimes I'm talking to the bewildered on this programme. Honestly, look at the producer. He doesn't know what I'm on about half the time. It's just, lard on a piece of bread. Because it had the flavours of the meat or the bacon or something like that. That was quite nice. So in other words, my mother never I don't think she ever washed the frying pan. She would sort of cook the bacon and then you would leave it and it would solidify. And then... then you'd have a lardy sandwich, and then she would put it back on the hob again, and it would melt, and then you'd put some more bacon in there, and it took on the flavour of the bacon. Small wonder we got the obesity problem we've got. It's ridiculous. But people don't know. But anybody over a certain age will remember people think I'm mad when I mention this stuff. Steve, I've never been on holiday to Lanzarote, but I was wondering why they call it Lanzagrotte. You surely can't be that dim. What do you mean? So you're going to go to Lanzarote, but they call it Lanzagrotte, and you wonder why they... Is it because it snows? Or something like that? No, it's because it's grotty. It's a dump. It's vile. It's an island with volcanoes all the way down the middle. You know, you can't cross the roads without shoes on, because all of the little rocks are from the volcano, and they'll cut your feet to pieces. We hated it. We hated it there. The weather was miserable as well. I mean, you know, they've got nice pictures. They put a piece of bougainvillea up, but it's basically volcanoes. Basically volcanoes. And they go, oh, isn't it lovely? The best natural swimming pools. Well, not in our hotel, it wasn't. We thought it was horrible. We had dreadful... Mind you, if you have bad weather on holiday, you admittedly have a bad holiday. Because you go on holiday to get tanned. You go on holiday to have a nice time. It was just basically full of Brits. What do you want to go to a place like that for? Full of Brits. No, you want to go with a bit of local colour. You know, some people who can teach you a bit of the language. Not somebody who just wandered in from down the road at Chiswick. Thank you very much indeed. Best George Michael song is December Song, says Ari. I don't know December Song. I don't know it. I can imagine George Michael actually wanting to be very Christmas. I should imagine he was probably quite Christmassy. I would think so. I don't know why. I just automatically thought that. Catherine says, Hotel Chocolat also do coffees. We use the Velvetizer every day. Ooh, aren't you the posh one? Look at you, because you can buy packets of the chocolate, and it's little bits of chocolate, and you put the milk in, and it heats up the milk, and then no, not pods. No, this is actual chocolate. Bits of chocolate, little round bits, and you pour it in, and then the machine, and it makes rich, delicious sugar. Lot of sugar in chocolate.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. My Nana Joyce had white bread, anchor butter, had to be anchor butter, and sugar every morning. Fit and healthy woman, passed away last year at 93, says Matty. Bread and dripping we were talking about. Lard, you know, bread and dripping. And you could buy it in the butchers. They would do a sort of like this... wrapped in like waxed paper. I always remember that. In Scotland, a lardy sandwich is called a piece of dripping, says Baz. Never had bread and lard, but as kids we had bread and dripping. Same sort of thing, actually, Phil. Same sort of thing. And we had it with lots of salt on. Oh no, can you imagine today you get locked up for child abuse? I know. But the trouble is somebody did a big thing years ago. You've probably seen it on the internet. And it was a case of all the things that we used to do that didn't make us ill, like drinking water from the garden hose. You'd have the garden hose on. You wouldn't dream of drinking water out of the garden hose nowadays. And all sorts of different things that, you know, you'd sort of, you know, sugar sandwiches and you think, why were people, you know, not worried about it? And we just didn't. I mean, sometimes we're almost too clean. And if you're too clean, it means that you're more susceptible to picking up germs. I mean, I've got a thing in my studio. I've got a huge thing, and it's, strange enough, from Barcelona, and it's a hand sanitizer gel, but it's vegetable-based, and it's very nice. It's very. We've got loads of this stuff all over the building, and wipes and stuff like that, because I can't impress on you enough how fast this spreads, and how quickly you can be laid up for Christmas. As I say, and I'm still, I mean, the highest case numbers ever yesterday, just under 70,000, just under 80,000 people the other day went down with COVID. And you don't want to go down with it, because if you've not been vaccinated, you're going to really suffer. And there might be the ultimate price to pay. And we wouldn't want that, would we, from anybody? So the thing is, that's why I'm still debating about Christmas. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? But I'm still debating about Christmas. I mean, we didn't do it last year, and I was going, oh, it'll be fine this year and all the rest of it. And I'm now sort of thinking, is it safe or is it not? You know, is everybody in my family going to be exempt from picking up COVID, but you've got to be careful. You really have. Wishing Britain a very sensible Christmas, so says Chris Whitty. The great national fight back has begun. The Prime Minister and England's Chief Medical Officer have said, be cautious if you socialise before Christmas. Well, people are going to be socialising, aren't they? They're going to be going to Winter Wonderland. They're going to be going to the theatre. They're going to be going to Trafalgar Square to listen to a choir on New Year's Eve. No, they're not. No, you might as well stay at home and let off a rocket yourself. Go and buy a packet of rockets and enjoy that. The Queen may still scrap her lunch. Chris Whitty urged people not to mix with people you don't have to. Well, there's a good one. There you go. Yes, see ya. Wouldn't want to be you. He warned more COVID records to be broken as the Omicron variant surges. So Boris has said he's not shutting pubs and restaurants, but advised people to think carefully before you go. See, I went out the other week to a restaurant. I've been to Joe Allen's, I've been to Little Italy, and, and hoping everything's all right. I don't know how long it takes from you actually meeting somebody with COVID that passes it on to you. How long is it before you start showing symptoms of COVID? Do we know? Does it vary? Oh, right. A few days it would be. And then you would know whether you picked up COVID. Oh, not always. So a bit pointless telling people that, actually. 1 in 3 don't have symptoms, but they can still carry it. Oh, right. So how do you know? You don't. Be careful and test. I've got one of those tests. I've got the box, which is nice. But again, they're also quite hard to come by at the moment. But you've just got to be careful. Just got to be careful. I can't impress on people. It isn't often I get soppy, says Tara, but the bloke and I celebrate 25 years together today. Alas, he is away working, but he is listening, and I'd be so grateful if you tell him I absolutely adore, respect and cherish him more every day and still fancy the pants off him. So he's won the lottery. OK, brilliant. I like that idea. Actually, nobody won the lottery the other day. I think it's up to about 37 million. That'd change your life, wouldn't it? I think you could go and live on a remote island until all this COVID stuff goes away. Just take your telephone and a charger, and that'd be it. Yeah, it would probably find me. There'd be something, wouldn't there? The depraved killer who abused dead bodies in the morgue will die in prison. Yes, I'm quite pleased to hear that, actually. And a carer who stole cash and jewellery from 7 pensioners has been jailed for only 16 months. This is a woman called Victoria Anderson of Evesham. Targeted victims as she carried out home visits. A Worcester Crown Court, she admitted selling the jewellery for cash and using the stolen money to buy alcohol. 42 years old. What a buffoon you are, honestly. What a thieving little so-and-so. I don't understand this first mobile text message. When they say this is the first one and it could sell for, about £180,000, what do they mean it's the first text message? I don't know. Vodafone director Richard Jarvis received the historic Merry Christmas missive on his Orbital 901 handset in '92. Apparently, sender Neil Papworth had just helped engineer the company's short message service, or SMS, in Newbury in Berkshire. So the text is being sold as a virtual item or non-fungible token. Whatever that is. I don't understand. So, in other words, has it been on his phone for all this amount of time? So how do they know that's the very first one that came in? So the phone giant is selling a virtual replica of the SMS. It has to be paid for in cryptocurrency, and the winning bidder will receive a digital file containing information such as the phone number used and the message itself, and will own exclusive rights to it. What? So you can't type Merry Christmas? Somebody owns the rights to Merry Christmas. I've never heard anything like it. It'll be the first text to be sold when the auction is held in Paris. Good, let them buy it. Let them buy it. Listen, your life is too short to start worrying about paying for the words Merry Christmas. Ridiculous. Steve says, Nick, I've just listened to George Michael's December song after your listeners said it was their favourite George Michael song, and it's magnificent. He was such a wonderful, talented man, and so sad that we lost such a fabulous talent too soon. Yeah, I remember. I was on that day, definitely. Alan says, got my booster yesterday. Sore arm, but otherwise fine. No idea why people choose not to have it, says Alan. No, listen, I don't know either. I wish I knew. Jack says it's happy birthday Ian Payne today. Ian Payne celebrates his birthday. He's 93, and I don't know how old he is. Ian Payne, 47? No, much older. Oh, really? Oh. More than 60? No. Under 60? Oh, just. 58? 57? Under 57? 59? 59. I love a game. Don't you love a game in the morning? It's great fun, actually. I like playing along. I feel like I should win a coconut, but I probably won't. So happy birthday, Ian Payne, for today. Catherine says, when I was little, we were encouraged to eat everything on the plate. If we left anything, you'd get what's that little bit done wrong. Even now in my 40s, I eat everything. No, all we got, Catherine, was eat it all up. Don't want to. Eat it up. There's people starving in other countries. Well, bloody well, put it in a bag and send it to them. That's what we used to say. But unfortunately, sometimes it would sort of go into the fridge, and then it would be chilled. My mother always used to do it. She never threw anything away. So if she didn't eat all of her dinner one day after Dad died and she was just cooking for herself, she would save some of the food and then have it the following day, just add little bits to it. She was very good at that. Home economy, very good. Steve, the police got onto the 111 bus in Hampton yesterday and checked to see if people had their masks. That's a brilliant idea. That's what we can have all thrown in prison, not having done that. Talking about health and safety, Steve, says Hillary and Penzance. When I was growing up many years ago, I used to swim with others in the local harbour when raw sewage was released into it, and we never went down with anything, miraculously. Now we would balk at the idea. Yes, I agree with you, especially when you know how much rubbish is being pumped into the ocean, which is ghastly. Conrad said, I'm going to get my vaccine boost tomorrow morning. Good for you. Good for you, well worth getting. And Keith in Harrogate says, after the war, when there were no sweets, my dad brought home these sort of dried bananas, and as kids we used to chew on them. I think they could have been plantains. Oh, right. It's supposed to cook plantain, I know, because a lot of places sell it. It's very big in the Jamaican community, isn't it? People love plantain. It just, because some people pick it up thinking it's bananas, but it's not. It's plantain. It's completely different. Completely different. But we used to get licorice sticks, which was wood, and you would chew this wood. Did you ever see that? Probably think I'm mad, actually. But I do remember buying... It looked like a piece of twig, and you chew it, and it tasted of licorice. And I don't even know if you can get these things anymore now. Probably not. Probably not. Britons will spend 7 hours and 24 minutes online on Christmas Day as they connect with friends and family. Research into 2,000 adults who celebrate Christmas found a third believe it's more important than ever to feel close to loved ones after last year's isolation. I think you're all going to be thinking, if, as we were saying earlier on, there's one restaurant chain, 600 and nearly 700 people have cancelled their bookings. And this is Tom Kerridge writing a piece about people cancelling. And I think a lot of places who are getting ready for Christmas because they got left behind. He was on with James O'Brien yesterday, was he? Yeah. And it's a case of, people want to make some money at Christmas time because they didn't have yesterday's and last year's luxury. So please think very carefully. Waltz Away Dreaming is a brilliant George Michael song, says David in Surrey. And I always listen, Steve, to George Michael's song called Different Corners. Different Corner. I remember Different Corner, I think, vaguely. The home of the legendary actor Kirk Douglas has gone on sale. It's very nice, actually. For nearly $6 million, comes with its own Hollywood Walk of Fame. His famous friends are believed to have signed during dinner parties 40 signatures, all sorts of famous people, like... Frank Sinatra, Roger Moore, Elizabeth Taylor, James Mason, they all signed it, and he's still got it there. Well, I mean, he's not there anymore, obviously. And he shared his Beverly Hills home with his second wife, Anne. She passed away in April at the age of 102. They've been married for more than 65 years. Estate agent Rochelle Atlas May says, I didn't count all the signatures. Some of the stones have 3 or 4 names on them, but you can buy that house. And very nice it is. The Hollywood Walk of Fame house, it's called. The Spartacus star, who died aged 103, had more than 40 signatures on stones in the back garden. Actually, $6 million seems a lot because most of their property around there is not as expensive as that. And Ken Cragen, I hope I pronounce it, or it could be Cragen, manager of the Bee Gees and Lionel Richie and decorated fundraiser for good causes, has died aged 85. He co-organised the charity single We Are the World, and he died at his home on Tuesday in Brentwood, California. He also looked after Kenny Rogers, Olivia Newton-John and Burt Reynolds. His wife of 43 years said, it was the honour of my life to have been married to somebody of such good character. And that's all you can hope for.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Thursday. One more day, then you've got the weekend. And then, of course, you're into sort of the last stretch, which is going to be very interesting. It was licorice root, says Keith. Can you still buy it? Because I remember it. I don't know why I thought it was. Was it actually? It was a piece of wood, wasn't it? Well, that's what I thought. Brown tongues, teeth and lips from licorice sticks, says John. Yeah, but this was licorice root. There we go. Oh, you can buy it in Whole Foods. And we just used to chew it. And it went all stringy, but it tasted of licorice. £20.75. Good Lord above, it's very expensive. There's loads of it, I didn't realise. And so, I mean, I'm assuming that's what they make licorice sweets out of. But it was a piece of bark, and you chewed it, and it was licorice root. There you go. What is licorice? That, you're looking at pictures of it. That's what licorice is. It's, I don't know, I like, it's like licorice all sorts, Bertie Bassett and all that lot. And we used to buy all that lot. We used to buy, you can get a box of licorice now. In fact, I bought quite a few over the last few years. And you get shoelaces. You get the pipe, which has got the little pink things on the end of it, which was quite good. The Catherine wheel type thing, which had a gobstopper in the middle of it. All those, I used to love that. Do you remember that, Minty? Do you remember? No. If it was on Love Island, you'd have remembered it, wouldn't you? If it, anything on Love Island, she's obsessed with. She knows all about Love Island. She has to say to me, if ever I say to her, who's that? She gets Love Island. She knows all these people. Whereas me, I've got no idea. I love those sticks you chewed, says Sarah. And they taste of licorice. You've reminded me. I know I'm on a mission to find some. If I do, I shall send you some. Although I imagine your tastes are a tad more sophisticated these days. I wouldn't guarantee it. I'm certainly not sophisticated. That's the trouble. I'm on the train to Waterloo, Steve. There's a man opposite who's not wearing a mask. The guard has just walked past. Not a word. Not a word to him, telling him to put one on. He's got headphones plugged in, so hopefully he's listening to the programme. Can you tell him he's wearing blue and black cycling gear? Oh, he's not one of those with a bicycle. Oh, aren't they the biggest pains? Aren't they the biggest pains? You know, they sort of take... I had a woman once, and... sorry, I don't know why I stopped on that conversation. Had a woman once on the train, OK? That makes it sound even worse. And she started doing exercises. There was nobody else on our bit of the train. She put her bicycle up against all the seats where people want to sit down, but she was so selfish. And then she started doing stretching exercises and sort of doing the splits and all this. And I'm looking at her thinking, are you mad? Completely. The good news was that I didn't see anybody yesterday with one of those scooters that can burst into flames. But I can tell you that in Bristol, they've decided not to run with these e-scooters because of the danger of bursting into flames. Because they're made in China, and the batteries are not quite the same. But you should really take very good... I still can't believe that you're allowed to cycle on a main road on one of these scooters with no lessons, no nothing at all. When I went to buy a scooter years ago, a proper scooter, a Piaggio Hexagon, they had to show me how to... Mind you, admittedly, they didn't exactly give me much of a lesson on it, but it was a very quick lesson to learn how to... And I couldn't turn corners on this thing. Even if somebody said to me, I'm going to give you a scooter, I definitely don't want one. And I watch these people delivering for all these different companies now, breaking every rule under the sun. Seriously, terrible people. Nige says, I've got some licorice twigs in my cupboard. You can get them on Amazon. We used to buy them from the local chemist. Well, I don't think my local chemist Goods would be selling things like that. I don't think... Although I did go in, actually, the other day to pick up some insulin, because I thought I'd better have some insulin over Christmas. I'm going to need a bit of insulin, I fear, because I'm either going to be spending Christmas with people and having Christmas lunch, or I'm going to be staring out of the window with a bowl of soup, which actually I'm quite happy with. I'm not sort of too worried. Again, I just want to make sure that we're all very careful. Very careful. Steve, would have been about 1980, these twigs that taste of licorice. Well, it's licorice root, apparently, Dean. But you can buy them. They're on Amazon. Did we find them on Amazon? Are they on Amazon? We'll just have a little check on that one so that I can probably... I don't know why I order the stupidest things. Seriously, I mean, I see things, and we sit here in the morning. Before we know where you are, we've used our fee for the day up because we bought things. I do like them. But the producer's charged his helicopter up, remember from the other day? Now we've just got to wait and see whether or not he can fly the blooming thing, because then he'll have to teach me. Because I tried mine the other day and we haven't got it. Licorice root is a dietary supplement. Is it really? A dietary supplement? What? No, I don't want that. So that's tablets. That's capsules. I don't want capsules. I want the actual twig. So type in. Oh God, honestly, here we go. Licorice root sticks. Try licorice root sticks. Here we go. Oh, blimey. Oh, there we go. Licorice root sticks. $6.99. Blimey, you seem to get an awful lot of them, don't you? Licorice root powder, licorice root sticks, $5.95. I like this one here better at $6.99. Get it delivered by Wednesday the 22nd. That's coming from abroad. That's not coming from here, I'm telling you now. Natural Food Market. Where are they based? Go on, click onto it and find out. It'll be Singapore or something like that. There you go. Chewing licorice freshens the mouth and is a natural alternative to chewing gum. That's nice, isn't it? But where's it coming from? Wait a minute. Packed in the UK. Oh, right. Why is it taking such a long time to get to us, then? Natural food like licorice root sticks. I might have to buy some, actually, out of curiosity, but I don't want to wait till the 22nd of December. Sit there on the train. But it's a dietary supplement. So, in other words, if you chew it, it means you can lose weight. Does it? Or it's a diet... I don't know what a dietary supplement is. I'm a bit bored with dietary supplements. But I definitely remember them. So that's good, isn't it? I like the idea. That might be what we're going to be buying later on today. No, don't. I've got to go out and buy it for a friend of mine. He wants some Ferrero Rocher. But he wants them in the box, which they do in Costco, and you get the first 2 rows are dark chocolate, the middle 2 rows are the milk chocolate, and the last 2 are coconut. They're white chocolate covered with coconut. And he likes things like that. Today, many people, this is not official, by the way, utilise licorice root to treat ailments like heartburn, acid, hot flashes, perhaps they mean flushes, coughs and bacterial and viral infections. It's regularly available as a capsule. Oh, right. And licorice tea is said to soothe sore throats. But I don't have a sore throat. So... yeah, good. I might get the twigs out. Then we can all sit here and try it, can't we? That'd be quite a nice thing to do. And then if we are going to be ill, we might as well all be ill together. So it can soothe sore throats. I suppose you could make it into a sort of like a tea drink or something like that. God, honestly, some mornings you kind of lose the will to live, don't you? I'm not sure. I might not use these twigs. I might not use them. And my brother says he's looking forward to seeing me on Saturday at the Magic Circle. And Amy and Ed are driving us up. We'll be eating before the show, probably somewhere near Euston. Oh, there's loads of places at Euston Station. Loads of places you can sort of go around there. In fact, Euston Station would be absolutely ideal. If you're going to go, because there's 4 of them coming up to the show. Remember to bring masks. OK, bring masks, please. That would make it a lot easier. Licorice apparently is grown in Pontefract. Hence Pontefract Cates, little round sweets. I like Pontefract Cates. In fact, I like licorice full stop. Some people hate it. You're not very, oh, look at honestly. 2 miserables. I bet Christmas in your household is a real whiz, isn't it? Yeah. We're having nut roast. Should we open a present? We've only got the one present to open. Oh, I wonder what Steve bought us. Oh, look. Licorice sticks. How lovely. Steve, do you remember sherbet dips? Sherbet dips, the yellow tube with a stick of licorice. You were supposed to allegedly suck the sherbet up the tube, but you never managed it. So we used to eat the licorice stick and then break open the paper at the top of the tube and just tip it into your mouth and then cough violently, which was very nice. Steve says, Helinka, go carefully with the licorice. It could increase your blood pressure. Oh, my God, fathers. Don't start that one. Primark sell licorice strips for £1, but I know you don't shop there. No, I don't, but I could do. I'm looking at a bit of a dismal meal. It's prison food, and this is from Steyning Grammar School. Steyning Grammar School, I think, must be down Brighton way, because it's in West Sussex. They've had to apologise. One of the people there, it's a £3.50 Christmas lunch. It's an anemic slice of turkey, a lone pig in a blanket, and a tiny square of stuffing sat on top of a dry bread roll with a mince pie. And the school's apologised for it, which I think is probably a very good idea. The school initially defended the meal, telling parents it was an alternative Christmas dinner for those who didn't want a traditional meal, but later it apologised and offered a refund to the students, which is nice, isn't it? So there you go. And yes, that's all I could say. Actually, to be honest with you, it doesn't look that bad. But, you know, well, it doesn't really. It's a school. It does look a little bit anemic, but, you know, at least you get a bit of turkey. You get a pig in blanket. You're right, actually. It's rubbish, isn't it? It's absolute rubbish. There's pages and pages on Jordan, otherwise known as the drunk who drives. And they're trying to explain to you, because people are arguing about it already. They're saying the reason she walked free from court, sort of free, she didn't go to prison, is because of this deferred sentencing. And so she's now looking forward to getting married, I'm quite sure, with her fourth husband. She's also booked in to do an SAS programme. But seeing as she either told us the truth or lied through her teeth the other day, she can't walk. She's going back to hospital for treatment. So how she's going to manage doing the SAS programme, I've got no idea. Initially warned she faces up to 6 months in jail. But the judge said that many people would be appalled by the outcome. I would think that would be a rough interpretation. So she got a 16-week sentence, suspended for a year. Got to carry out 100 hours of community service. She got a new 2-year driving ban. In addition, ordered to attend 20 rehabilitation sessions and told to pay a victim surcharge of 128 quid along with court costs of £85. She appeared in court in tracksuit bottoms, obviously taking it very seriously. The judge condemned her actions. She's been banned no fewer than 5 times. The judge said, I've never seen anybody with such an appalling track record. It seems, she says, you think you are above the law. Well, there you go. It's amazing how they keep overpricing her house. The house is now up to 1.7 million. Well, it's a complete dump. It's worth nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. They say spurred by loneliness. Loneliness, really? She lost control of the BMW X5 2 miles from her property. She shouldn't have been driving. She was banned from driving. She had no insurance. And I doubt when she gets her licence back, she'll be finding out that she's going to find it very difficult to get insurance. Very, very difficult. Most insurance companies will be saying, I don't think so. Or failing that, they'll make it so expensive, we might keep her off the road for good, which is possibly the best news you've heard all morning.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Everybody's going a bit sort of today. Everybody's feeling a bit deflated. Everybody's feeling a bit down because we're not sure where this is going. But whatever it is, wherever it's going fast. And that's why, you know, you have to really make the effort. You know, if you're one of these people who goes, well, I can't wear a mask because of this, you've got to be careful. There is a very good chance you could come down with something because you're highly vulnerable. You know, lots of people are highly vulnerable because of their age. You know, wear a mask, book your booster. I've had no end of people writing saying, should I book my booster? The answer is absolutely. Absolutely. If they're saying by the end of December, we could be heading into serious figures. I mean, yesterday, the highest figure ever, nearly 80,000 people yesterday went down with COVID. You don't want to be a statistic. And I can't impress on you enough. I don't want to sort of push you to the point of, oh, God, we don't want to go out at all. But it just takes nothing to stick a mask on. It really doesn't. You know, if you're sitting on a bus and all the windows are closed, open them. Because that's what gets the virus out. It's got to have an outlet to go. Otherwise, you're just going to be infecting other people. You know, no matter how many times. I mean, I see people still sitting on the bus now. They haven't learnt that the mask has got to go over your nose. Some people think under your chin is where you have it, you know, and these are stupid people. They don't deserve to be on the bus in the first place. It's got to go over your mouth and over your nose. You know, it's not difficult. As I've said before, the hospitals are going to be overwhelmed with this one unless you take possession of your own life, because that's what you're playing with here. That's what you're playing with. And Steve, Chip Shop, doing deep-fried pigs in blankets down here in Canterbury. See, I quite like that, ideally. That appeals to me quite a lot. A bag of pigs in blankets. Thank you very much indeed, yes. Sue Ann says, I'm trying to book my booster, but I haven't got a clue. What do I do? Go online, type in booking booster. If you can't book online, phone 119 and they'll sort you out. Okay? If we can help in any way, we'll do it. I want to see everybody wear... I mean, I know it's not going to be possible that everybody wears a mask. I see, you know... And now, I mean, hopefully most of the schools are off now until after Christmas. At least that keeps that away from us, because they're going to be the next lot of people going down with it. Steve St Pancras, better choice, says Brian, for your brother to have food before the show, which is lovely. Yes, I mean, I think, listen, he has been up there before. Did you get your trousers yesterday, says Sarah? I missed the beginning of the show because my dog was chasing foxes in the garden. I got a suit. I bought it. It was only cheap, 140 quid, 150 quid. And I bought it from M&S. Because they're about the only people that... I wouldn't know where else you went to buy a suit nowadays. I wouldn't have especially not when you're the slightly fuller figure. You know, because they go up to about a 46, I think. Curvy. Yes, I'm curvaceous or Rubenesque. Not really. Steve, you're the best thing since sliced bread. I bet you like dandelion and burdock. Never had it. Never had it. I've had elderflower. I like elderflower. That's very nice. I didn't realise that people get paid for picking these elderflower. They go out into the countryside near this castle, which is called Belvoir Castle, and they pick it, and then they get paid for the amount that they take back there, and then they turn it in their presses, and that's delicious. I think it's got sugar in it, though, which is a bit bad. It is very sugar. Yeah, all right. Everything's very sugary. Seriously, as a diabetic... Actually, I was a bit naughty yesterday, but I did go and get my insulin, so I'm up to speed with insulin. The other story, which is in the paper today, which gets everybody down, is the backlash at the short sentence over this toddler's death as the partner gets 25 years and smiled. Seriously, this woman is seriously sick in the head. And the mother is Frankie Smith. She could be out in 4 years' time. She could get herself pregnant again. This woman shouldn't be allowed anywhere near children. Nowhere near children at all. And her lover, Savannah Brockhill, who's the biggest piece of filth I think I've ever encountered. I mean, in fact, we've had quite a number of these people. The man who was sexually abusing bodies in the mortuary. And then you get this Savannah Brockhill, who was blowing kisses to the public gallery. You are sick. You know, I don't care what happens to you. I really don't. You know, I think if you did a poll of everybody in the country, it would be a case of you are just filth. The one that I did learn something today, though, actually, not related at all, completely different, is the story of Benedict Cumberbatch. Do you know who his mother is? His mother is a lady called Wanda Ventham. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I interviewed Wanda some years ago. She played Cassandra Trotter's mother, Pamela, in the sitcom Only Fools and Horses. And she's been around for a long time. Seriously, I mean, really glamorous. And Benedict says it's a bit odd when you get into an elevator with a man and he says to you, oh, yeah, your mum. I like your mum. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But she's very, very glam. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Superannuated disc jockey Pete Murray... I've got a Pete Murray story for you. Returns to the Boxing Day airwaves on a radio station 38 years after his BBC career ended when he endorsed Margaret Thatcher on air. Pete is in his 90s now. He's about 93, I think. And I always like telling the story because he left the BBC, although I don't think Ephraim Hardcastle is aware of this, and he came to work for LBC. He's 96, is he? The reason he's 96, I'm telling you now, is that he played tennis. He was playing tennis. His wife, Tricia, died a long, long time ago of cancer. But I remember him at LBC because he came to us from Radio 2, I think. And then he also asked Margaret Thatcher about an interview when she visited LBC when we were based in Hammersmith, which was very interesting. And Pete Murray was like the biggest thing in this country. But he was getting a bit forgetful. And we were based in Fleet Street when he first joined us. And I always tell the story that I'd been down onto Fleet Street to go and get a sandwich. And as I was coming back from the sandwich shop to Gough Square, I saw Pete Murray, who used to go out wearing his LBC jacket with his name on it. He would seriously get the bus home. And I did as well. But anyway, and he was walking down from the studio and he said, oh, see you, Steve, I'll see you tomorrow. I went, you're on air for another hour, Pete. He went, am I? Bugger. And he turned around and went back into the studio again. Bless his heart. 96 he is, 96, which is good. Steve, my son's school doesn't break up till Tuesday the 21st. And Paul in West Sussex says you can try, Steve, vegetarian pigs in blankets. They're delicious and taste even more like bacon than proper pigs in blankets. Not sure about that, actually. I'm not in favour of things which are sort of looky-likeys. You know, so this is the meat version, and now this is the vegetarian version. So I used to live in Pontefract, Steve. There were sweet factories, and I remember smelling licorice in the air at certain times of the day. It smelled gorgeous. This is from Jill in Wales. Love the programme, keeps me sane and calms me down if ever I wake up stressed. How do you think I feel, Jill? You've got no idea. Terrible. Steve, regarding licorice, says Mike in Manchester, I'm 73. So my childhood was mainly 50s, and licorice was my favourite treat back then. There were three kinds: soft strips, the root which you chewed, and the type I liked best, which was small, very hard black sticks, which were also called Spanish. And I can't find Spanish anywhere. Do you remember? And where can I buy it? I've no idea. I've no idea. Steve, I'm absolutely terrified. I have carers in 3 times a day. They still refuse to have the vaccine. They're out having a good time. Today, one is off to a London hotel for a good time. I've been told I preach about the vaccine. It's their choice. I could cry. Well, get them changed. Get them changed. Write to wherever you get your carers from and say, listen, this is just ridiculous, having carers who aren't vaccinated. I mean, are they wearing masks? It's not preaching. It's a case of, do you want to live? Do you want to die? There's no hard and fast on this one. It's a case of there is the good chance that you could. And I'd rather you didn't. Rather you didn't. Just very quickly, actually, the March of the Woke Warriors. There's 2 woke stories. First of all, inspectors going into Britain's most expensive school following complaints about a woke agenda. And then the March of the Woke Warriors. They're being told, parents being told, swap Peter Rabbit and the Famous Five for right-on modern stories. So Peter Rabbit and the Famous... Well, I'm sorry. I'm old-fashioned. I'm keeping with, Jemima Puddle Duck and all the rest of them, and Peter Rabbit and the Famous Five, because I thought they were great. What's wrong with them? All these, they're just stories. That's all they are. They're stories. I mean, I thought, if anything, the Famous Five were very advanced. George was a very butch young lady called... they're annoyed about them because they should really deal with stories in books which deal with diversity, homelessness and the environment. Go away. Go very far away, please. There's one here. There's Stella and the Seagull. Apparently, by Georgina Stevens, a girl makes plans to clean up the beach and ban plastic straws after her seagull friend gets poorly from plastic stuck in its tummy. No, we're sticking with Peter Rabbit, I'm afraid. We're sticking with Peter Rabbit. The other one, Everybody Has Feelings. Max Takes a Stand by Tim Allman. A boy hides his parents' car keys and prepares vegan dinners to help save the planet. These stories just sound a little bit dull as far as I'm concerned. They're real. They are real. I know it doesn't say. And The Soup Movement by Ben Davis. A boy gives his flask of homemade soup to a homeless man and sparks a community movement. No, it's Famous Five and Peter Rabbit. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to make a stand on this one. I refuse to be sort of bowled over by the woke movement. I'm sure they're absolutely delightful and quite charming, but you go and play by yourselves.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice heavy company. My mum, says Nicola, craved licorice, Steve, all through her pregnancy, and I absolutely hate it. Funny, isn't it? That's like liver. I was talking to somebody the other day about liver and bacon. And somebody said to me, oh, not liver and bacon. And I said, yeah, I actually quite like it. Steve, God forbid they ever came across Grimm's fairy tale, says Victoria. It'd be game over. I don't understand why people want to interfere in other people's lives. Why don't they just get on with it themselves and leave everybody else alone? Steve, I'm 18 and the NHS website isn't letting me book the jab. Call 119, Jack. Call 119. Keep trying. Don't give up on it. If you're 18, you call 119. Lots of people are booking, which is good. And you will find that there are delays and they can't do certain things. Keep pushing it. You'll get there. And I mean, put it this way, it's for your own benefit. That's it. You can get the licorice apparently in Holland and Barrett. The Queen weighing up the risk of the family get-together. I think she's also recorded her Christmas message. I can't wait to see what she's going to be talking about. I'll tell you 2 people she won't be mentioning, Prince Andrew and Harry. They won't get any mentions at all, even though she's being very gracious about everything. And I think she likes her Christmas with the family. I think she'll be talking about licorice. She won't be talking about licorice at all and dripping sandwiches. No, she'll be talking about COVID and how we've managed to sort of come through. I mean, let's face it, she's not been very well. And she lost Philip this year. I think she'll be mentioning that. I think she'll be there. But the telling thing with the Queen is what photographs are going to be sitting behind her on the table. That's the telling thing. What photographs are going to be on there? And I bet one of them will be Philip. You can't be married to somebody for that amount of time and not acknowledge them. Really. Conrad says, Steve, I found pigs in blankets in a butcher's in Church Road in Hove. They look scrummy. One of my treats for Christmas. Oh, I could eat boxes of them. Seriously, because they're only little tiny cocktail sausages. Only little tiny things. And I thought, definitely, yes, definitely. So World Expert Danny Dyer, says there's no doubt aliens are amongst us. He's another one of these people who's completely barking mad. He believes... It was like I was watching the Terry Wogan interview with David Icke, who believed that the royal family were in fact lizards. Do you remember that interview? And I remember thinking, you are mad as a fruit bat, aren't you, really? And Wogan said, they're actually laughing at you, not with you. And David Icke, he's disappeared now completely. Funny thing is, he brought a book out talking about his sort of bizarre thoughts on all sorts of... I mean, he used to be fairly sensible, I thought. And in this book, you opened up the first cover, he was stark naked. It was a picture of David Icke, and I remember thinking, is the matter with him? He wasn't taking part in any sort of the full Monty kind of programme, which they're not stark naked on. Gary Barlow has revealed he's going to force his family to listen to his new Christmas album. The Take That star says the family will have no choice but to listen to his first ever festive album on repeat. Nothing the matter with that. But he has apologised to the kids and said, sorry, kids, but it's whether you like it or not. But I mean, goodness sake, I should imagine he's got 1 million songs. There's also Aled Jones is on the album, together with Sheridan Smith. And it'll be very good, actually. I don't think Gary's going to make the #1 at Christmas. I think it's going to be Lad Baby. I think it's going to be Lad, because I still like it. I still like that we built this city on sausage rolls, because I just think they just look like a super family. Lovely. Quentin Blake, Enid Blyton, Roald Dahl. That's what kids should be reading. The problem is it's all about the brainwashing, says Mark, and kids don't care about plastic straws. No, they don't. They don't. I know people like to think they do, and people, you get the people who think they're really being very helpful, but they're not really being very helpful at all. In fact, they're just being very irritating. I understand about, what everybody's talking about, but at the end of the day, kids, they don't care about it. And we are becoming a little bit too woke. Plastic straws are banned anyway now. We've got paper straws, which we used to have years ago. In fact, when the plastic straws came in, I didn't like them. I'd look around for the paper straws, which I thought were much nicer. Yeah, I was ahead of my time. Steve, I believe you can buy all sorts of licorice at most pharmacies, says Ash in Margate. I've no idea why. Maybe your listeners can find their little licorice sweets there. Yes, it's obviously quite good, actually. Steve, one of my earliest memories of LBC, and it must be about 35 years ago, the Christmas after my dad died, listening to Pete Murray introducing the LBC Carol concert. I think it was a charity event to raise funds for Great Ormond Street. And I'm trying to remember the church it was broadcast from. The only one I remember was from Central Hall, Westminster, where we would record the Christmas Carol concert. We did one which was in, and I've still got the photographs from it, in Covent Garden. And we had the band of the RAF and all these professional singers and everybody else. And it packed out Covent Garden. But, I mean, to be brutally honest, I thought Covent Garden would have been packed out anyway, because they put a big stage in and all these famous people were singing Christmas carols, which I quite liked. We haven't done one. Oh, then we do one, actually. We do one, because I'm seeing from Nick Ferrari doing a Christmas carol concert. I'm not sure if he sings, actually. I might have to check on that bit. I'm sure he does. I'm sure. But I don't remember which fund we were raising money from. But Pete Murray, I remember we had all the presenters. We all had readings to do at Central Hall, Westminster, which is just Parliament Square, which was lovely. What else have we got? Oh, an old sea song honouring Admiral Nelson, which was discovered amongst his lover's possessions, has been performed for the first time in 200 years. Nelson is thought to have transcribed the lyrics when his crew broke into song after the Battle of Cape St Vincent in 1797. It's been revived by musicians at London's Guildhall School of Music and Drama. Louis Teres, who found the missing music, says the song was written by Nelson's crew in one of his early victories. How lovely. But what the lyrics are, I've got no idea. It's just, just have to accept it, the fact that it was a thing, and it was... I never mentioned Churchill's other bunker, did I? I might save it, actually. I might save it for another programme. No, I could tell you. Because it's a station that's been closed for a long time, but it was another one of Churchill's secret bunkers. Now, there are a number in London of what they call stations which don't operate as stations anymore. In fact, there's one down the end of the Strand, and it's closed up. The trains go straight through it. And in fact, the story was that some years ago they filmed a Victorian melodrama on the platform, and as the train was going through the station, people could see all these characters in Victorian dress, and they began to think it was full of ghosts and everything else. But this station was used by Churchill, and nobody knew about it for a while. And I'll tell you where it is. It's very near the Hard Rock Cafe. It's Down Street Station. And did you check it out? I thought you... Yeah, Down Street Station, but they're going to open it up again. They're going to open. It's very near Hyde Park. They're going to open it up again, and I, for one, would love to go down there. I'm fascinated by I've been to quite a number of these stations which have closed, and they're not used anymore. But Down Street, that was a secret bunker. Tara says, we have, of course, our modern bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl. She met and married a handsome prince. The rest is private. Yeah, that's all it... I mean, listen, I don't want to read into stories. I quite understand the purpose behind them. I'm not that daft. But it's a case of kids want to read Peter Rabbit, Jemima Puddle Duck, Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. They want to read about this because it's a fantasy and they're for little children. They're for little children. Somebody writes a book and they go, oh, this one's to do with sort of recycling. Kids couldn't give a stuff about recycling. They do it at school because they think that's part of the lessons. But, they really don't need to sort of worry about it. In the late 40s, early 50s, says Diana, currently living in Herne Bay, we lived in Surrey. We'd visit my grandparents in Whitstable and go often to Canterbury. There was a little sweet shop near the cathedral, and Dad would buy licorice root and tiger nuts for us. The latter was sweet and shrivelled, the size of peanuts. Such a treat. Now I live, temporarily I hope, near Canterbury and keep meaning to look for the shop. Canterbury was ruined when they built the university. I know. Aldwych Station, he says, changing the subject, closed in 1994. Now they use it as a tube station in films. And there's one down the road from here, might be Aldwych, I think, actually, where they've got it's a huge lift to get you down to the platforms. And you could fit about 30 people into the lift. And there's also a row of telephone boxes. And they've still got the toilets there and things like that. But they just use it for filming. And it's, I think, actually, Aldwych Station, they filmed, they filmed, I think going back to, there were bits of Battle of Britain filmed there. The Craze, Superman 4, Take It or Leave It, V for Vendetta, The Good Shepherd, Atonement, The Bank Job, Edge of Love, Mr. Selfridge, Sherlock, Darkest Hour. Because they were looking for places that they could move all the equipment in. And Aldwych Station has been used for a lot of occasions, but I think it's Aldwych, which has still got this big lift in it. Or you could walk down the stairs, but it's just you went round and round and round and round. It was very, very sort of time consuming, and you got quite dizzy. So it's easy to get in the lift, and there'd be two lifts. One would take you down, and one would bring you up again. Loved it. Nowadays, you have to stand there with a mask on. I just wish everybody would wear a mask. Please wear a mask. Doesn't take too much, does it?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
10 to 7 is the time. We've got our Make Some Noise competition. I completely forgot to do it earlier on this morning. And if you're a new listener, if you're a regular listener, you'll know this, because it's a huge prize to give away. And it's the ultimate Christmas package. And you get everything that I'm now getting. I feel like I'm doing the generation game. I'm going to parade a lot of prizes in front of you, and you're going to get them all if you're the person who is picked out. All you need is access to a telephone, because you'll be sending a text. But in the ultimate Christmas prize package for Make Some Noise, there's an Apple iPhone 13, there's a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, a Nespresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle large, £250 to spend at Waitrose, a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. All of that, one prize package, one winner, and it could be you. For your chance to win, text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. So XMAS and send it to 84850. We take a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text to support Global's Make Some Noise, to help people who are a lot less fortunate than we are. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter, so keep the phone handy, because somebody's going to win this. Somebody's going to get that phone call going, guess what? Have I got a prize package for you? Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules at makesomenoise.com. So why not give yourself a chance? You can enter as many times as you like, actually. You text Xmas, Xmas, and you send it to 84850. Xmas to 84850, and good luck to each and every one of you. 9 minutes to 7. I like the idea that Paul McKenna is going to try, because I find it absolutely amazing that some people hate sprouts so much they've got a vendetta against them. They just don't. I can't understand why anybody would not like sprouts. What is there not to like about a little green? Do you like sprouts? Well, you're a bit iffy about. Oh, blimey, honestly, you like sprouts? I got Minty likes sprouts, so we're okay on that one. I like the little tiny sprout. I don't like big sprouts. I mean, if I like them, why don't I eat them all year? Well, then the little ones are not available all year round. The little ones are not, but you can buy. I don't know when sprouts are available actually, but I've always liked them. I've never known until I discovered the little tiny ones, and then I went crackers. I could eat a whole box. You get about 25, 30 sprouts, little ones, and I literally pop them in a saucepan with some hot water in there, boil them up for about a minute, then drain off the water, and then you can add a bit of lard. No, so I could just eat them by themselves. Little tiny knob of butter. You just pop them in there and sort of swiddle them around. Swiddle. It's my new word of the day, swiddle. It's the kind of word they'd come up with on Countdown, and nobody said, I don't think there's such a word called swiddle. Susie Dent would be going, no, that's not in the thing. They used to have a camera, and she used to have a camera on Countdown, and she could hold it against the dictionary and show you the word, but they don't do that anymore now. But still very good. So, Paul McKenna's going to help you through hypnosis. Mind you, of course, I mean, if you're really that turned off about them, why you'd ever want to eat sprouts, I can't imagine. But I like them. I like them. And I'm convinced that they're actually good for you. Because it must be part of your 5 a day, mustn't it, I think. Steve, I've been to Down Street Station. TfL have occasionally guided tours to the closed London station. Hidden London is the place, the name to search for, says Patrick. Thank you. Steve, if you're going to Costco today, pick up a bag of strawberry-flavour Darrell Lee licorice for your team. Oh, right. I've seen, they also do red licorice and black licorice and things like that. Mind you, they also sell black pudding. I'm not too sure. Steve, I remember the interview with David Icke. Never laughed so much. Well, as they said, people laughing at you, not with you. Tanya says, when I was at work in the 60s, I used to get a train to Charing Cross, then cross the road to go to Trafalgar Square Tube Station, now part of Charing Cross Tube. Actually, where Charing Cross Station is used to be the site of Northumberland House, which is the people, I think, who own Syon Park. And then they knocked that down. And they, because there used to be a lion that used to look out over the river. I'm pretty certain Northumberland House was there. I might be wrong, actually, but I'm very rarely wrong. It sounds doubtful, does it? Oh, right, I knew it would. No, I'm pretty certain that's where Charing Cross Station is, Northumberland House. No? Northumberland House, known as Suffolk House, owned by the Earls. There you go, look, down. There you go. The Strand, front of Northumberland House. There you go. That's where the site of Charing Cross Station is. That's there. There you go. The Earl of Northampton cleared a site. I'm never wrong. It's a Tesco. It's Charing Cross Station. Goodness sake, honestly. And there you go. There's the lion. Go back down again. Go back down on the computer. That lion there. The other one, the Percy lion, is on top of Syon House as well. Mine of useless information. You can't use this material anywhere else apart from on this programme. I don't know why. So good luck to Paul McKenna. Very good luck. Also, celebrity chefs are warning the Christmas COVID cancellations are putting restaurants and jobs at risk. They absolutely are. I told you, Tom Kerridge, who was with James O'Brien the other day, is saying he's had about nearly 700 people who have cancelled their... the trouble is, if you're out there, I mean, you don't have to wear a mask in restaurants, because how are you going to eat? How are you going to eat the food? You can't keep sort of putting the food up and putting the food down and stuff like that. But also, the hottest place in the solar system is a nuclear English town. Didcot. Have you heard of Didcot? I've heard of Didcot, but I don't know why I've heard of Didcot. Is it because it's got a railway? Is there a little Didcot railway or something like that? I'm pretty certain. There you go. It's a railway town. I'll tell you, I'm on fire this morning. Typical. Just as we cut... Yes, I'm really... Bit of a Joan of Arc story there, but, let's not bother with that one. But just coming up to the end of the programme, and all of a sudden I find my feet and I know where I'm heading. Down to try and find my books on the Hippodrome. That's what I'm doing. Injured Strictly star AJ Adudu has vowed to do all she can to make the show finale on Saturday. All these dancers, they are prone to falling down and breaking limbs and doing all sorts of horrible things. I mean, whether or not she's going to manage it in that amount of time. Oh, look, Lidl. 8 fish and chip cones. Have you ever been to any of those posh parties where all of a sudden the food became miniaturised? And they go little mini hamburgers and little mini fish and chips. Finger food. Little tiny finger food. But I quite like the idea of fish and chip cones. Mind you, I also like the idea of triple cooked chips. They really are a little bit special. They really are. They are crunchy. Very sorry that Jethro has died, the comedian. He died following a battle with COVID. He had retired, but he was going to do some more dates, and then they had to be cancelled. He was just 73. And so the Danny Dyer story, where do you think that appears? Thank you, Daily Star. Yes, not the FT, as we were hoping. And Britain is set to be battered by a post-Christmas snow bomb as Storm Corrie gets ready to strike. Storm Corrie. Forecasters say a white Christmas is unlikely, but a major blitz is set to bring Arctic gales and downpours from December the 27th. Jim Dale says we expect one more major storm this month, which will set the trend for the coming months. Temperatures will plunge after Christmas Day. They reckon then half an inch of snowfall in an hour overnight Boxing Day, but this won't hit us down here in London. But it will hit swathes of the north and the south of Scotland. So, wrap up. Although, as I said before, go and get your blooming stuff in for Christmas, because if you do get snow up north, villages are going to be cut off and there'll be nothing going on, so make sure you've got stuff. And also the other thing that nobody remembers is people run out of milk really quickly. Get some powdered milk, so you've always got some... What? I think that's a good idea. I'm just trying to be helpful, Get some hot water bottles in, stuff like that, just in case. Toilet paper, always a useful thing to have. But no, powdered milk, just in case you don't you've run out of milk or something like that. But there you go. Anyway, listen.